For those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to opening weekend for the United States Pro Kart Series here live from Orlando Kart Center. It is Championship Sunday in the way that it is the end of a weekend. It feels like it's been a long way going, but it's just the main events, the first of the 5-round championships here. And before we get to mains, we've still got to figure out our starting lineup. So let's get set to get underway here. KA100 Jr getting set to come onto the racetrack to decide who will get the final six spots into the main event show. My name's Andrew Clements here live for Kart Chaser. Alongside me, the voice of the United States Pro Kart Series, Randy Kugler. A time change overnight as the sun beating down on us, beating down on the drivers as well. And you can't imagine the nerves going through all those kids on the grid of 18 to 19 total drivers that will line up for this last chance qualifier to get those final 6 spots.
6 spots. So we'll be 6 spots. We'll be focusing a lot on those transfer positions in the battles between 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in that range, because it's make the top 6 or go home. It's as simple as that. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on these kids. They didn't have the runs they wanted to in qualifying and in the heats yesterday. Now they got to battle the way in through the last chance qualifiers. So there'll be a lot of action in these two KA Jr and KA Sr, these two last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, do or die for many. There have been a few drivers throughout both KA Jr and KA Sr that have had solid speed, but maybe a not-so-stellar Saturday that has put them all here fighting just for a chance to get into the big show. And again, they'll be starting 41st to 46th, so it'd be hard to kind of salvage a good point, stay out of that. But again, to get there, you've got to get out of this last chance qualifier. Like Randy said, the top 6 will transfer, so just as important as it'll be to give us coverage of the winner, we'll be spending a lot of our time here in these next 2 races focusing on that battle for 6, that bubble spot, and who's going to be in the hot seat. It'll change probably hands a number of times, and then it won't fully be official until we get through post-race tech inspection, of course, and any penalties. A pushback bumper penalty could take you from 4th safely inside the show to way outside the show with 3 to 6 seconds, depending on if you knock in one side or knock in both. And that's, of course, taking out the potential for avoidable contact penalties. There's no question things got a little bit desperate as the day raged on yesterday, and desperation is now going to be at an all-time high for everyone. As unfortunate it is to see, you can understand and rationalize a little bit, Randy, of course, why the drivers are not holding back any punches, why they would be going full-on after each other, because if they don't, again, they're sitting on the sidelines here for this afternoon. Well,
exactly, and honestly, even though it sounds like, oh my gosh, starting 41st through 46 or whatever the positions are going to be for those top 6 in the 40s for their starting spot in the mains are 26 laps. So there's plenty of time for them to advance. Will they get to the top 5? Well, that would be something. But they could certainly get into a decent points-paying position by advancing in those 26 laps if they stay clean.
Well, we're going to find out here in a few moments if they're going to get into that 26-lap main event. Many of you joining in here live around the world on our live stream. We've got some comments making fun of me already for wearing a hoodie. It was just a little bit chilly here this morning, Randy. Look, I'm a southern-born boy, all right. I live over in Dallas, Texas now. Was raised in Atlanta, Georgia. Spent 3 years living in Miami. 65 degrees is just a little bit chilly for me, okay? I've got it on. I don't have a lot of meat on my bones, so I've got to, pack it on some way.
Was there a subliminal message there that I'm not wearing a hoodie because I do have meat on my bones?
Come on. I can't say anything right, apparently, Randy. Yesterday it was age. Today it's weight. I don't know. Just, you know what? Hopefully the drivers can put a wheel right where I keep putting a wheel wrong in the booth, it seems.
No, you're doing fine, Xander, but you're right. It was a little chilly this morning. Us Northerners felt like, this is okay. But I think really we talk about track conditions. This track, every single minute of the day is going to get a little bit warmer and the conditions are going to change. So that cool weather this morning is going to give them a little bit different track than they finished with yesterday.
Well, we know at least here with the drivers on the racetrack what they're going to be fighting for. Let's take you through your starting lineup for the last chance qualifier in BBS Race Engines KA100 Juniors. Mason Walters will lead the field to the green, the first driver, 41st in points after the heat races outside the cut line, and that Brandon Jarscrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris kart. Tyler Roberts, one of the many rookies moving his way up into the junior ranks this year, will join him on the outside of row number 1 out of Bertram, Texas, aboard the Tony kart. Row 2 will find the Tesoro Raceworks CRG of John Antonino on the outside. Sebastian Rice on the inside. Sebastian Rice will complete the second row, rolling off in fourth. Reagan Seville in the Alan Rudolph, or the Deadly GFC for Trackside Karting Services, will start to the inside of row number 3 to his outside Josie Chambers. Alan Bonilla Espinoza, Alexander Jacoby, Davis Henry, Jocelyn Schlenker, Caleb Tarter, Indy Anderson, Remy Andrados, Forrest Adams, and Chase Gassiet Lee round off the field to try and vie for those final 6 tickets to the big show. Here we go. Last chance qualifier racing. We're underway down to turn number 1, and Antonino will slot into second. Seville on the AR Academy Tony Kart goes into third, and we got a couple collected at the back of the field. Indy Anderson's involved, and there's one or two more. One of the Franklin Motorsports Merlins there. And look at Seville's going to run Antonino a little wide. He'll take over second into 5. Antonino fighting back. And boys, you're in the show right now. You're fighting hard for second and third. That's only a 1-position swing in the final, but one wrong move at this point here, even on lap number 1, and you're going to fall outside the transfer zone. So here is a battle right there at the end of the transfer spot that we were seeing going into turn number 8. That was a battle for P6. So your leader early on is Mason Walters as they head down the back straightaway to turn number 9. The top 3 a little gap, and even 4th and 5th seems safe, but it is a madhouse out back there. All kinds of chaos starting this last chance qualifier for KA Jr. We'll bring the leaderboard up live on the left-hand side of your screen to pick out where your favorite driver currently runs. And across the line here for this 10-lap sprint, it is 1 down, 9 to go. Mason Walters leads them out of turns 2 and 3.
Mason Walters, John Antonino, Reagan Seville, Tyler Roberts, Sebastian Rist, and Caleb Tarter. 1 lap in the books. Those are the 6 that are in the show right now. And quite frankly, they've broken away a little bit on the rest of the field as the rest of the field is racing each other. In theory, if those drivers were to stay in line, they all make the show if they can keep in that position and carry that gap. But you can see the gap is getting bigger and bigger every lap. So those first 6 looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, right there at the end of the train, Caleb Tarter, he's up 6 spots. Phenomenal start on the Lando Norris kart. He is safe, again, right behind Sebastian Reist's Team U-Race Tony Kart. So that right there is the look, and that's exactly what you'd hope for here if you're in this last chance qualifier, to be in that top 6 and have a breakaway, as we've got a little fight for the lead beginning to form with Reagan Seville working the back bumper of Mason Walters. Let's see what he decides to do. They're both safe. Antonino was trying to hope that he'd get a push from Tyler Roberts. Roberts is going to pass him for third, so he'll lose that spot with 2 down, 8 to go. The top 4 slipping away, and again, you look back to 7th. Alexander Jacoby has that spot at the moment in the 827, and we're going to fight for 5th here on the racetrack. That's going to maybe hurt them a little. They had a big gap out back, but that pass being made by Caleb Tarter puts him 1 more spot safe, and it puts now Sebastian Reist in the danger zone, but he's got a safe gap out back for the moment.
That gap is about 1.5 seconds right now over Alexander Jacoby. So Sebastian Reist on the bubble, but safely on the bubble right now, about a 1.5 second advantage over Alexander Jacoby in 7th. Jacoby's got to get in line now and not race anybody, but try to draft up and close in on Sebastian Reist. But time's going to run out. This is a 10-lap race. They got 2 laps in, 8 laps to go. Right now, Mason Walters carrying the load right now, and we'll see if they race or not. But as you said, Xander, getting too dicey, getting too aggressive when you're in the show in the last chance qualifier is not advisable.
Yeah, right here in the top 4, look at this. Already Walters is going to block a little bit for second into turn number 4. Reagan Seville went through to the lead at the end of last lap, and now that's just going to back them up a little bit. So for all these kids, I think a lot of them probably tunnel vision. Maybe the first time they've had to fight their way into a main event on the national stage. That's not something they would have been used to in the mini or the micro ranks, as we see Tyler Roberts, mini superstar on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, takes over second. Walters drops back to third. They're all still well in the safe zone right now. Nothing to worry about. And Reagan Seville, who had a much better run through the practices than where his heat races showed, is starting to edge away a little bit. That's to be expected in these LCQs. A few drivers that you think would more normally be inside the top 30 or even top 20, but just some DNFs, some bad luck here and there puts them down, and as long as they stay smart with it, they'll be fine. But here we see Alexander Jacoby and Forrest Adams on his bumper saying to Forrest, push me, go forward with me. He had a little shimmy at him, turned to turn number 1. Now Adams is going to go regardless, And Forrest Adams last time by was the fastest driver on the racetrack, Randy. He was 4/10 better than Sebastian Rice. The margin is 1.6 seconds from 7th up to 6th. So we'll see if that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver based out of North Carolina, the Pacific Northwest native, relocated to live nearby GoPro Motorplex with all the action that's been going on the southeastern side of the country with racing. I talked to his father a little bit throughout the weekend. They've been there at least once a week, if not a couple days a week, training, driving, trying to develop him into a junior driver. His last time we saw him on the national stage was in the mini ranks, and now as he'll exit the final turn, we'll see the cross flags in the air. So there's your top 6. Seville the leader over Roberts, Walters, Antonino, Caleb Tartar, Sebastian Rice. Adams that time, he was 1/10 better. It's 1.5 seconds he needs to get to that U-Race Tony Kart. This will help a little bit as they battle again for second. Mason Walters going back by.
The story right now is Forrest Adams. Can he catch Sebastian Rice? He's got 7. There's actually 5 laps to go. We're halfway home right now. He's got about a second and a half to make up. He is about a 10th quicker, but that's not enough. He's got to get a little faster than that if he's going to catch Sebastian Rice. The gap is so great right now, 1.5 seconds difference between 6th and 7th, Sebastian Rice and Forrest Adams. Reagan Seville goes purple, leading the way right now with a 58.135 fast lap. Reagan Seville, your leader.
Yeah, he pulled away that time. This group right here, 3rd, 4th, 5th. John Antonino getting around Tyler Roberts as well. So Roberts back to the 4th spot. Right behind at the end of the grouping there is that LN kart of Caleb Tartar, who started 12th, up 7 spots. He's still safely in the show. But Adams that time, a burner of 57.97. He knocks 3/10 off the gap. He's only 1.1 away from that transfer spot. And now these guys are going to fight again. Tartar goes for 4th. He gets by Tyler Roberts. Roberts is going to answer back. This is going to give the top 3 some separation, but it's going to push these drivers closer to the transfer spot. They're safely in with 4 to go, but the battling going on at the moment. If they fall any further backwards here, if Sebastian Rice gets involved and they start to battle, and then if Forrest Adams can join, which he's gaining ground, they could all of a sudden make it where Forrest could put it from safely in the top 6 to now battling to get into the show or potentially fall out as the 832 machine of Remy Andretos, unfortunately a DNF here. He was not in a transfer spot, but still defeating to not get to run the full distance here in this last chance qualifier as we come to 3 to go.
And that's exactly what Forrest Adams needed, is for the drivers in front of him to race each other, and that gap gets closer and closer. Forrest Adams continues to be the fastest driver in the racetrack. A 1-second gap right now, but with only 3 laps left, it's going to be difficult for Adams to close that gap. But sadly, he's the fastest kart in the racetrack, well-deserving to get into that main event, but not sure he's going to have the time to do it.
Well, and he just made a big bobble there in turn number 4 that time. Went way wide in the braking zone, got loose coming in, and went to the top side. So that's not something he can afford to have happen. That mistake right there could be the difference here of whether or not he catches this group. He was making some headway, like you said, Randy, fastest driver, but he needs some more shuffling. He needs maybe Sebastian Rice to get up and mess with Caleb Tartar to bring them backwards. I thought for a moment at the pace he was going to get there. We're going to come to 2 to go this time. He might just come up a little bit short going that far wide. You get the marbles on the tires. The kart gets a little bit sideways. He'd need to hope for some kind of a penalty at this point. Seville will see the 2 to go. He's safely into the show right now. Walters, Antonino, and Tyler Roberts, who resets fast time, is going to be the quickest. And then Sebastian Rice on your screen on that orange and white U-Race Tony kart is safe as Tyler Roberts passes for 3rd on Antonino. Antonino checks backwards, sees he's got still a healthy gap back to Caleb Tartar, so a change in 3rd once again. Not too important, nothing to worry about here in BBS Race Engines KA Jr. Some of these last chance qualifiers last year were very nasty, to say the least here, Randy, but at least this one so far has been relatively clean, and of course a big reason for that, the top 6 have all been separated since really the end of lap number 2.
Well, exactly, and you mentioned earlier about the bobble.
Big bobble there from Sebastian Rice. He dropped a tire, and just like that, it opens up. Forrest Adams to the inside. That's for the transfer spot. He's got it.
Unbelievable. Just just saying there was a second-and-a-half gap because of the bobble Forrest Adams had. Now Sebastian Rice bobbles, and we've got a race for that transfer spot.
This is going to get crazy. Final lap, 3 drivers battling for the last ticket to the big dance. Down the inside goes Alexander Jacoby on his teammate. He gets through to 7th. Now Forrest Adams just needs to white line it all the way to the finish. He'll go low. Gets a little love tap from behind by Jacoby as they open up for turn number 5 now. Adams stays on the bottom. Jacoby trying to follow him, hoping for a crossover to get back into the race at this point. Forrest Adams, Alexander Jacoby in the middle, and then right behind is Sebastian Rice. Rice had it in the bag. He just made one mistake all race, and now look at Jacoby down the inside. Rice is back into it there as he goes down the back straightaway.
Unbelievable. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway, 2 wide now as they go into the corner, and we've got, looks like, is that Jacoby?
Another crossover. Jacoby went to the inside. He's got the push from his teammate behind. They're going to freight train Adams. And now the final turn. What does that look like for the transfer spot on the final lap? It's going to be a drag race. I think Jacoby's got it. Alexander Jacoby pulls off a stunner, and he's going to make it into the main event.
Alexander Jacoby, who had been running in the 8th position, made the most of the opportunity in those last couple of laps when when Sebastian Rice had the bobble. They closed in on him, and you know what? Jacoby was there, and when the door opened, he ran through it and makes the transfer. So Alexander Jacoby, in the last lap pass, gets the last transfer position. Reagan Seville, Mason Walters, Caleb Tarter, Tyler Roberts, John Antonino, and Alexander Jacoby will be the top 6 drivers to transfer to the main event in KA100 Jr.
So, again, all this unofficial, still waiting for any kind of penalties right there. It looked overall pretty clean. And, again, that's all you can ask for the last chance qualifier. They all know what's on the line, trying to fight their way into the big dance here. And just it goes the way of Alexander Jacoby, who was way out of it, a long ways out. Forrest Adams was making hay and was pulling away from him. He makes a mistake. Then it looks like Sebastian Rice doesn't have to worry. He makes a mistake with coming to 2 laps to go. And then all of a sudden it opens up, and Forrest Adams gets the spot for all of about a couple of corners. And he just left the door open just enough in turn 8, gets by, tried to cross him over at a turn number 9, and it just doesn't work. So Alexander Jacoby finally gets through at the very, very end, a buzzer beater move for him. So we're going to see if we can go downstairs and get a word with Alexander Jacoby after making his way through. Reagan Seville, again, is safely into the show. He wins that one. And then on backwards, Mason Walters gets in. So does Tyler Roberts. So does Caleb Tarter. John Antonino as well. And Jacoby on the final lap gets that transfer spot in the BBS Race Engines KA Junior Division. Again, provisionally, and again as well, there is still a lot to unfold from that one, and that's only one of 2 last chance qualifiers around the same size for the Mike Doty Racing KA100 Seniors. And this one, very much the same with some drivers that have had some speed this week. And you can take a look. Everybody's up on the official spectator catwalk, keeping an eye on what the racing looks like. And I'm sure a lot of drivers already safely locked into the main events is thinking, man, I'm so glad I'm not on the racetrack right now, Randy.
Absolutely. The last thing you want is to have to transfer through the last chance qualifier. And just when we thought everything had settled, one bobble in the 6th place position, and all of a sudden 7th and 8th catch up, and you get a 3-card battle for the transfer, and it was a doozy there those last 2 laps.
Well, with that here, Mike Doty Racing KA100 Sr heads onto the racetrack, and so let's take it to the starting lineup now for the MDR KA Sr last chance qualifier. Alex Feldstein will start on the pole in that Franklin Motorsports OTK. To his outside will be the Arcane Motorsports CRG of Braden Robertson. Joey Botting will start to the inside of row number 2 in the PK Sports North America Sodi Kart. And then you go back from him to his outside, Chris Farino in the Kartworks USA Tony Kart. 2 drivers that had a couple DNFs yesterday that have put them outside of the transfer zone. Mason Surgener will start to the inside of an all Kart Republic row number 3 with MPG Motorsports for him on the inside, and Nikolay Dukov in the Trinity Karting Group KR to the outside lane. Brooke Berry, the Privateer Tony Kart, rolls off in 7th. First driver on the outside looking in to the inside of row 4. To her outside will be the High Five Performance Tony Kart of Tyler Stevens. Then moving to the edge of the top 10, it's Gio Cardone on the inside and Nicholas Maldonado on the outside. He's got his brother Marlon Maldonado right behind him, starting in 11th. Christian Blevins Jr. will complete row number 6 on the outside in 12th, Logan Mueller had a day to forget on Saturday. Keep an eye on the 977 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic there at the top of your screen in that black and yellow helmet. He's got a long way to go forward from 13th, but it's definitely possible. We saw Caleb Tarter make up a lot of spots on the opening circuit. We'll see what Logan can do here on lap 1. Tanner Bunny, Aiden Shimbosh, Spencer Mast, and the big crash from yesterday that crashed into a light pole, Ian Howell, is back on the circuit, ready to get after it in the 934 High Fly Performance Tony Kart. He rolls off shotgun on the field in 17th. Here we go, boys and girls. Who's going to make it in? The final LCQ of the day is underway down to turn number 1.
Good clean start. Everybody headed in the right direction. We got some bumping and grinding there, but nobody off track.
Oh, Braden Robertson in that orange CRG. We got one around. Big contact over out of turn number 3. That was nasty. Oh, man, I don't know if we're going to go red or not, but Joey Botting's got away with the lead in that PK Sports Sodi kart, and Braden Robertson, who started second, is all of a sudden way on the outside looking in. He's fallen back to the edge of the top 10. We stay green for now while the officials and the medical team check out the driver that got involved in that nasty crash. And let's see what this race holds now, because everyone's still together from second on back. Now we're going to look down the order, look at Robertson to the inside of Brooke Berry. That's inside the top 10. He'll get by, and just an update from the driver involved. Driver is up, shaken up, but okay. We stay green.
Boy, that was a tough hit, so I was glad he's okay, but boy, that was it just happened so quickly, and he got bounced out of the cart. But, you know, fortunately for the driver, he's all right. We get the running order. One lap in the books. Joseph Botting, your leader. Mason Surgener second. Nikolai Dukov third. Alex Feldstein, Tyler Stevens, and Chris Farino. That's your top 6.
Oh, look at that. Tyler Stevens was on the outside looking in. Now a double pass coming from Gio Cardone, and Cardone is in. Goes from 7th across the line. He's into 5th. Chris Farino now to the bubble spot. Robertson to 7th, and the big loser in that whole deal was Tyler Stevens. He falls all the way to 8th there behind Robertson. 2 Texans that have a lot of experience racing against each other at the Texas Sprint Racing Series events that you may have seen in 2022, trying to fight their way in, and a fellow Texan and Brooke Berry right behind them in the 9th spot. So Braden Robertson, one of the fastest drivers on the grid here for this one, started second, got pushed to the wayside in turns 1 and 2. Keep an eye on the 974 Arcane Motorsports CRG to dig forward and try to close that gap, because he's got about 5 car lengths right now up the road.
On the bubble right now, the 907 of Chris Farino. A little bit of a gap from Chris back to Braden Robertson in 7th. Gap of about a half a second, or about 5 to 6 kart lengths on the track. A little bit of breathing room, but that can go away real fast depending on what happens in front.
The drivers involved in that crash on lap number 1, Aiden Shimbosh and Nicholas Maldonado. I think Shimbosh was the one that went for the wild ride. Again, he is okay. Now we're going to fight for 5th here. Verino going to get himself 1 spot of insurance. He gets by on Gio Cardone. So Cardone back to 6th. That's going to push him closer to Braden Robertson. Oh, behind them, a little bit of contact. Tyler Stevens fending off a charge from Marlon Maldonado, who hangs back in the 9th spot. Brooke Berry side by side back there with the likes of Logan Mueller, who has not gotten his way forward. Tanner Bunny involved in that fight also, all beyond the transfer spot. Out of the final turn, it'll be 3 down, 7 to go, and Joey Botting's got company up front as well for the lead. Here's the transfer spot headed down to turn number 1.
Braden Robertson, Tyler Stevens, and Marlon Maldonado, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all close enough to pounce on Gio Cardone. So Gio Cardone has no breathing room right now. He can't make a bobble. He can't make a mistake, and quite frankly, he would rather move up to 5th, so he has some insurance, so to speak. Right now, he has no cushion.
Marlon Maldonado giving him some cushion, though. He just dive-bombed Braden Robertson and Tyler Stevens for 7th, and that's going to give a big gap to the leaders as they come out of turn number 9. So now Joey Botting still leading the way. Alex Feldstein's gotten back to 2nd. Mason Surgener is 3rd. Nikolai Dukov 4th. Chris Farino 5th. Then you go back to find Gio Cardone in 6th, and Maldonado, who started at the edge of the top 10, in 11th, is up into the 7th spot in the next one to work his way forward. So you're watching on your screen Marlon Maldonado in that bright white helmet on the Tony kart, P7, hunting down the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic of Gio Cardone.
And you have to wonder the fine line between being aggressive, trying to get up and make some passes when you're chasing down 6th place, and making those moves that causes you to lose more time and create the bigger gap. So it's a tough decision, but the bottom line is with 10 laps, if you've got something to get up front, you've got to use it, and even if it means losing a little time to make the pass, you can at least get dialed back in, hit your marks, and then close in on that next spot.
Well, this top group of four is battling a little bit. They're all safe. Alex Feldstein back to the lead now, Botting back to second. He's got Nikolay Dukov there in third. Dukov going to peek to the inside. He'll go to second now, and the whole pack is coming back together. Tyler Stevens and Braden Robertson following Maldonado forward, and we're going to have a fight once again for the bubble spot here in a few laps. It's only halfway in, halfway home at the line. 5 down, 5 to go. This LCQ with a pack of about 9 at the front of the field could get very, very hairy here in just a moment as they go through turn 1. Here comes Marlon Maldonado, fastest on the racetrack right now. Purple lap that time by. And going into turn 4, blocking and passing going on. Cardoni, look at Maldonado over the curbing, and he's going to try and run him wide. And it looks like Cardoni holds tough, but he'll get crossed over. Maldonado gets the job done, and Marlon Maldonado into the show.
Marlon Maldonado on the charge. He's 5 positions advanced now, which is exactly what you hope to do in the last chance qualifier. So one of the fastest karts on the racetrack, the 919 of Marlon Maldonado.
He just really doored Chris Verino. They are banging side pods down the back straightaway. Verino's on the outside. They're going to line up. He's going to have a tough place to get in line, but he does. And now, Tyler Stevens way wide. Stevens all the way off the racetrack. So Tyler Stevens gets back in line. Where does everybody shake out now here with 4 laps to go? Maldonado is safely in. It is a big lead for Feldstein and Dukov. Battle for third. Botting under fire. That is Surgener to the inside. Crossover. Surgener and Maldonado climbs over him. And now here comes Verino back into the mix. And Surgener is going to lose a couple spots. He goes to the bubble spot.
I think it's safe to say the gloves are off right now with only 3 laps to go. Well, it'll be 3 next time by. This is it. You got to make your move now or you run out of time. So that battle for the transfer spot right now is 3 wide.
Oh, and they're going to make contact, and they're going to get stuck together, and around goes 2 of them. Tyler Stevens goes around, and I think that was Mason Surgener. No, that was Gio Cardone. Gio Cardone as well. Surgener still okay, but now Surgener's on the outside looking in. Maldonado is safe. Braden Robertson still hanging on to 6th there. For the moment, we don't know where the penalties are, but look at the front bumper of that CRG. That might be pushed in. Braden Robertson might have knocked the front bumper in, and that would be a penalty enough that could knock him out of the show.
So obviously anything we see on track and through the results will be unofficial till we see if there's any penalties. But, yeah, it got really aggressive there those last couple laps, and it could end up being some bad news when the drivers cross the scales.
Yeah, I don't know if that's for sure, but it definitely looks loose for Braden Robertson. That'd be a heartbreaker to fight that hard, tooth and nail, to get into that final transfer spot and get knocked out by a pushback bumper penalty. It could put Mason Surgener back into the mix of it, but with 3 laps to go, still anything can happen. Marlon Maldonado and Chris Verino have already traded paint once before. We'll see if they do it again now. They're both safely in, so no need to fight for 4th, boys. You're into the show. There's a big gap out back. Beyond 6, Maldonado checks the margin. He stays in line. He's fought his way into the top 6, bent the side pod a little bit, got us some air time as well. But Marlon Maldonado is into the mix from 11th on the grid. Braden Robertson started 2nd, faded backwards, has got his way up to 6th here with 2 to go. And he's got a gap out back to Mason Surgener, so they're all going to fade a little defensive driving, but for so far so good as they head through turn 3.
Unofficially, if the race were to end now, we've got 2 to go, but a little bit of comfort for those top 6. Alex Feldstein, Nikolay Dukov, Joseph Botting, Chris Verino, Marlon Maldonado, and Braden Robertson would be the 6 drivers to transfer. Outside looking in, Mason Surgener. But again, that's unofficial because we don't know if there will be any penalties that could affect the final positions. But right now, those are the drivers that would transfer unofficially into the main event.
Braden Robertson just made 2 passes in 3 corners. He got by Marlon Maldonado with a little elbow grease, gets by Chris Verino as well, and now he's starting to roll towards Joey Botting for 3rd. He's got to make up as much time as he can here to try and potentially outrun that pushback bumper penalty he's got. So you can see it flapping down. It definitely looks down. He's going to pass another one, gets by Joey Botting for 3rd, but overshoots it a little bit. Botting crosses him over and gets back by. White flag in the air. The battle is 3rd on back. Robertson back on Botting. Turn 1. Gets clear. Here comes Mason Surgener as well. Surgener probably does not know that Braden Robertson's got a pushback, and that could be reversed by video, so it's not a guarantee that Robertson would be out. But by the way they all run here, it's going to be a mad dash to the finish. Robertson on the low side. Look at Surgener getting by on Maldonado. Maldonado, again, probably also thinking he's out of the show if he finishes 7th across the line. So they're going to fight tooth and nail. Gives him a little bumper. Runs him wide there through 6 and 7. Into turn number 8. Surgener goes low to block. Maldonado onto the bumper, coming onto the back straightaway. Everyone's going to go low to block here. Robertson low. Botting high. Verino high. Maldonado all the way around the outside. Trying to hang tough, can't get clear.
Unbelievable racing, and now that top 6 is a top 8, but I don't know if there's enough time. They're coming down now to the left-hander that
Look at that dive bomb, and he takes out Joey Botting. Oh, Marlon Maldonado gets out of the show. He tried to sent it way too hard, and Joey Botting gets spun out of 5th in a transfer spot, and Logan Mueller gets in. Logan Mueller gets in, and you can see the frustration on Joey Botting there. He was in. He was safe the whole race, the entire race, till the final 2 corners. And, here, Joey, think about this, buddy. Be smart. Be smart. Don't get yourself ejected or potentially suspended. But, again, he's so frustrated at Marlon Maldonado. You cannot blame him at all. Marlon, he thought his show was over because he was back to 7th. He sent it in on Mason Surgener, and he went in too deep, just didn't get on the brakes hard enough, and he spins out Joey Botting. Without question, that's going to end up being a penalty for Maldonado, even if the pushback bumper penalty, or any of the way that things fell, even if he was going to get into the show, Maldonado is not going to get in with that move right there. The officials are going to have a close eye on the way that they run through the final corners, so you just a sad deal there for Joey Botting. Such a good run going for him. And can't blame him at all for the frustration, Randy.
No, definitely. He was in the show, and, what are you going to do? I mean, it is racing, but it's maybe a move that didn't need to be made. And certainly 2 drivers that thought they were in the show now aren't. But the benefactor, Logan Mueller, he was outside looking in, and that last turn allowed him to move up to 6. He transfers in unofficially. Alex Feldstein and Nikolai Dukov, Braden Robertson, Chris Farino, Mason Surgener, and Logan Mueller. That's your top 6 unofficial in timing and scoring before any possible penalties that would transfer into the main.
Yeah, again, it's just such a tough position to be in for all these drivers. There's so much pressure, so much stress. The whole weekend builds to this point, and you can see it all just kind of on all of them, including Joey, the highs and lows of motorsport. It can be so cruel. It can take so much from you and give you so much at different points throughout your career. And this is just, again, a product of going for broke and desperation hour racing here of drivers trying to make the most of it. Marlon Maldonado, he had his elbows up. He bent the side pod earlier in the race trying to drive forward. He had a great drive, coming from 11th with good speed. And, again, just one error, one little missed cue, and all of a sudden it goes to the wayside. So now he'll be out, and again, there's a lot of intervention that'll come in that one, so I can't say for certain who are the drivers that are in. I would imagine Alex Feldstein safely in. Nikolai Dukov had a race without any contact. He should be safely in, 1st and 2nd. Braden Robertson crossed the line 3rd. It did look like a pushback, but depending on what that penalty ends up being and depending on other penalties, he may be in or out. Chris Farino, same thing. Mason Surgener, we don't know. Logan Mueller, I don't think he put a wheel wrong all race long, so I think Logan Mueller in 6th should be safe. But then the driver behind him, Tanner Bunny or Spencer Mast, 7 spots, 8 spots gained from last on the grid for both of them in 14th and 14th and 16th. That would be huge. It'd be all the way from the back of the grid to potentially get their way into the MDR KA100 Sr Last Chance qualifier. So lots to unpack from that one. Let's take a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to hear from the official aftermath and both our winners from the KA-LCQs and the drivers that just transferred in on that final bubble spot.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center, and again, we just wrapped up the last chance qualifiers. There's about a 30-minute break or so before the first main event gets underway here at 10:44 a.m. with KA100 Jr. Actually about maybe 35 minutes, almost 40 in total. We'll have the national anthem right at 10:40 before things really get rolling here. Randy and I just watched what was a really clean LCQ for Junior, and a little bit less than that on the ending for KA Senior. Quick update for the paddock. Danilo Ramallo, please report to tech. Danilo Ramallo to tech immediately. But Randy, yeah, just, again, you can understand it. You can rationalize it. It's tough. It's a tough spot to be in. But, you know, if there's anything we did learn, of course, was that there's always, going to be some penalties. There were a lot that just got called in on that KA Senior top six. A lot's going to change for that one. We do know what's official so far for KA100 Jr. And what a drive for Alexander Jacoby. He's standing by with our very own Emery Lida.
Thanks, Sandra. I'm here with Alexander Jacoby. Alexander, you're outside the whole entire race until the last lap, and you're able to get in on a three-way battle. Walk me through that.
Well, I mean, I think the start of the race did not really go as planned. We didn't have the inside row, which was difficult, and we weren't able to get to it. And then I think there was some issues with the car, and it was hard to drive. And then just at the end, I put my head down, and there were some other drivers' misfortunes, and we got into the top six.
Yeah, obviously you and Forrest had quite a ways to make it up to get into that top six. At what point did you think it was possible that you could make the main?
I think definitely when I thought it was possible from the beginning, but I thought that probably with 2 to go, I thought that it was possible if I worked hard enough.
All right, it's a really long race, 26 laps. Unfortunately, you have to start all the way at the back in 46, but obviously a lot of work that you can do in those 26 laps. So what's kind of your approach to being able to make it from the back of the grid?
I think just stay calm, keep my head cold, and just take every lap at a time.
All right, well, Alexander Jacoby, a great run to get himself into the main on the last lap around in the KA Jr LCQ. We'll see him in a few minutes. Back to you guys in the grid.
Thanks, Emery, here. And again, you could hear from Alexander Jacoby. He didn't think he even had a shot till probably about 2 laps to go there, Randy.
Yeah, both last chance qualifiers kind of sucked us into, this is fine, everything's settled, and then those last couple laps, it was just chaos. And that's really, in the beginning, what we kind of expected eventually would happen, because these drivers are trying to make the show, and these classes were so big that not everybody gets a shot at starting. But I liked his attitude about, you take it one lap at a time, and just keep your head together. And from starting in 46, that's exactly what you have to do, because there's a long way up front. But if you stay clean, you will advance a lot, because there will be drivers that don't stay clean. We have a lot of attrition in classes that size, so you have the ability to move up just by keeping clean and staying out of trouble.
Yeah, there is so much of that. Again, we think I think at least probably 2 or 3 drivers that were outside the top 6 are going to get promoted into the main event just through all the attrition, right, between bumper penalties, avoidable contact penalties, and then just the natural, way the race flows with crashes all throughout. So if you can just keep all the wheels underneath you and keep moving forward, and you have some good speed, you can contend to get yourself into the big dance. So again, 10:44 a.m. will be the drop of the green flag for KA Jr. For those of you waiting, we've got a poll going on for the first of our 3 senior classes to come to see which of the two, especially for the 2 headline divisions, for Pro Shifter. Right now, the driver leading the poll of who the fans think is going to win, Danny Formel by 40%. 37% of you guys have AJ Myers as your pick. 23% have Marion Kremers in that PSL Karting Bureau Art taking the win in Pro Shifter. That'll be the second main event to hit the racetrack here this weekend. Micro Swift goes out third. KA Senior in fourth. X30 Jr in fifth, KA Masters, Mini Swift, and the X30 Pro Senior. Again, the live coverage continues in just a little bit. We're going to go quiet on the airwaves, but if you want to keep it on your screen, we'll be talking to some of those last chance qualifier drivers that have transferred in, and maybe some of those that didn't transfer as well, to get everybody's thoughts and aftermath on that last chance race. Let's go ahead and send it on back down trackside to get a little bit more here from Emery down on pit lane. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Logan Mueller. Logan, last spot in the main event provisionally. It did not look like that was going to happen. You guys opted not to go on new tires. Walk me through your race and just how you finally managed to get it into the main.
Well, I'll be honest. After, by turn 3, we were 4-wheeling and hopping like crazy through the dirt. So I was counting myself out by far. Definitely laid down a little bit. As far as the old tires into the LCQ, I didn't see a reason to use new tires, cook them in the LCQ, just to have to start 41st on already scuffed tires. I mean, that's just unlevel playing field. So at least the gamble paid off. I mean, I was definitely looking forward to that. As far as this qualifying, I have no idea what happened there. I mean, I had little hope. They all started bunching up, so, I tucked in a little bit, hoping for the best, and then a miracle. I don't know. That was beautiful.
All right, and obviously a rough weekend for you so far. I mean, 3 heats, seemed like you had trouble and just fought every single one. Does it feel good to finally be kind of on the other side of it?
Yeah, I mean, kind of got down one hill looking up at a really big hill now going into the final, but I don't know. It's good to have a little bit of positivity after a little bit of a rough weekend like this, so head's a little higher than it was, I guess.
All right, 26-lap main event around this track. That feels kind of like an eternity. Any thoughts on that?
God, I hope I'm in shape still. It's been a long time since I've had like a full 25-lap final. I mean, it's definitely going to be a war of attrition. I'm going to be surprised if a quarter of the field doesn't wreck out, honestly, with how this weekend's been going. It's going to be rough, but just keep my head down, chug through it, I guess.
All right, Logan Mueller sneaks into the main event through a little bit of fortune, but it all pays off. He'll be on new tires starting from the back of the grid in the final. Back to you guys.
That's, of course, an option. Those drivers have that second set of MG tires to use at their discretion. And cool to see finally a big smile on Logan Mueller's face. You could tell through the interview just how stoked he is to be into the show. It means so much to everybody here. You put so much work in through the winter, through testing, through the week, and some even last weekend coming early to Orlando. There's so much effort on all fronts, from the race teams to the independents to, again, on working on the mechanical side, on tuning the go-kart, building your engines up. And then it's a long haul. I mean, for so many drivers here from around the world, from all across North America, to make your way to Orlando Kart Center could mean a couple flights, a full day of travel in a car or 2, and you make it all worth it, and you get yourself into the main event here this afternoon. So that's going to be a big sigh of relief, I'm sure, as well for Logan Mueller and the Trinity Karting Group camp. They've got potentially him and Nikolay Dukov into the show, which were, I think, their only 2 entries in that last chance qualifier for KA Senior. So their entire KA Senior roster should be provisionally into the main. We'll wait for more results and more info to come as we try to get some more from that KA Senior aftermath. Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center, ladies and gentlemen. It's finally time. Main event action for the opening round of the US Pro Kart Series. 46 drivers. Took us a total of 3 days, beginning with qualifying and happy hour on Friday afternoon. 3 rounds of heat races yesterday, and you just watched, if you've been tuned in all morning, the last chance qualifier to fill the final 6 spots in this capped out full capacity grid for BBS Race Engines KA100 Jr. Myself, Xander Clemens, up here with the voice of the US Pro Kart Series, Randy Kugler alongside me, and we're going to take you through the starting lineup here as the field begins to make its way around the racetrack. Stephen Miller, a phenomenal day on Saturday after qualifying on the pole overall, will lead your field to the green. We move on from Stephen Miller in that 873 Chad Dockett Racing Kart Republic. To the outside of him, it's the Motaz Sport Paralyn of Enzo Vidmontien. Row number 2, it'll be the RPG Cosmic of Ernesto Rivera and the Team Zanella Tony Kart of Leonardo Scorpioni. Eli Warren has slowly chipped away at the gap over the course of the weekend. He'll roll off on the inside of row 3 and 5th. And that Jimmy Simpson Racing Red Speed to his outside, the Orsolon Racing Black and Green Tony Kart of Sebastian Garzone. Fernando Luque will roll off to the inside of row number 4 in that Super Tune USA Tony Kart to his outside, Graham Tremmel in the Arcade Motorsports OTK. Landon Skinner has had a couple good heat races. He rolls off in 9th on the inside of row number 5 to his outside, Teddy Musella, the Orlando, Florida native, looking for a good run here on home turf with a lot of friends and family in attendance today. Chase Buscaglia will roll off to the inside of row number 6 in that GWR Red Speed to his outside, Oliver Weldon in the JC Karting Hot Wheels Racing Lando Norris kart. Row number 7 will find Max Taylor in the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic to his outside, Christopher Aitken on the Zanella Tony kart. Max Weiland had probably the most fun and energetic interview we've seen all weekend, and that high energy, Randy, he's still got it here today. He rolls off 15th here. He said, you know what? It's a long race. I just got to make it through turn number 1, and I can have a good finish. That Magic Kart driver rolls off to the inside of Cameron Brinkman in that bright yellow and blue Lando Norris kart for Brandon Jarsakrak and Mike Doty Racing. Then it'll be Justin Music, Jackson Wolney, Walter Jenkins IV, and Diego Guillo, your top 20. A 46-driver packed house, capped off by that LCQ run by Alexander Jacoby to get himself into the big dance. 26 laps, 46 drivers, the first of our 8 divisions to run here today, and they're formed in the tram lines. Let's go racing, boys and girls. For the first time in 2023, we're green down at turn number 1.
Good clean start in the front of the pack. We'll see how it sorts out towards the back. We're 5 wide through the second turn. We got a couple in the barriers. Everybody's still under power. Nope, we've got one out.
Yeah, one off the racetrack over there. That is going to be the 830 machine. One of the Cosmic entries starting a little bit further down the order. Eric Questo started 33rd, is out. But what a great start for Enzo Vidmontien from the outside lane. He leads your field through the sweeper for the very first time in that red and white Paralyn. You go back here. What a start for Chase Buscaglia as well, into the top 6 already in that bright yellow and red suit. Headed down the back straight with Max Taylor in tow. So it's Vidmontien over Stephen Miller, Rivera, Scorpioni. Taylor's going to go for one more as we got problems for David Ibarra in turn 7. But we're clean up front in a 4-driver breakaway beginning this 26-lap main event for BBS Race Engines KA100 Jr. We got a bet going on here for myself and Stephen Miller. Caught him on the grid. He said, I got the Casey hat going on. What will it take for a T-shirt? I said, well, you win one of your 2 junior mains today. I'll give you a T-shirt there, Steven. Let's see if he can get it done. The Chad Dockett Racing KR runs second. Lap 1 complete here. And again, your top 4 breaking away. And here goes Miller back to the lead in turn 4. He'll bring Ernesto Rivera all along with him.
Stephen Miller's been strong all weekend, and he's back in front now. Had a front row starting spot, but didn't get the start he wanted. But now he's found his way back to the point, and we'll see if he can gap the field a little bit. Vidmontien is right behind him, along with Ernesto Rivera. And those have been the class of the field all weekend long. 4-card breakaway right now with Leonardo Scorpioni with that lead group as they've broken away now. Roughly about 5 kart lengths over 5th place Max Taylor. Through the top 10, we've got Eli Warren in 6th, Chase Buscaglia in 7th, Fernando Luque, Graham Trammell, and Landon Skinner, your top 10.
They'll head out of the final turn here to put 2 down and 24 laps to go. This is definitely a marathon race. They've been used to sprint racing all the way through the weekend here, Randy. Short 7 to 8 minute practice sessions, 12 laps for the heat race. It's tough as a driver to go from racing in one mentality all through the week and then running more than double for your main event at the end of the weekend.
Well, you save your tires, you save the engine, and you save yourself. you can't wear yourself out early because you got to have something towards the end, and you certainly have to have the tires.
Yeah, and right there, a lot of give and take, but still a lot more take than give for Enzo Vidmontien and Stephen Miller. We're not calling the passing all too excited yet because this shuffling isn't super important as Vidmontien goes back to the lead, Miller back on him. But again, at this point in the race here, boys, you don't need to go for it. At the same time, if everybody else is fighting all around you, you have to get in the fight or you're going to keep getting passed. We talk about momentum a lot in these races here. There's obviously momentum from a driving perspective, but there's also like kind of almost mental momentum between the drivers. If you see someone in front of you getting passed continually, you're going to naturally assume that driver is slow and you need to pass them as well. And so there's this method of what we like to call fighting backwards momentum. In the case Enzo Vidmontien, he's the one that's got backwards momentum right now. He just went from the lead back to fourth. So if he had another driver back in fifth, he'd have to go. And it looked like he was looking for third, but Leo Scorpioni went low to block. And now Ernesto Rivera has gone through to the lead.
And what this has done is it's brought that second group back to the lead group. So now instead of 4, we've got about 10 in that lead group. And that is really not what they wanted. They really need to behave themselves a little bit, but I don't think they're going to as they're too wide once again through turn 4.
And Rivera dropping a tire in the grass by accident. But again, Vidmontien going into third there. A little shimmy in the braking zone by Ernesto Rivera. And right now, with the dirt on the tires, he had that mistake in turn number 8, and it cost him in turn 9. And it's given Stephen Miller the biggest lead we've seen all race of about probably half a second as they come out of the final turn. So they'll cross the line now. 4 laps down, 22 to go, and oh my goodness, that line of go-karts goes all the way back to Eli Warren in 11th at the moment here, Randy, and they're going to go side by side for second. Miller's lead's going to improve as Vidmontien goes to P2.
The more they race behind Miller, the bigger the gap's going to get as we're 3 wide again through turn 2, and they want to get that position so they can chase Miller down, but the bottom line is the more they race, the more 2 wide, the more overtakes, the more crossovers. It's just a recipe for that gap to just increase for Stephen Miller. We've seen that all weekend. If he can get some clean racetrack and just get moving, he gaps the field, and right now he's in the process of doing that.
Yeah, a lot of 100cc mini and micro racing is less about speed at this point in the pack at the front. It's more about, again, deciding when to make your move and when not to. Everybody's fast. Everybody, for the most part, in the top 10, if they're in the draft or if they're close to another fast driver, can match them stride for stride. The difference is at some point, someone's got to blink. Someone's got to decide, all right, you know what, let me put my ego in check. I'll follow this guy. I may want to pass him. I may think I'm better than he is, but you know what? If he's as good as I am realistically, like what Leo Scorpioni's doing right now behind Enzo Vidmontien, then let's just go catch him again, and then we'll get up to the leader. As they battle further back here, this is just kind of dog-eat-dog at the moment. Down the inside, that was one of the RPG Cosmics, the 834 of Ernesto Rivera going back to get around Chase Buscaglia. So he retakes the 5th position after losing it a corner prior. And then Buscaglia right there, this group again all the way back to Eli Warren, and joining in as well is Sebastian Garzone, who's fallen back quite a bit from his 6th place starting spot to 12th. So into turn 9 for the first time in a moment. They are not passing up here in this pack, and that's going to help them track down Stephen Miller, and especially it's going to help because Fernando Luque has gotten some separation. Scorpioni and Vidmontien are moving forward. These guys have finally realized the leaders are pulling away, and again realizing as well the driver in front of them is really not that slow. It's kind of almost like a fantasy when you pull up on a driver in the draft-dependent classes like the 100cc and mini micro divisions where you pull up to them on the straightaway and you're like, oh man, I'm so much faster than him. But really, it's the slipstream effect. You're probably the same pace as him, and if you pass, you're giving up 3/10, but if you just push him or you just follow in the wake, you're going to get there and probably not have to push your tires as hard if you let him tow you through or drive the line through the corners and just tow you along down the straightaways.
And it's about discipline and patience, and you've got to exercise that with a race this long. But Vidmontien and Scorpioni have closed the gap a little bit on Stephen Miller.
And now they've gone through. So Enzo Vidmontien in that red and white Paralin now leads the way for Team Motaz Sport. Chad Dawkin Racing's Kart Republic in the white and orange and blue suit, that's Stephen Miller. The black and yellow machine, that's Team Zanella's Leonardo Scorpioni. 1, 2, 3. Fernando Luque on that Super Tuned Tony kart making his way up the order. Started 7th. Currently runs in 4th in that 825 machine. So he'll close the gap a little if they pass again. If they stay single file, they won't, but they're going to go again. So that'll bring Luque into it as Miller goes back to the lead and blocks the low side into turn number 5.
Miller doesn't want to run second. He feels like he's faster if he's in the front. So we'll see if he can gap him now. But, you know, they're close enough, I think they can stay in line. Will they race? Because I think the more they race, the more they get company, the more they bring more guests to the party, so to speak, and they're racing.
Yeah, they're going at it. But at the same time, they saw Ernesto Rivera with them in the opening laps, and then Rivera's now been playing catch-up the last few times back in 5th. So if everybody around you is going to pass, you have to pass, or you'll be like Ernesto Rivera and fall back outside that lead group. Thankfully, they've continued to race up front. Miller back to the lead, Scorpioni to second, and Rivera has been able to catch back up to them. But if you're the only one driving smart and everyone around you is, for lack of a better word, driving kind of stupid, then you're going to go backwards, and they're going to stay racing for the lead. As we see a Scorpioni now to the point. Vidmontien to second. Luque third, looking for second. They're going to go 3 wide for the lead. That's going to be tight, boys and girls. Miller's going to run Vidmontien a little bit wide, and Fernando Luque takes over the top spot with Miller to second. Vidmontien to third, and Leo Scorpioni. He's the one with that backwards momentum now. He's got to worry about other drivers trying to slip by him as he tries to dig his way back out of the hole in 5th. So let's see what he does. Turn 8. They all cover it low. Teddy Musella gets up and over on Chase Buscaglia trying to move forward. And now they're both going to lose a lot of time. And Musella's on the outside as, little shimmy there from Vidmontien. I don't know if I like that too much in the braking zone, but Rivera gets by cleanly. And look how far back Buscaglia goes with that one mistimed, just awkward pass trying to hang on with Teddy Musella. They both fall way back, and there's more shuffling there. So that's the one risk you run is you go to pass a driver. They don't want to get past. You guys make contact, and you both become the big losers in the situation.
Well, exactly. You miss one corner or you come together like they did, and it may take you 5 or 6 laps just to regain what you lost. If you can regain what you lost, sometimes you just lose it and you never get it back.
Well, now Leo Scorpioni and Enzo Vidmontien dueling it out there for 4th. That's going to shuffle again. Vidmontien goes back into P4. And the top 3 have separated a little bit. Fernando Luque towing the line right now out in front over Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera. And if Vidmontien and Leo Scorpioni don't settle their differences right now, those top 3 could get away. So into turn number 9, Miller is going to make it easy on him. He'll go by for the lead into turn number 9.
And let's give a call out to Max Taylor. Started in 13th position. He's already worked his way up to 6th, and he's closing in on Scorpioni for 5th. So Max Taylor on the charge as well. He might have something to say before this is over.
Yeah, smart driving from Max Taylor there that time as they come across the start-finish line straight. Stephen Miller leads them to turn number 1, and the 3-car group stays single file through 1 and 2. We'll watch them coming out of 2, 3, over to turn number 4. Vidmontien and Scorpioni still there, battling for the lead again. There goes Luque down the inside. Rivera falls to second. Now Rivera to the lead into turn number 5 again. Just at the moment when you think they might break away, they pass each other and they slow each other down, and it becomes a wide-open race here as the field works its way over through turn 7 and 8 now, with Rivera going a little narrow through 8. And thankfully for those beyond the top 3, they're battling for the lead. Has brought Vidmontien back into it. He's brought Leo Scorpioni back into it, and Miller's going to go to the lead and keep it there. Now, again, Stephen Miller, he knows they all want to pass, so he's got to pass as well. He has stayed inside the top 3 all race long. He's the only one that has not faded outside that top 3 zone, and that's because he's continued to pass for the lead. Might be frustrating for those around him, but it is the smartest strategy if everyone's going to battle is to just keep holding on to the lead. So this is, again, the fight for the top spot. Stephen Miller, Fernando Luque, Ernesto Rivera, 1-3-2 as they head down to turn 4, and Rivera's going to go to the point.
Again, racing up front side by side, and Max Taylor inches closer, trying to get into that lead group, and he's bringing about 4 drivers with him. Max Taylor, Landon Skinner, Teddy Musella, and Sebastian Garzon all in that second group, and they're trying to close that gap to where you've got a 9-car battle for the front, and we're just about there. Right now, Rivera ahead of Miller, but he's got Luque, Vidmontien, and Scorpioni all together in that 5-car draft. But as you can see on the screen, the second group is now caught up, and 6th place is now on the rear bumper. Max Taylor chasing down Leonardo Scorpioni.
Yeah, so he's going to get there. Well, he got passed actually by Landon Skinner, surprisingly enough. Landon Skinner up 3 spots now from 9th on the grid in that Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Tony kart. So he's at the end of that train in that bright white cue ball helmet. And they'll head down to turn number 1 again, another lap down, 12 down, 14 to go. It'll be halfway in, halfway home next time by for Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera, and Luque. Here comes Fernando Luque back to the lead. Miller will follow through turn 4. So we're seeing that move a lot where when the driver on the outside has to give way, if they're lined up, he'll lose 2, sometimes 3 spots by the time they get over to turn number 5 before he can find a gap.
Yeah, not the place you want to be in the outside of that corner because there's been so much passing nearly every lap in this race. And here we go again. Once again, it passes. It looks like Stephen Miller back up front.
But this is where it gets awkward. Vidmontien tried on Rivera. He hopped over the curb, hurt his momentum, and now Leo Scorpioni and Landon Skinner will go by. And Sebastian Garzone is working his way into frame as Taylor starts to slip a little further backwards. So Max Taylor was on a charge forward. Now he's fading just a touch. And across the line, the halfway signal will be given by head flagman Porter Wiesensenzel. And here we go. RPG teammates back behind. Taylor slipping back just a little. He's got drivers thinking that he's a little bit slower, so his teammate Teddy Musella was trying to get around him. And they've spaced out for the moment. Let's see what Luque decides to do. Well, he wants to go to the lead. I thought that time he might have passed for it. He did not. And big contact, and Landon Skinner gets knocked in a full 360. And Landon Skinner, making wheel-to-wheel contact with Enzo Vidmontien, falls out of the pack.
Yeah, tough break there. We do have a two-car breakaway, though. Miller and Luque trying to stay in line and gap that third spot with Ernesto Rivera, but not going to have it. That third and fourth, Rivera and Escorpioni closing back in, so it's a four-car break with fifth place. Enzo Vidmontien trying not to lose that draft, not to lose the top four, but right now those top four starting to break away a little bit on the rest of the field.
Yeah, they are definitely breaking away a little bit. Vidmontien's got a long road forward there with that contact he had with Landon Skinner. They both lost a lot. Vidmontien down to 9th, Skinner falling all the way down to the 12th spot. Further back actually. Landon Skinner crosses the line down in 15th, 8 seconds away from the leaders as Miller goes by. Scorpioni follows. It's not over for either one of them. Vidmontien could get back there. It'd be a longer road for Landon Skinner, but a spin and win could be possible if they keep fighting for the lead like this. Miller shuts the door on Scorpioni, holds the lead for now, and now Luque is going to take advantage in turn number 8.
And a call out to Luque, who's advanced 6 spots, started in 7th, and now he's vying for the lead. He's running up to 2nd now, but you've also got Teddy Musella and Max Taylor that have moved up well in the first half of this one. We're actually just through the halfway mark. 12 laps to go, 14 laps in the books, and Fernando Luque and Stephen Miller fighting it out for the top spot.
So let's see if they close back in here. Luque's going to get a big run down this front straightaway to Stephen Miller's bumper. Almost enough to maybe make a dive in turn 1. I think he's going to go right here in turn number 4, Randy, if I had to bet right now. He's got a close enough run at him. He's got people behind, and there he goes inside. Scorpioni follows. Problems for Sebastian Garzone. Got the front bumper, I think, caught behind the front tire. No, he popped a chain. Sebastian Garzone is out. He hit the curb a little bit too hard at an awkward angle, and the Orsolone Tony car driver just worked his way into the top 5 after a bad start, and his day is done. Rivera gets through there for 3rd.
26 laps is an endurance. It's not just a sprint by any means, and you've got to hit your marks. You can't have a bobble like that, and it's unfortunate for Garzone. He was having a good run, but again, you hit that curbing just the wrong way, the chain pops, and you're out of the event.
Well, here they go to the inside for the lead. Scorpioni on Fernando Luque. He gets by as we cross the start-finish line straightaway. Leonardo Scorpioni leads the way down to turn number 1. Luque 2nd, Miller 3rd. Then Rivera, then Teddy Musella. Remember, Musella again got into it early, had to spend the last few laps catching up. Little bobble in 4, but this will help him. Luque to the lead, Miller back to 2nd, and now Leo Scorpioni runs in 3rd. And this race, I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon, Randy. I think they're going to keep throwing haymakers at each other, and it's only going to get nasty. It looks great right now. That's because they're all content to give. When they get to the 2-to-go signal, there will be no giving at all. They'll be going at it.
And we're inside of 10 laps to go next time by. It'll be 9 to go, and we've now got a 6-car breakaway. And looks like a Miller to the inside makes the pass on Scorpioni and takes over the top spot. Scorpioni back to 2nd. They cross the line. Stephen Miller has been strong all weekend, and right now Miller leads that pack of about 6 as they've broken away from the rest of the field. Eli Warren in 7th, about a second and a half back from those top 6. So the top 6 right now want to settle it amongst themselves. They'll be we've got, 17 laps in the books. It'll be 9 laps to go, 8 laps to go next time by. And again, it's another change for the lead. Looks like Luque back now in front as Miller gets shuffled back.
And he answers quickly there on Leo Scorpioni there that time by. So Leonardo Scorpioni back to 3rd. Still got Rivera right there looking for 3rd. Turn 8, getting a little bit tighter now as Musella tries to go. He's got Max Taylor Where did Taylor come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from again? He's back in the mix. Chase Buscalia is back into it as well. Then Eli Warren, unfortunately here for Landon Skinner, the long road forward has not gotten any easier. He's still 6 to 7 seconds away from this pack. Needs a lot more to go down for him to get back into the top 10. But at the line, Luke will see 8 laps remaining. Miller on his tail.
8 laps to go. A little bit of a breakaway for Fernando Luque and Stephen Miller. And if those two would just settle right now and not race each other, they might be able to keep that gap, but they're not going to do that. They always get to that turn 4. They got to make that move. They both want to lead, and that desire to lead this early in the race, even though there's 8 laps to go, it's still early, brings that second group right back up and closes that gap. And they really need to try to gap a little bit and then stay in line for a few laps to try to gain some ground, but not going to happen there again. And we got Miller getting shuffled all the way back to 3rd.
So Stephen Miller falls further and further back down the order. Here comes Rivera to the inside. They're going to go 3 wide for the lead. That's tight, boys. Hang on to it. Stephen Miller gets the lead, and they're 2 abreast coming out of turn number 9. Escorpione all the way back. Oh, man, that got hairy.
Explain to me, Xander, how they were 3 wide entering the corner, and somehow they all got single file when they come out. I don't know how that happened, but they were literally 3 wide going into the corner.
And they were touching tires. That got ugly, and it could have gotten a lot uglier. Miller and it looked like Scorpione were nearly about to tire touch each other and then spin out. And now Teddy Musella to the lead for the first time. The hometown kid leads the way. Rivera's under fire. Luque gets through. Fernando Luque back to the point in 3rd, Miller 2nd, and out front, Teddy Musella continues to lead.
What a run by Teddy Musella. Started in 12th position, now has the point. Well, did have it, but Stephen Miller says, no. I really want to lead. You guys don't seem to understand. I want to be the driver up front, and he takes the lead back over Teddy Musella.
7 laps to go, 6 this time. Max Taylor crossover on a Scorpione. He gets back by him. That is for 6th. In the red speed there. What about Chase Buscalia? He's watching this battle as Musella retakes the lead. Miller back to 2nd. 6 to go across the line as the field works its way down to turn number 1. Miller back to the lead. Musella's going to lose 1, 2, 3. And is he going to lose the 4th spot? No, he hangs on to P4, just barely. Jumps the curbing there in turn number 4.
That kart was sideways coming off of turn 4. He gathered it back up and didn't lose any more spots. I don't know how he saved it, but he did. He had the kart sideways coming off the track.
Well, we got KA Jr on the racetrack. A driver with a lot of KA Senior experience. Coming up next in Pro Shifter is Gavin Bailiff. He's down trackside here for some pre-race coverage as we go side by side and side by side for the lead. Luque, your new leader. Crossover from Miller.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, here with Gavin Bailiff. Gavin rolling off P6 here in the final. It's just been a progressively getting better and better weekend for you overall. Walk me through how your weekend's been as a whole and what changes you made from Heat 3 to the final now.
It's been good. Lots of changes had to be made. We're still trying to figure out the kart, get it rolling better. I'm still obviously learning some of the shifter stuff. Made a seat change, actually, for the final, so we'll see how it goes. It was good in morning warm-up. I think we've got the pace to be there.
Awesome. Thanks, Gavin.
Gavin Bailiff again, watching a little bit of what's going on in KA Jr. He's got some teammates running in this one. Unfortunately, no TKGKRs in the lead group, but man, oh man, has this lead group gotten bigger again. It goes all the way back to Eli Warren there on the Jimmy Simpson Racing red speed in the 8th spot. Rivera, your leader. Then Stephen Miller, then Fernando Luque. Then you go to the GWR red speed at Chase Buscalia. Back to Max Taylor in the 5th spot. And all the way down the order here as we watch them go down to turn number 9. Oh, it gets contact, and Miller and Rivera going to lose a spot each. Luque to the lead with a great crossover. 4 to go this time by, and the elbows are coming out. We'll go side by side for one more moment down to Alexander Searle on pit lane.
Thanks, Andrew. You're here with Vincenzo Saraceno. Vincenzo, it's been an up and down weekend for you, right? You don't really seem to have the pace that we kind of expected. Is that just a result of, the incident you had in PK?
Yeah, that's what we think it is because, I got hit once in PK in the main event and then one time myself, totally my fault. And just since then, the chassis hasn't been the same. But I was also having some transmission problems the other day with my main engine that I was going to use for the final. So I've been running the backup since Friday evening, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Damage limitation at this point.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, Vincenzo Saraceno, everybody, rolling off P10 for the Pro Shifter final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alexander. We're going to go all the way to the end of this one now. 3 laps to go at the line. A 3-driver breakaway thanks to the battling led by Max Taylor now, that second group for 4th on back. Here we go. Rivera, 4 wheels up and over the curbing. He takes the lead. 3 laps left. 3 drivers, 3 different teams, 3 different chassis brands going at it for the win in KA Jr. Luque, with help from Miller, goes wide. Miller throws a little hand up saying, hey, sorry about that. I might have pushed you a little bit too deep into turn number 1.
That second group has to dial it in and close up now, or it's over for them. It'll be a 3-car battle. But the way they're racing up front, it wouldn't surprise me if that second group gets sucked back in to that top 3, and we could still have a 7-car battle. But right now, it's Stephen Miller trying to hang on for these last 3 laps, and he's got Luque underneath him, makes the pass. Miller back to the outside, side by side down the straight. Who's it going to be in the next turn? Miller to the inside, and it's 3 wide now as Rivera takes the top spot, and boy, just as you call it, it changes. They're just nonstop.
Yeah, Fernando Luque back there nearly crashing behind him there for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Musella gets the bumper from his Scorpione. Now look at that. The Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Carter, Diego Guillo, started back in 21st. He's up into the top 10 and safely there as they battle with 2 to go. Rivera the back to the lead. Luque second, Miller third, Max Taylor up to 4th now as they head for turn 4, and a bump and run from Stephen Miller. He gives it to Luque. Let's see, does he get it back there? Luque is going to open up, and on he moves Rivera out of the way. Here comes Fernando Luque around the outside. They're going to go 2 by 2. And I think, again, Stephen Miller, he's got to be careful. It's a bump and run for a reason. I don't think he'll be able to run away from that one. And Rivera gives it back to him in turn number 8.
Is that re-gifting? Is that what that was?
Yeah, a little repackaging. Hey, you got me this for last Christmas. Let me give it for you here for this one.
That seems only fair.
Oh, man, are they slow in turn 9? Miller's going to cross over a couple. He's side by side. Luque lets him get in behind him. Taylor backs off. And now have they settled their differences? We're going to go one more lap around Orlando. Down the inside goes Rivera to block, and they're all stacked up behind him.
Boy, you talk about protecting. He was just locking at the fishtailing into the corner, but he kept his line, came out with enough speed to keep the spot. So Rivera hanging on, gets through that first challenge of that right-hander where nobody got him there. He's trying to keep that low line and protect, but he's still got about a half a lap to hang on to that spot.
Ernesto Rivera has had a banner year dating back to last season at the SCUSA Super Nationals. Got his first career national win there. Now he tries to get another one in the books after a solid winter season. The first main event of the US Pro Kart Series. He's got a 2-car length lead down the backstretch. Goes low to block into 9. I think he might have been okay, but he wants to make sure of it. Luque will now be on the bumper. We've seen him get the bumper out. Will they do it? Final turn, over the curbing, last corner, Rivera low. Luque opens up, tries to cross him over. He's not going to get there. Ernesto Rivera with the run to the line, wins in KA Jr.
What a finish. And Stephen Miller, who had been to the point most of the race, winds up back in 3rd. So anybody's racing that one, but what a run by Ernesto Rivera.
Yeah, what a run there, and for all the contact that was going on, the second to last lap was honestly more chaotic than the last lap, Randy.
The last lap, they stayed pretty clean. I was a little surprised, and I think they wanted to make sure, number one, that they don't get, it's not too obvious and they get a penalty, but secondly, put themselves out. They still want a good finish, but I think also that Rivera ran clean and protected. I was really impressed the way he protected low because he just kind of locked everybody up, and then he got the first shot off the corner to keep the gap that he needed. And those last couple corners, they weren't close enough to do anything.
No, they were not. All the way from pretty much turn 5 on, Rivera was good. And even though they were kind of borderline of whether or not they could dive bomb him in turn 9, that turn 9 braking zone is so long. Again, that hairpin at the far left corner of your screen, Randy, it's the tightest hairpin we visit out of any major national championship in the United States. It is so tricky, and you can pass from so far back. When you talk about deep passes, well, that, of course, leads us right into a class that's got front brakes, and they can do a lot of deep passing here. Pro Shifter getting set to go, and A.J. Myers in the Factory Magic Kart will lead the field off after sweeping the heat races yesterday. There's Marian Kremers suiting up in that PSL Karting Factory Bureau art. He's getting set, locked, and loaded. He's had, well, it looked like what could have been maybe a little better results in the heat races, but he was consistent, and then he gave AJ a good run for his money there in the final heat of the day. How about Karol Paszewicz hanging out on the fence line? He seems in pretty good spirits. Nerves not too high for the rookie in his Pro Shifter debut. And then to his inside, there is the big man, Danny Formal, in that Rawlison Performance Group Cosmic, trying to make history here and be the first one of the 20s, the first one in probably over half a decade to bring a Pro Shifter win to an OTK machine. Back on the outside of row number 3, there we talked to Gavin Bailiff right before this. Major changes, a seat change, changing the stiffness of the seat or going to a different brand. That's one of the biggest adjustments you can make in karting, and he's made that here for the final to find some more speed. Behind him, Colin Daly, the flying Jamaican, will roll off in 8th on that DR Racing North America factory DR kart. He's been making some strides, showed some good speed at the end of the day in heat number 3. And to the inside of row 3, how about Hunter Pickett in that Muscle Milk Poland Designs, PSL Karting, and Jim Weed, Factory Bureau Large. You can see his mechanic right behind there, him there, getting set to push him off on the grid. And Hunter, I'm sure he's probably got his wife and his son watching at home. He's done an awesome job all week to stay inside the top 5 and put probably the most consistent runs of anyone together of where he's run through the weekend. A good start for Hunter could get him maybe on to the box. Behind Hunter Pickett rolling off in his first ever Pro Shifter start, I believe, looking there. Should be, no, that's going to be Giorgio Carrara, sorry, the Factory International Motorsport Lenzo kart driver. Behind him, then we get to rookie Justin White in the Kartworks USA Magic Kart, rolling off in 9th. To his outside will be Vincenzo Saraceno in that TB kart, and we got problems on the grid for the track owner. Andre Martins on the Orlando Kart Center livery Tony kart is struggling to get out of the box. I think they've figured it out. Let's see if they can get him rolling. They're trying, and there he goes. So he's going to get to join this one.
Field warming up their tires right now, just getting shape and formation. But it's going to be a doozy. We've had some good runs all weekend long for the shifters.
We have here, and we're going to get one of our Pro Shifter drivers to come and join us. Josh Conker will join me here in the booth to help me call this one, give Randy a little bit of a break on the airwaves, and to give you an idea of who you've got for the win. Well, fans, we had you guys vote on the live stream. A.J. Myers right now, your projected winner from the poll, just by 1%. 37% of you saying it's going to be the Magic Kart Factory driver, trying to gain back a national #1 plate. He's got 2 chances this year with the US Pro Kart Series adding Pro Shifter and the SCUSA Pro Tour. Your second highest pick for the Pro Shifter main event winner, Danny Formal. And what a day it would be if Rawlison Performance Group could get, as he mentioned, their first ever Pro Shifter or Pro level gearbox division win on the national stage. It will be massive here. Josh, again, you, like Danny, trying to bring a brand back to the forefront here of national level racing with the Maranello for Carbolos Racing. Speaking, of course, as a driver, it's always huge to get that first Pro National win. You got to experience that in January, but you also got to bring that to a chassis brand and to a race team that had not experienced that before. How cool is that to be a leader and to get a brand like that up front?
Yeah, it's really cool. Definitely something that not everybody gets to experience. So to be able to do that for the Carbolos Racing Engines Maranello team, it felt really good. So for Danny to do that for RPG here, it's going to be big. So my pick for the race is Danny. I picked that in the live stream beforehand. So we'll see what he can do.
Well, we'll see if Danny Formal can get it done. They're just starting to make their way over to the grid lines. Danny Formal, you guys said 36%. A.J. Myers, 37%. Marian Kremers, 25%. Kremer starts on the clean side of the racetrack on the outside lane. A.J. Myers choosing the inside there from the pole, sweeping all 3 heat races. It's been a battle of the big 3 so far. Giorgio Carrara has been the next best pace-wise, but he had some bad luck in the heats. We go to the lights for the final time.
In the back there.
Oh, yeah, we do, but we're going to go green anyway, and we're racing down to turn number 1.
A.J. Myers with the hole shot here. Danny Formal with a better start, keeping in front of Karol Paszewicz here. Kremer slotting into second, blocking low here, coming into turn 4.
Yeah, he'll keep that one nicely. Opened up just a little bit. Everyone cycles through, so one stall at the back of the grid. Talked with some of the USPKS officials last night, Josh. Again, we're used to seeing those hands waving, but if it's the last row, they're going to start them because at the end of the day, right, if you do stall, you wait your hands up and you wave off the start because you stalled your engine, you go to the rear. Well, they're already at the rear. There's no one behind them that can crash into them, so smart to start that race that way.
Yeah, exactly. You know, no point in delaying the start and getting everybody going here. We got a long 26-lap final, so sending the drivers around for another lap. It's not gonna, get the nerves going, get everybody kind of out of shape here. But we see A.J. Myers off to a little bit of a lead here. kind of typical through the heat races. So I got out to the lead first 5-6 laps, and then Kremers and Formal were able to bring it back. So let's see what he can do here. Let's see if these the front three are going to stay together for this long race.
Yeah, Karel Pasterwick's been impressive, but he's lost a little bit of ground to A.J. Myers so far as they work their way through turn number 5. They'll exit that hairpin here. Little misshift or miscue for Marian Kremers coming out of the corner, and it kind of bottled Danny Formal back a bit. So Myers with a great launch. But the big three remain out front. Danny Formal at the end of it. Marian Kremers in the middle. A.J. Myers the leader, just as they ran through the heat races at the end of the point cycle. So no changes in position up front yet. But it's such a long race. Again, they have not seen sticker MG rubber since qualifying on Friday. The track has obviously changed quite a bit. But as you brought up again on the broadcast yesterday during heat number 3, Josh, you mentioned how important it is to keep the rear tires underneath you for 26 laps. That's a long time to try and not overheat the tire compound, as we see Carrara with a big slide into turn number 1.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very difficult to keep the tires on you for 26 laps, especially with the heat we're seeing today. We're going to get upwards of 86 degrees Fahrenheit today. So for sure, struggling there as we see Giorgio battling with Hunter for, I do believe that's the 5th spot. Giorgio had some good pace this morning warm-up, found some speed in the kart, so hopefully he can get in front of these guys and maybe challenge at the end of the race.
Yeah, there he goes. He was looking to maybe do something, but I think he just kind of bobbled it through turn number 8. And right behind him there in this midfield fight, Colin Daly has gotten rolling there on the DR North America entry, and Gavin Bailiff is there as well. Then the next pack is led by Vincenzo Saraceno in that bright green mean machine. The TB Kart USA driver leads over Justin White and company at the edge of the top 10. Jordan Musser, multi-time pro shifter champion, and now normally we see him in Shifter Masters getting back into a pro-level event as they go down to turn number 1. He's watching the two young boys get after it. Little mistake there as he watches Justin White make a pass, tried to follow, but it's definitely tough to follow through on a pass, especially in turn 1, but especially in gearbox racing.
Yeah, for sure. Justin made a beautiful pass there into turn 1. Very well executed, and especially for a first-time shifter driver, it's great to see.
Well, now we've got drivers that are far from the first time in shifter racing. Marian Kremers is reeling in A.J. Myers, but Danny Formal's reeling in them both. He's there. Turn 9. Here he comes. Looking on the inside. Clear. Danny Formal to second with working lap number 5. Still a long way to go in this one. But now the RPG Cosmic driver, he said we've been standard all the way through. We were fast in Las Vegas. We figured out some carburation settings at the Summer Nationals in Newcastle in his first race with the team after dominating at the Florida Winter Tour. Again, the last time Danny was here, he about swept all the heat races and clinched the first ever Florida Winter Tour clean sweep of the championship, winning all 3 main events en route to the title with the Leading Edge Motorsports Formula K factory team. Now, aboard the OTK, he's trying to bring a different brand to light at a racetrack he's made so many memories at over the years, and he's chasing down a fellow Florida-based childhood battling buddy in A.J. Myers, who leads them down the backstretch by 3 car lengths to turn number 9. At this point in the race, of course, they're still feeling each other out, but if you've got the speed, you got to go.
Yeah, for sure. It's always better to be out front than in second place come the end of the race, and for Danny here, it's good that he's in second and very close to AJ because, as we saw in the heat race, he'd get a little far back, then he'd push to catch AJ and then overwork his tires. So Danny being able to stay close here in the early stages of the race is going to put his tires in better shape towards the end of the race.
And a question for you, Josh, here. A lot of the drivers in some of the faster single-speed classes, like the X30 Sr, they don't have the gearbox issue where the driver in front kind of backs you up mid-corner, drops the gear, and launches out. So when they get close to each other, the bigger concern is due to the bodywork and the amount of downforce, even the little bit that the karts produce, you get a touch of aero wash running right behind, and you overwork your front tires more than the driver in front. In some of the sweeping corners like Turn 6 here at this racetrack, can you feel that in the shifter karts as well?
Not around here. At least I haven't felt it around here. For sure, some other tracks, like you might feel a little more, like in NOLA Motorsports Park, where you're carrying a little more speed around the track. But definitely not here. For sure, Danny's going to be, keeping an eye on his tires and keeping that in mind as you see AJ make a shoulder check there to see what the gap is. But for sure, tires is a big thing, and overheating the tires as well. And when defending, and you're dropping a gear into the corner. And with USPKS and SCUSA, we run pushback bumpers. At ROK, we don't. So that's something that you have to think of while you're the attacking kart. If the driver in front of you goes to park it, you can't necessarily give him the bump and run that we're so accustomed to in shifter racing, because you have to be very cognizant of that pushback bumper.
Yeah, I mean, the karts obviously weigh about 40 pounds heavier with all the extra material. The front brakes, the engine, and the gearbox weighs a little bit more. The driver minimum weight's just a little bit higher as well, naturally.
But, you know, you have that extra bit of power, that extra bit of weight, and that's more than what the original pushback bumpers were designed for. They were meant more for the single-speed karts in the initial transition to clean up their rolling starts. It's not always necessary for the gearbox classes. It definitely does help clean the racing, but for you guys, like you said, A.J. Myers at the end of the straightaway. Big mistake out of A.J. Myers. He locked the rear tires up and went straight into the wall, and A.J. Myers from the lead spins out halfway, and he falls all the way behind the top two.
That is a very uncharacteristic mistake there from AJ into turn one. You know, for a veteran of the sport, you don't see that very often. You know, he was for sure feeling the pressure that Danny was putting on him. And, you know, it's very unfortunate. I would like to see a good battle between those two. But, yeah, super unfortunate and uncharacteristic mistake there.
Well, now if Marian Kremers was taking it easy, anticipating a battle for the lead, he's going to need to find some speed here quickly because Danny Formal now has clear racetrack, and Myers has gone off again. Turn number 9. A.J. Myers has gone around, and the braking issues continued in the next heavy braking corner, and he has backed it into the wall. You think at that point one mistake or one issue may be a driver error, but I think at this point potentially a brake issue. Maybe he lost front braking power. And A.J. Myers, or that was out of driver, it looked like. That might have been out of driver. I don't know who he's motioning at.
Could be towards the mechanic stand there.
Yeah.
But for sure, at this point, if it's two mistakes like that back-to-back, we're not going to see that from a driver of his caliber. So for sure, has to be a brake issue. Maybe they went to bleed the brakes before the race, and they made a mistake, some air pockets, didn't get everything tight. But, yeah, very, very uncharacteristic from the whole Magic Car USA team in a whole.
Well, Marian Kremers doesn't have in-car radio to hear us, but he definitely thought the same thing, thought that I mentioned a moment ago, that he's going to need to find speed to run down Danny Formal. He can't just take it easy, take care of his tires, and let him fight with AJ, and he's done that. He's closed the gap. This time by might be the new fast lap of the race. Marian Kremers, 50.8. Danny Formal, 51.2, 0.4 to the better. They've slowed down already about a half second to a full second from the early couple laps on new rubber, and we're only on lap number 9. So tire conservation, again, like you mentioned, Josh, the most key in the fastest and heaviest class. Not a surprise there, but it's got to really test these guys. They could either one all of a sudden fall off the face of the earth in the final 5 or 10 laps if they're not careful.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we saw it at the SCUSA Super Nationals where in the last, 5-10 laps, the tires definitely started to fall off, and we were feeling that. But yeah, right now to see the lap times the way they are, for sure the track's heating up. You know, we're getting into more lunchtime where the sun's out beating on the track, so we're going to see track temperature rise. With the track temps, the tracks become very greasy with the super hot track temps. So that could also be a factor. Track could be getting greasy on the drivers. Obviously, we don't know that, but yeah, for sure could be very greasy right now, which is why we're seeing some slower lap times out of our front drivers.
And again, these karts so hard to handle, just really riding a bull, it seems like sometimes, especially on a stop-and-go racetrack where you pound the curbs like here at Orlando Kart Center. We don't know if maybe in turn number 1, along with the braking issue, that if someone further back in the pack had gone off the racetrack, brought in some grass and dirt and marbles and rocks onto the braking zone, then when you go around the next lap, you think, all right, it was clean last time, it looks clean, and it's not, and you just skid right off.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Danny had an issue this morning in morning warm-up. I do believe it was a stuck throttle, and he came over the first curb coming in here into the final section and just launched through the dirt of the second section, pulled a bunch of dirt onto the track. So we saw a couple of drivers struggle with that, and that was just in morning warm-up alone. So imagine, when adrenaline's pumping and they're in the middle of a race, well, anything can happen.
Well, Marian Kremers lost a little bit back to AJ that time by. Here's a look further back for what's now become the fight for the podium. Giorgio Carrara worked his way around Hunter Pickett and has gone his way into third. Ignore the timing issue there. Yao Carlos Fregonese is shown as the leader. He's actually all the way at the end of the group in the 234. So it's Giorgio Carrara, third on screen in that factory Lenzo kart for International Motorsport. And as good as it is of his pace right now, it's probably frustrating because you look at the lap times. He was quicker than Marian last time by, about 0.2 off Danny, but he's in that same range the leaders are running, quicker than Hunter Pickett. When you do finally figure things out, if it's this late in the weekend, it's like, well, I knew we had a good package, but from a driver, you're like, I wish just a couple things would have fallen better my way, and I could have been fighting for the win because I had the speed to do it.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen good pace out of Giorgio recently. SCUSA Winter Series round 2, he was fighting there with AJ. He was on pace. He was also very quick at round 1 for Winter Tour at St. Petersburg. So, yeah, definitely frustrating for Giorgio to get gapped super early, but, it's a learning curve for him over here. He's used to driving in Europe with grippy tracks, and, And so here we see Vincenzo Saraceno and Jordan Musser in a battle. Vincenzo, a good friend of mine, struggled this weekend for sure, has some chassis issues, and unfortunately the one that he's been driving has been bent after he had a collision with Gianno Torino last race. But having a good battle here with Jordan. He's going to learn something. Jordan's very experienced. There we go. Almost a pass there. Made a look. Unfortunate, cannot make through. Here we see Justin White and Gavin Bailiff at the end of the train here, fighting for the podium positions. Justin's had a strong run coming back through the field. He's actually caught the end of this train after passing Vincenzo. So great to see Justin and Gavin.
Yeah, super impressive for him there. Let's go side by side here as we keep our eye on Pro Shifter and hear from our top drivers from the KA100 Jr class down with Alexander Searle on pit lane. Alex?
Thanks, Andrea. Here's Stephen Miller. Stephen, P3 run there in KA Jr. You led for a while. I think everybody in that top 8 led for a while. Chaotic race. Walk me through it.
So at the start of the race, it went pretty good. I was leading. I led most laps of the race. I'll get passed every time in the hairpin over there, but I started to block, and they would pass me on the straightaway because my kart was overstuck because this morning in practice, the track was really loose, so we didn't think that the track was going to rubber up this much, and we were just overstuck.
All right, thanks, Stephen. Good job.
Unfortunate end for Stephen Miller there. Just missed the setup, as he said, a little bit. How about Marian Kremers, though, finding some late race pace in this one. 12 to go, 14 down. He's just kind of keeping Danny within striking distance, right? He's not letting him go too far away. When he needs to get a good lap, he's ripping a good one out. That time picks back up a tenth of a second. But, really, this has got to be up there as one of the most difficult tracks you guys visit here on the circuit with how many different types of corners you've got, both to set the car up and to hit your marks. I mean, we're seeing swings of 2 to 3 tenths a lap out of the best drivers here and the most consistent guys.
Yeah, it's the Orlando Kart Center is definitely difficult, especially in the shifter. Taking the curbs, it's not something that we normally do, as well as the multiple hairpins with the fast sweeping corners as well. So for sure, very difficult. Good to see Marian keeping close here. He's for sure not pushing too hard, but pushing to make sure that he's staying within striking distance for later in the race.
Well, as they hit the curbs in turns 3 and 4 and head on down, let's go side by side again here for the lead. We've got some more post-race interviews here from your KA100 Jr class. Alex?
Thanks, Andrea. Here with Fernando Luque. Fernando, you started 7th, worked your way up to the lead for a while, right? But again, like I said, top 8, led at one point or another. You were 3 wide for part of the race. How'd it go for you?
Yeah, I think it was a good race, super long, very competitive field. So I think it was a good result to start the season, but yeah, I think it was good.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on the race, is there anything you would have done differently to maybe come away with a victory instead?
So I don't know, it was, so close. I think everybody in the top 8 could have won, so I don't know, maybe next time.
Awesome, yeah. Well, congratulations. P2 finish is very solid in the KA Junior class. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Problems for Colin Daly in the DR North America Factory DR kart. Hate to see it there coming out of turn number 9. Colin Daly looked like he had an issue, and now good battle back further. Gavin Bailiff getting around on Justin White. He gets through for what looks to be 6th, or at least hangs on. They've gone back and forth a little bit. White going to go back on him. This is a great battle inside the top 10. Banging tires a little bit as they come on out of the corner, and Bailiff hanging on to that final spot inside the top 6. A little ways back from Carol Pashowicz and company, but just losing some ground with the way the battle goes. Let's go side by side one more time here and hear from our winner overall in KA100 Jr as this battle for P5 continues.
Thanks, Andrea. Here with Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto, what a race. I mean, it was chaotic. You made your way up to the front early, fell back to 8th, worked your way back up to the front, defended that last lap. Walk me through that race.
Yeah, the race was crazy. I started 3rd at the beginning, stayed there, then fell back to 8, and then made my way up to 1st and blocked the last 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me. What's the mindset going into the race, right? You're starting 3rd. You know you have one of the quickest karts out there. You work your way up to the 1st, fell back to 8th. I mean, how do you get back in that zone and just settle back in? It's a long race, right? So how'd you do it?
Yeah, I knew it was going to be chaotic. Everyone's going to pass. Everyone wants to be in 1st, and you cannot pull away here with the drafts being that big, so hard. So when I fell back to 8, I just say to myself calm down, you're gonna be good, and yeah.
Awesome. One more thing. Who would you like to thank for this victory?
I would like to thank everybody on the Racing Performance Group: Ben, Cedric, Alex, Joni, Mike, and my family.
Awesome. Thank you, Ernesto.
All right, we go from Ernesto Rivera, winner there, and now his teammate, Danny Formal, trying to bring home a first major pro shifter win for the Rollison Performance Group team as they come out of turn number 8 here this time. Marian Kremers, that gap is kind of rubber banded, it seems like, Josh. Some laps Marian's a little better, some laps Danny a little bit better here with 7.5 laps to go, but we're just waiting to see if that fall off is going to hit either one of them first.
Yeah, it's a chess game right now. Marian's playing, high-speed chess. So basically what he's kind of doing is he's, giving it as much as he can to stay with him, but to not cook the tire. And you see that he's better on the brakes in some spot, but Danny's also better in certain sections. Last year, winter 2, Danny was amazing through the final sector just because of the way he could take the curves, but AJ was better than Danny in other sectors. So we're kind of seeing that right now with the way Marian's driving and the way Danny's driving. They both have their strengths and weaknesses, and it's just keeping them both kind of at the same gap right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see it in turn 3. Danny launching over the curb in, Marian missing the curb, going around it. Same thing there. Turn 8, Danny climbs up over the curb. Marian stays a little bit to the wayside, and you hear from Danny for his strategy on his style. He said, well, I'm a big guy. The go-kart really doesn't move. I kind of take all the force of it. When you're a little bit smaller of a stature of a driver, you can't do that as much. And Marian's still a pretty sizable fella himself, but anyone's a little bit smaller when you compare yourself to Danny.
Yeah, exactly. I was racing with Danny back in 2018 at my first Rock Cup USA event, and I watched Danny flex a chassis over a curb in the wet. So, with Danny being the big size that he is, if the chassis is not working perfectly for him, he can definitely use his size as an advantage. Whereas, Marian, he's been taught drive over in Europe. He drives with a little more finesse. So, two definitely different driving styles, but both producing the same product.
Yeah, both of them have their machines up at the front. Formal was about a tenth better than Kremers that time by. And this will be a big win for the Costa Rican. It's not necessarily a home race here for him, but it's relatively close. He's spent so many laps around Orlando Kart Center. We talked about A.J. Myers. Danny Formal was right there all the way from micro up through to senior and into shifter racing action over the years. We talked to him earlier this weekend. He said it had been 20 years of karting here to this day from the day his father first bought him a kid kart. He's been in the sport for a long time. And he said this 26-lap main event, probably one of the toughest races he'll do all year long. Tougher than the Daytona 24 hours he raced earlier this year. Probably tougher than the 12 hours of Sebring. And he looks like he's not breaking a sweat, whereas Marian Kremers had a big moment right there through turn 3, full four-wheel slide. So you talk about not cooking the tires. That's not what you want to see if you're for the team Red Army and Marian Kremers.
Yeah, exactly. And you were just talking about tire wear and which one's going to hit first. I think we got our answer there. I think the tire wear is hit Marian first. Would have loved to see a battle for the win here, but Danny for sure putting in a strong performance, and with all the laps that he has, and just in racing in general, Danny's been in the sport as long as I've been alive almost. So yeah. For driving with guys with this experience, you're going to see performances exactly like this.
Well, we'll head down to turn number 1. This time by 4 laps to go. Danny Formal just needs to bring it home. Marian Kremers has pressured him all the way through, and he's tried to keep him honest, but another mistake there from Kremers as he slides under braking. The rear's definitely going away on the 201 machine, and it was such a banner year for Marian Kremers after Danny Formal bowed out of the Florida Winter Tour. It's going to feel frustrating, I'm sure, in any way to be this close all weekend long. Whether it was AJ or Danny, it seemed like Marian was kind of second best in qualifying, second best through the heat races, and they would flip-flop around him, but he'd yet to be top of the boards in any of the official sessions. For Danny, it was a good final practice, a not-so-great qualifying, up-and-down heat races, but now on Sunday, new tires, he's looking phenomenal. 3 to go for the 237. Kremers rips a good lap that time. He evens out to Danny. The gap, though, is already up to a second. Formal can still burn a little bit more time if he needs to with just 3 more laps left.
Yeah, exactly. And, talking with Marian a little earlier in the week, he said that he didn't have the pace, that he thought that he would have to fight with Danny and AJ, but they were working on it and they were working hard at it. So for him to come up a little bit short, I'm sure it's going to be frustrating, but he's going to have another shot at good pace next weekend.
Yeah, you talk about guys looking forward to the next coming weekends here. I'm sure A.J. Myers is ready to pack it up and get on home. It's not going to feel fun riding the kart recovery vehicle back on into pit lane, but That magic art, as you can see at the top of the screen, in the boneyard, essentially, at the outside of turn number 9. Led the opening couple laps from the pole. A brake issue in turn 1 took him out of the lead there about midway through this one, and then it just finally finished him off at the second biggest braking zone, really, over at turn number 9. This time here now, 2 to go in the air. Kremer's still giving everything he's got, hoping for maybe a mistake out of Danny. He picked up a 1/10 of a second on him that time by, and it's still going to be a great points haul for Marin. Again, second, pretty much average all the way through the heats. And again, that qualifying session pays 50 points to the pole man, pays 40 to second, and 30 to third and on down. So while Danny Formal is on track for that main event win, it's not going to be a massive championship points lead for him. Marin Kremers will be right there. A.J. Myers will be the one with a big blemish, losing out on up to 300 points up for grabs in these mains.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think I overheard Danny talking with Hunter Pickett earlier this week, and it sounds like they're both missing the round in Ohio. So that's also big for championship implications. So if Danny's looking to put a good, strong run in, he's going to need all the points like this as we come into the final lap here in the first turn for Danny Formal.
Yeah, it's a part-time schedule here. One more lap around between a heavy IMSA schedule with Wayne Taylor Racing. Danny Formal, one of the great success stories in the modern era of a go-karter who just continued to perform at every level in every class of the sport, was able to continue racing with sponsorship from different manufacturers and race teams for a number of years in his late teens into 20s. And then with a big opportunity with ANSA Motorsports and Patrick Otto Madsen, he was able to get behind the wheel of a sports car, and from there, his career has gone up like a rocket ship, getting picked up by Wayne Taylor Racing just 2 years ago, got to compete in the Daytona 24 Hours, getting to go to Sebring next week. He's going to go in there with some extra hardware. Make sure you got room in your bags, Danny. Danny Formal will win round 1 of the US Pro Kart Series in Orlando. And he brings Rollison Performance Group their first ever Pro Shifter win. You can see how much it means to him. The respect there being shown by Marian Kremers and Danny Formal. It has been a trying last 12 months behind the wheel of a go-kart when he can, as there he goes with a big fist pump and a number 1 to the crowd here up on the catwalk. I'm sure a bunch of the boys in blue and purple are stoked to see the big man get himself back onto the top step. He has now gone 2 for 2 in his last 2 visits to Orlando Kart Center. And there he is pointing over. I think he wants to give us a victory lap and maybe a chance to hold that checkered flag. So Danny Formal, what a run, what a performance. Absolutely flawless start to finish, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely flawless drive from Danny Formal. He's signaling donuts. We'd love to see some
he's asking to make sure
Danny
from the
Formal
engine guy,
donuts.
I bet
yeah.
there.
Exactly. So hopefully we can see some signature Danny Formal donuts, and here we are celebrating. It looked like a big sigh of relief when he crossed the finish line. So great to see this for Danny, great to see this for the team. And, you know, we all love seeing donuts, whether it's, you know, in practice or the race, donuts are the best.
Burn them down, Danny Formal. That motor is going to go through tech inspection. It'll get rebuilt anyway. And the RPG camp, we had a shot of them just a moment ago there up on their top of the Rollison Performance Group hauler. There's a look at a bunch of the boys in blue, and hey, that's an awesome sight to see. You can see smiles all around. And man, oh man, Danny Formal sets the bar high. There's Mike Rollison. He's got his race suit on, getting set for KA Master action. The bar's high. 2 races in, 2 Rollison Performance Group wins with Ernesto Rivera in a battle-tested KA Junior class. And Danny Formal winning in Pro Shifter and burning them down here right in front of the crowd. Micro Swift's getting set to go, and Parker Ives has had a great weekend thus far in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart. A.J. Myers, we'll hear from him on what went wrong for the number 202 Magic Kart Factory driver after this break. So stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series at Orlando rolls on, and we'll be right back with the Young Guns and Micro Swift.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org. Welcome back here to the US Pro Kart Series at Orlando Kart Center. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift at 30-plus total drivers. Getting set to go thanks to Josh Conker from the Carblos Racing Engines and Carblos Racing Team Maranello squad for joining us for Pro Shifter. But the voice of the USPKS, Randy Kugler, is back with me here in the booth for what should be a very entertaining Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift main event. We'll also hear from our top contenders in Pro Shifter, Danny Formal, the winner overall. We'll hear from him along with Marion Crummers, find out what happened to potentially Colin Daly and A.J. Myers as the two big-name factory-level drivers DNF'd out of that one here. So reminder for everyone, please make sure to return your rental transponders throughout the day as you finish your main events. And speaking of main events, again, let's take it to the starting lineup here for Micro Swift, again presented by Team Ferris Racing. These kids had a much easier road to their main event than some of their older friends in KA Jr and KA Sr. So it's Parker Ives on the inside of row 1 alongside Aston Wyatt and that Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Art. Row 2, Maxwell Macha had to start from 20th on the grid in every single heat race. Drove through, starts in 3rd. To the outside of him, it's the TFR Kart Republic of Enzo De Janeiro. Round in the top 5, Juan Diego Garciarson. Are we good for a start on the first time by? It looks good. It is good. We're racing, and down to turn 1 we go. Parker Ives takes him into the corner, and that was a perfect start from our micros. They're going to stay just about 2 abreast, maybe 3 wide a little further back. So far, so good as they round turn 3.
Really clean start for the micros. They get to turn 3. Everybody's still headed in the right direction. Parker Ives with the early lead, and he was so clean yesterday getting out front in that. I remember the final heat in particular where he wasn't that much faster, but he got in front, he hit his marks, and just gapped the field right away. But today he's got company with the 21 of Aston Wyatt. They're nose to tail, and already gapping a little bit on 3rd place, Maxwell Macha.
Yeah, Macha's right there. Great start for the AKT Racing Team Energy of GWR Energy of Colton Schneegenberg. We got problems for the number 88. I believe that is one of the Lando Norris karts.
William Roberts.
Oh, was that the 54? No, is it the 80, the 98 driver.
Oh, no, sorry, 98.
98, Domenico Krupi. Domenico Krupi going around over there in turn number 7. But up front, good start for Parker Ives. However, he's going to have company. Here comes Aston Wyatt to the lead in that AR Academy Bureau Art. He gets through. Maxwell Macha follows up, gets right behind Ives there in 3rd. Colton Schneekenberg on the team GWR Energy, so used to the red speeds for the full-size cars, Energies for the cadets. He's up to 4th, and side by side, your top qualifier, Josh Bergman, trying to fight his way forward. A little too deep on Diego Garciarson, loses out. Enzo De Janeiro back in 4th for P4. It's going to allow these, or P5, that allows these top 4 to get further away as they go side by side. Diaz de la Vega Torres on that blue and orange CRG, and they're all going to come together out of turn number 8.
Early gap now, and racing in 5th on back has caused that top 4 of Ives, Wyatt, Macha, and Schneegenberg to gap the field now over a second already with just 2 laps in the books. And those 4 starting to race. Ives goes inside and makes the pass, takes over the top spot over Wyatt, Macha, and Schneegenberg, your top 4. Then Juan Diego Garciarson leads that second group in 5th.
So here they come down the start-finish line. The white and red Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro car of Parker Ives leads the way. There's the next group here, led by Juan Diego Garciarson, Enzo De Janeiro, and the black and blue Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. All in that second pack, headed down to turn 4. And look at Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres and a deep dive further back from one of the Paralins. That might have been Emerson Lane going forward. And I think it may have been, if not with the Ryan Perry Motorsport cam. Looks like an RPM livery as they work their way through the infield section here. And it is indeed one of the Ryan Perry Motorsport drivers in Emerson Lane on the number 50. So back up front, though, no changes so far. 4-driver breakaway. Parker Ives, Aston Wyatt, Maxwell Macha, Colton Schniegenberg. Then this gaggle of karts that goes back to about 12th or so.
Good clean start for these Micro Swiss. Team Ferris Racing, our class sponsor. But so far, again, I have a tendency to jinx things when I say this, but so far these kids have been keeping it clean. Going purple the last lap, the 17 of Colton Schniegenberg. And now Parker Ives leading the way goes purple. Ives lap a 103.300. Ives, Wyatt, Macha, and Schniegenberg in that lead group. And Schniegenberg trying to hang on, but a gap of about 3 kart lengths over those top 3. Juan Diego Garciares leads the second pack with Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres, Enzo Di Gennaro, Luke Gilio, Emerson Lane, and Pasha Ali, your top 10 running order. 3 laps in the books, 19 laps to go.
Maxwell Macha with a push there to Aston Wyatt. Wyatt actually gets bottled up on the rear bumper of Parker Ives, and they all kind of rubber band back and forth we go up front. But the gap, like you said, pretty massive. 2.5 seconds to Diego Garciares. We'll see if it comes down at all this lap. I don't think it will, but maybe, as Emerson Lane in the RPM Nitro kart defending a little bit back for what looks to be about 7th, trying to hang on. That'll give Juan Diego Garciares and Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres some room up front as Enzo De Janeiro runs behind. Then you'll find Luke Gilio, and then all the way back to Pasha Ali. So across the stripe, no, it's Gilio, sorry, ahead of that group. Then Lane at the back of it. It's Gilio on the RPM Nitro kart. Emerson Lane behind him there. I think maybe Lane on a, we'll see what we can ID. It looks like Parolin for Emerson Lane and the Nitro kart for Luke Gilio there as Lane makes a move by. Nice pass for Emerson Lane on Enzo De Janeiro.
And right behind Emerson Lane, going purple the last lap, William Roberts in the 88 with a 102.752. He's on the charge. Looking at some fast movers, Zane Burgess has moved up 5 spots already, starting in 21st, up to 16th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres up 5 spots to 6th. He started 11th. And Luke Gilio started in 12th. He's up 5 spots to 7th. So those drivers on the move. But once again, Parker Ives picking up where he left off yesterday, leading the way. 4 laps in the books, 18 laps to go in our Micro Swift final, brought to you by Team Ferris Racing.
Big pass there by Lane on the inside of De Janeiro. He'll get through. William Roberts still looking for a way around him as they come down the front straightaway. So up front, Parker Ives continuing to be the Pied Piper at the lead of this group. And they'll head down to turn number 4 with still everyone single file and, you know, a lot of patience being shown out of our micros. Again, this class even more draft dependent than the KA Juniors, but unlike those KA Juniors, these front 4 are driving a very, very smart race right now, following each other, knowing that the more that they wait, the more patient these youngsters are. Again, as young as 7 years old on the racetrack right now, all the way up to the 10 years old or turning 11 later this year is, whew, well, patience up front, not so much patience right there. Luke Gilio nearly went 3 wide for 5th on the circuit, or 7th.
And Gilio on that last lap, a 102.599, went purple, quickest on the racetrack. But Parker Ives now with just a inches advantage over Aston Wyatt. Those top 3 still really close together, Maxwell Macha and even Colton Schniegenberg. So a 4-car breakaway now over almost 3 seconds, actually back to 5th place, Juan Diego Garciares. That is your top 5. But Aston Wyatt now makes his way around Parker Ives. Wyatt now your new leader, Ives, Macha, Schniegenberg, and Garciares. We're 6 laps into this 22-lap main event, 16 laps to go for our Micro Swift.
Yeah, a lot of time left. Aston Wyatt going to try and flex his muscle out front and be the leader for a little ways. So he leads this group of 4. Maxwell Macha working the inside of Parker Ives. He'll try to take the spot away, and he does. Maxwell Macha, highest he's been all weekend. Little bottleneck there for Ives behind Macha, and trying to get by was Colton Schniegenberg. They make a little bit of contact, but no harm, no foul. A little bit of time lost for the 2 of them as they head back to turn number 9.
Ives now a little bit different scenery than what he's been used to this weekend. He's back in 3rd, and he's got to stay in line and get some drafting help from Colton Schniegenberg, or they're going to lose that lead group of Aston Wyatt and Maxwell Macha. So Parker Ives trying to reel these guys back in, but right now he's outside looking into that top spot, about a 5-kart length gap right now between 2nd and 3rd.
As they head through turns 1 and 2, Aston Wyatt still the leader. Maxwell Macha 2nd. Again, we saw Ives and Schniegenberg getting together. The gap, like you said, Randy, opened up. So now they'll need to work
as a duo and try to hunt down the top two. At the same time, it's a golden opportunity. That drafting window is somewhere between 0.8 to 1.2 seconds. At 0.9 of a second, they're on the cusp of breaking away. If Maxwell Macha can be a really good pusher and just work with Aston Wyatt for another lap or two, he can make it a two-horse race and take the driver who started on the pole for this main event after such solid heats. Parker Ives out of it. We got problems inside the top 10. Enzo De Gennaro is out at turn number 7. Oh, man, and more collected. Liam Van Beek way off the racetrack there in the Motaz Sport Paralyn. He'll get back underway, and that took out a number of cars in the top 10. Let's figure out who those are. We've got some of our pro shifter drivers getting set to go, but I want to see who we lost out of that grouping. So Wyatt and Macha. Parker Ives goes purple. He'll close the gap back up in a few laps at this rate. Nice lap for Parker Ives, and we look for the drivers that will drop down the order collected. I think some of the ones in that pack that were involved might have been the likes of, well, maybe it maybe only really affected the likes of maybe Josh Bergman and Enzo De Gennaro, but De Gennaro goes out, and he's done. So Enzo De Gennaro out on the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. 14 to go, 12 down in Micro Swift, presented by Team Ferris Racing. Let's go down trackside as the Pro Shifter scale line has completed and hear from some of our top contenders in Pro Shifter.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, here at Danny Formal. Danny, you didn't win any of the heats yesterday, but you told us every time we talked to you, you thought you had the best kart in the field, especially in the long runs, right? And obviously, coming away with the victory, first time back in a kart in quite some time, as well as giving OTK their first win in Pro Shifter in a very long time. Walk me through your emotions right now.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to RPG for this opportunity. Mike Rollison has taken me in, and the whole RPG team. Everyone under the tent had just been fantastic with me. So thankful for them. Mike, my mechanic, you know, we connected in Vegas, and again in Vegas we were super duper fast also in Super Nats and had just bad luck. Alberto with the motor, just, you know, we worked together all weekend trying to figure out for the final, and yeah, it was really good. So yeah, super thankful. RPG's first win in Pro Shifter, RPG's first win in KZ. So now my students could listen to the coach, right? So just super thankful. Unfortunate what happened to AJ. I think the battle would have been really good between me, AJ, and Marin if he didn't have brake issues. But yeah, the pace was good. I gapped Marin at the end a little bit, and yeah, the go-kart never fell off. My chassis was on rails. Seriously, the OTK shifter was full standard all weekend long. And yeah, just fantastic. So thankful. Got quite a forearm pump. So that felt nice. I haven't felt that in a while. So thankful. Yeah, first win of USPKS history in KZ. That'll go down in the record book. So super happy and yeah, thankful and excited for whatever comes next.
Yeah, I mean, with this win, you think you're going to be back for Pro Tour here in a few weeks?
I'm going to try to convince Mike.
Awesome. Thanks, Danny.
All right, Danny Formal, well, he's going to make it a lot easier with some prize money. 2,500 big ones to the Pro Shifter main event winner. And then at the same time, we come back right at the right time. Maxwell Macha takes over the lead away from Aston Wyatt. Parker Ives is caught back up. Colton Snegenberg right there. Still a lot of laps to go. 12 laps remaining here in this main event for Team Ferris Racing. Micro Swift, we go from one of our Pro Shifters here, a very happy Danny Formal, down to second. Marin Kremers gave it everything he had all weekend. Runner-up is all he can muster.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, Marian, runner-up finish. I mean, for the first half of the race, you seem to have maybe something for Danny, but the kart just seemed to fall off. You know, struggled with rear grip all weekend long, especially in that final. Walk me through how the race went for you.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I had a decent start, got into second behind AJ, and I had one little look up the inside when AJ made a mistake the corner before, and backed out of it, and then he got around me, and I just let them battle out in front of me. I kind of took a breather. I wanted to save the tires a little bit. AJ had a failure after that, and Danny got into the lead, so I started to push again, tried to catch up to Danny, which I seemed to be able to do, but then, yeah, wasn't really more than that. I was able to stay there, but not attack. I was fast in the wrong places, so, yeah, it was something we have to look for in our chassis development.
Awesome. Thanks, Marin.
Marian Kremers, obviously, you know, still good, but never good enough until you're on the top step of the podium, Randy.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was a three-card battle all weekend in the shifters. Tough break for A.J. Myers, but the two of them actually really put on a show, Kremers and Formal.
We go from the top two here. How about a solid third-place run and a big recovery run for the factory Lenzo kart driver for Team International Motorsport, Giorgio Carrara. He's standing down trackside with us as well.
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, here at Giorgio Carrara. Giorgio, not the first 2 days of the weekend you would have wanted, but you told us after the interview yesterday, you think you have a good kart to contend for a podium, and here you are standing in 3rd place. Walk me through your emotions right now.
Yeah, I mean, after all what happened in this weekend, I am quite happy with P3. I mean, I told you yesterday I'm going for the podium. Obviously, starting from P7 was quite difficult in the beginning. I struggled to go to the front, but anyways, I could make some good overtakes, and then I didn't have the pace to try to catch Kremers and Danny, obviously. But I mean, yeah, I'm okay with P3. I'm happy with it, and yeah, we need to keep working and try to improve what we need for the next race.
Awesome. Thank you, Giorgio.
Thank you. Giorgio Carrara again, happy with P3, in the money, in the top 3 on the points or the cash paying positions as well, and good points for him here on the American circuit. As Parker Ives makes a move on Aston Wyatt, Colton Schneegenberg going to go as well. Gives Maxwell Macha the biggest lead he's seen today. We got problems here for 2 inside the top 10. Josh Bergman is out in turn number 9, and unfortunate. Josh Bergman, what a promising weekend it was for the PK Sports North America Sodi Kart driver. Fast time in qualifying, good run to the heat races, and bad luck here in the main event takes him out of contention. Maxwell Macha continues to lead, and we go again on that bad luck note. AJ Myers, when leading, had an issue. Let's hear from him. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, AJ, I mean, led for the first half of the race, right? You're controlling the gap to Danny and Marian. Maybe they would have got to you, maybe they wouldn't have, but obviously what looked like a brake failure there. Talk to us. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I had the ideal start to the race. I was managing my tires. I knew they were going to fall off hard, and I just went into turn 1, pedal went to the floor, and I don't know. I thought I made some kind of mistake. I ended up backing into the barrier, pulling the clutch coming out, and then doing it again the next tight braking zone. So unfortunate. You don't know what I could have had. The car was amazing. Engine's been amazing, and could have won that race.
Yeah, and obviously, I mean, do you think without that brake failure you would have had something there for Danny and Marian? They looked really, really strong in the long run, but, I mean, you told me yesterday you think you have a kart to contend for them, and what do you think? Do you think you would have had them?
I mean, I like to think I could have had them, yeah. I know for sure that they were not past me yet. The gap was staying consistent, and I don't know. We'll never know.
All right, thank you, JJ.
All right, on to A.J. Myers here. It's just been a string of kind of woulda, coulda, shouldas, it seems like, here in 2023. A nightmare of a season start so far. He ends up with a crash at the Rock Cup Florida Winter Tour. He gets a win on one of the days at the SCUSA Winter Series throughout the runs there. And then at the second Florida Winter Tour at PK Race Park 3 weeks ago, ends up with just what he thought was a rough set of tires. Went to a different set of tires knowing he would take the DQ. Drove to the field to win it. But it didn't matter. It would have been a disqualification anyway. And then he comes here to the US Pro Kart Series and leading the race here, and a brake failure, the pedal going to the floor, Randy. And not only is that a deflating feeling, that's a scary feeling. Those KZs, I talked to Danny, they're pushing 85 miles an hour around this racetrack.
Yeah, you push on the brakes to set up for the corner, and it goes to the floor, and you're not slowing down. You better think fast about how you want to hit that barrier, because you only got about a second to decide. Getting back to the race on track, Parker Ives has found his way back to the point. Parker Ives, your leader. Maxwell Macha back to second. Colton Schneegenberg, Aston Wyatt, and Juan Diego Garcia. So that's your top 5. Through the top 10, William Roberts runs 6th. Luke Gillio 7th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres 8th. Zane Burgess 9th. And Alex Chandler 10th. And a call out to Zane Burgess. He started in 21st position, and he's cracked the top 10. So a good run out there for Zane Burgess. But Parker Ives leads the way. We're 15 laps in, 7 laps to go for our Micro Swift by Team Ferris Racing. And Parker Ives in that pack of 3 leads the way. He's got Maxwell Macha right on his bumper, but not close enough yet to make a move. They cross the stripe one more time for lap number 16. Nobody makes a move. Ives leads them through turn 1 and out of turn 2 now and down that short straightaway through the little kink there to the left. And then they'll have one of those first tight right-handers. Nobody making a move there. Ives still has the lead. It's Macha and Schneegenberg in tow. They're pretty content on just racing in line right now and continuing to gap the rest of the field. And now a 2-kart battle as Ives and Macha gap a little bit on Schneegenberg. And we'll see if Macha is okay with just racing in line so they can possibly shake off Schneegenberg. But right now, Ives leads the way. They go down that long straight now, and Parker Ives with a slight lead over Maxwell Macha.
hard to say what happened there for Aston Wyatt. You think, he had such a good run going that he would have really been all the way through to the end of this one. But that's, again, the story of these long 26-lap main events. A lot can change. There's a lot that you have to be there for, and you need to be there at the end, most importantly. And Aston Wyatt's led laps in this main event, but he now finds himself over 2 seconds back from the leaders, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down anytime soon. Maxwell Macha hit his best lap of the race the previous lap around. So 17 down now this time here. 5 laps to go in this one. And they'll work their way out of the Turn 5 complex over to Turn number 6. My mistake here for these guys. It's a 22 laps instead of 26 for the minis and the micros. So 22-lap main event for the TFR micro. So still a really, really long main for these kids to hold on. I mean, it's a hot day. It's a physical racetrack. There's a lot of curbs. There's a lot of high G-forces. It's a lot of laps.
We talk about patience and discipline with these kids. I like the patience and discipline being exercised right now by Maxwell Macha. He is content in running in line and letting Parker Ives lead the way. Schneiggenberg a little bit back, not close enough to pounce just yet, but I think that Macha realizes if he races Ives right now, it doesn't accomplish a whole lot because it's going to come down to those last couple laps and who can gain the point and keep it. So Wright could be wrong as they enter Turn 1, but right now Maxwell Macha is content running in second, staying in line in tow with Parker Ives.
So here they go through turn number 3. This time now, again, 4 to go, 18 down. Colton Schneegenberg is staying nice and close to the top 2, 2 car lengths away. He's not been close enough to split them apart yet, but he's right there when and if Maxwell Macha wants to go for it and make a pass for the lead. And Macha showing a lot of patience. Parker Ives not really putting a wheel wrong. He's driven a fine race so far in that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro card as Schneegenberg jumps over the curb on the inside of turn 8. Gets him close in the center, but he loses down this back straightaway. It'll allow the top 2 to pull that gap back to about 2 car lengths. But the accordion effect is big in the braking zone when you get a bigger pack. Again, you've got in Maxwell Macha's case, you can't brake at your normal marker for any corner. You've got to brake a few feet earlier and anticipate when Parker Ives is going to brake. And then if there's 3 cars deep, then the guy behind has to brake doubly earlier, and it really backs up. So even on a 2-car train, Colton Schneegenberg can break deeper into the corner than Macha can and close up to them and kind of make up the difference of what Macha might pull away by pushing Parker Ives.
It's strangely enough, the Macha is actually in the worst position even though he's second because not only is he trying to be aggressive and pounce, at the same time he's got to defend, and as you said, he's got to prepare for what's coming up ahead of him, and then Schneegenberg can watch the whole thing and adapt to it and close in. Hasn't quite done that yet, and with time running out, if Schneegenberg wants a chance at this, he's got to get a little closer. Once they start racing, I'm guessing he can close that gap.
Yeah, once they start going at it here, then things could change. Parker Ives down the back straightaway that time here with a half-car length advantage over Macha, so they don't pull much on Schneegenberg, but Colton Schneegenberg right there on that GWR energy. Maxwell Macha's got a national main event win under his belt. Parker Ives has had a solid run all the way through in some podiums this year, but this would be a big-time victory and a big boost of confidence for the Mooresville, North Carolina-based driver. Across the line, 2 to go. Parker Ives and Ryan Perry Motorsports and Nitro Kart trying to get a big-time win here in Orlando.
All right, Xander, when does Maxwell Macha say, okay, it's time to get busy, it's time to make that move? Well, right now. They head into turn 3, and making the pass is Maxwell Macha, your new leader, slips inside of Parker Ives, gets into second, and just like we said, Xander, Colton Schneegenberg is able to close in. It's a 3-car battle for that top spot with Macha, Ives, and Schneegenberg nose to tail. Here comes Parker Ives, takes a lead back over Macha. He's back to the point, and Schneegenberg in the mix now. He came to play. He's right on the rear bumper of Macha. Colton Schneegenberg trying to close in and now maybe make a pass on Macha and grab that lead, but Parker Ives pretty steady through that long straight. Now the right-hander takes a nice good run off of turn number 7 and down to the next turn, left-hander, a little tight. He gets through there pretty smooth. They'll be crossing the line to catch the white flag next time by, and we'll see if entering turn 1, will Maxwell Macha try to sneak inside? No, Parker Ives will protect down low. And as they go into turn 1, takes the swing. Good setup for Parker Ives. Leaving turn 1 and out of turn 2, it's Ives, Macha, and Schneegenberg 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Parker Ives here looking for a first career national win. Maxwell Macha's gotten a couple under his belt now. Back-to-back wins going to PK Race Park with the Rock Winter Tour and the SCUSA Winter Series. He's looking for a first US Pro Kart Series win with a pass there in turn number 5. Ives left the door just wide enough for one go-kart. Macha made it happen. Macha leaves the door open. Ives gets him back with a good slipstream move. Schniegenberg just trying to find a hole somewhere, some way to get by. There'll be 2 more major passing opportunities, you would think. One's going to be right here. Down to turn number 9. Parker Ives looking back, checking back, leaves the door open. Nobody's close enough to get by, and it will come down to this final corner, to this final stretch. He goes low. Macha goes even lower. He almost gets there. He's blocking from Schniegenberg. That's going to go side by side for second, and Parker Ives, welcome to the National Winners Circle. Parker Ives wins in Micro Swift.
Great run by Parker Ives. Good defense on the last lap, and once Schniegenberg started racing with Maxwell Macha, that was the break that Parker Ives needed to gap about 2 kart lengths, and he kept it steady. One thing Parker Ives has done all weekend is he hasn't made any mistakes. He's been solid. He's hit his marks. He's hit his breaking points. He's defended when he needed to. He's given room when he needed to, and he comes out on top. What a weekend for the 48 of Parker Ives.
Phenomenal drive for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart of Parker Ives. Gets his first career national win in the first race of the season out of Davidson, North Carolina, with a family that's got a big history and a long racing lineage. Parker Ives doing the name proud. And what a season he's got ahead. What a great season we got ahead. If it's going to be racing like that in Micro Swift all year, it's going to be a treat, Randy. Lots of respect, lots of good battling, no real contact in getting by. Every pass, space was given, and it was hard racing all the way through, but all 3 of those drivers at the front, Ives, Maxwell Macha, Colton Schniegenberg, should be very proud of themselves and their parents as well for how well they drove.
As far as I'm concerned, that was a clinic out there. Those kids put on a heck of a show. They raced each other clean. They gave each other racing room, and they had something at the end, the battle for the win, and Parker Ives come out on top. But kudos to those top 3. They all did a great job.
We followed them for most of the race there. Aston Wyatt was in the mix, faded late in the going. He ended up really slowing down by the final few laps on the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Beer Art, but he hangs on for 4th place on the racetrack, and it should be more than safe based on how everything shakes out. So solid run for Aston Wyatt. Ends up in no man's land at the end, but he led some laps, made his presence known here in that Micro Swift main event. Juan Diego Garciares rounds off the top 5. Luke Giglio up 6 spots to 6th. William Roberts 7th. How about Jake Manolio there? Jake Manolio in that Mike Doty Racing, Brandon Jarsicrack Racing EOS kart picks up 10 spots to finish in 8th. Alex Chandler on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart up 5 to 9th. Santiago Diaz de la Vega Torres picks up 1 to get to 10th. Zane Burgess in the JC Karting Lando Norris kart, 10 spots gained from 21st up to 11th. So phenomenal run for them. Josh Bergman, so fast. He ends up with the fast lap of the race, but a DNF, but a strong, strong weekend for the PK Sports North America Sodi kart driver. And I hate to say that he doesn't have a good round to show for it, but he definitely established himself as another one of the contenders to keep your eyes on. The banner flags flapping in the wind. A huge thanks to all the partners that have made the US Pro Kart Series Southern Grand Prix here at Orlando Kart Center possible. It's been a phenomenal start to main events here thus far, and there's more to come your way. KA100 Sr. 60 drivers nearly making up the grid, and now we've gotten down to the top 46. Christian Miles, in his first full rookie season in the senior ranks, will lead them off in the Brandon Jarsicrack Mike Doty Racing Orlando Norris kart with Josh Campbell to the outside. The Southern Grand Prix, presented by Ryan Perry Motorsports, Think60.org, and PSL Karting, rolls off next here on Kart Chaser.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center for the United States Pro Kart Series. The Southern Grand Prix having the biggest class on the order, the KA100 Sr class, presented to Mike Doty Racing on the racetrack. My name is Xander Clements. Alongside me, the US Pro Kart Series official series announcer, Randy Kugler. We had a poll here for all you viewers watching along at home. You've got the top 3 starters, Christian Miles, Josh Campbell, Nick Terlecki as well, rolling off high up on the grid. Christian Miles and Josh Campbell, the front row, tied at 20% apiece of who people think will win. Nick Terlecki, 10% of the poll. 50% of you, half of our viewers, though, believing that there may be someone else beyond the front row that could get the win. Could it be Lucas Zabo in that all-black suit, Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart? Could it be the captain of the Holtz Driver Development Team, Josh Holtz himself, who rolls off nicely there in the 982? Could it be Nick Terlecki? Well, again, 10% of you believe he's got the option to get it done. Or could it be any one of our other 46 total starters in MDR KA Sr? They'll make their way onto the front stretch. The last of the field coming together in the lines. We look good, but not good enough. A little bit too late for the back of the field to get formed up, so Christian Miles will have to bring them around again. And the good news about that, Randy, gives us time to go through the starting lineup in full for our KA100 Sr main event. So again, we kick things off, of course, with Christian Miles on the Brandon Jarskak Racing, Mike Doty Racing, Lando Norris kart, Josh Campbell in the RPM Tony kart. Second, Lucas Zabo, Josh Holtz, row 3. Nick Terlecki in the Holtz DD OTK rolls off in 5th on the inside of row 3. Noah Rosser in the Team GWR Red Speed rolls off on the outside of row 3 in 6th. Adam Brickley and Aiden Levy making an all-Kart Republic, row number 4 with the TKG and then Privateer entries for them. Grayson Redson with a good run in the Techno Kart USA Tony Kart starts in 9th. To his outside, fellow Privateer pilot to Levy lining up in 10th is Vinny Miskelis. Finnegan Bailiff in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic Colors rolls off in 11th. Then it'll be Anthony Rivera to the outside of him on row 6. Braden Eves had a hard week so far in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, rolls off 13th on the inside of Peyton Phillips, who also has had an up and down and topsy-turvy run through the heat races. PJ Lida's partial schedule's got him back behind the wheel on the inside of row number 8. To his outside, one of the top qualifiers here, Brandon Lemke in that Millwright Racing X-Prix. Orlando has treated him about as rough as it has anybody over the last the last year and this year he's been here so far. He's got a long road ahead, starting 16th, but a lot more drivers behind him have even longer roads, like Connor Ferris and Cooper Shipman on row number 9. How about Emerson Reed? He spent a lot of his weekend driving forward. He rolls off to the inside of row number 10. Alongside him, rookie standout in 2022, KA Junior National Champ, Elio Meza's Iron Rock Tony Kart. Rounds off the top 20. Kingston Himes, Colin Lloyd, James Overbeck, Joey Friend, Austin Jers, your top 25. And on back for the rest of the field. It's time to go racing, boys and girls. 46 strong for MDRK Senior. We're green down to turn 1.
Good start for Christian Miles. He gets around turn 1 and turn 2. Nice little gap there already. Clean start by everyone. Looks like the KA100 Seniors.
Oh, PJ Lida.
Oh, PJ Lida, and he has lost a lot of ground. Had a decent starting spot.
Whoa, big corner cutting for 2 drivers in turn number 4.
Is that evasive action, Xander?
I don't know if you're going to be able to get that one over with the stewards, Randy. That's a tough call, but we stay green, and so far, no one's really gone off the racetrack besides going to the inside of it, as Aiden Levy makes a nice pass there, and Adam Brickley in turn 8. They're single file up front. It's that blue and yellow machine of Christian Miles in the lead. Then a couple Ryan Perry Tony karts in 2nd and 3rd as Braden Eves follows Finn Bailiff through on Grayson Redson to crack the top 10. But again, it's Josh Campbell there and lined up with Lucas Zabo. And the whole field coming out of turn number 9 is up front. Campbell 2nd, Zabo 3rd. And then 2 more teammates, the Holtz DD Tony karts. Josh Holtz, Nick Terlecki 4th and 5th. Noah Rosser sits 6th on the GWR Red Speed. Aiden Levy in 7th. 8th is Adam Brickley, 9th Vinny Miskelis, 10th Finnegan Bailiff, 11th Braden Eves.
Good start by Josh Campbell on the outside of that front row. We've seen cases where on those starts that outside row will lose 3 or 4 spots, but in fact Josh Campbell tucked in right behind Miles and held down 2nd spot. But Miles is starting to check out a little bit. He's got about 5 car lengths, just 1 lap in the books, about a half a second gap already for Christian Miles.
Over the curbing there for Lucas Zabo. He'll lose a little time on exit. That'll allow Josh Holtz to close into him. But like you said, Christian Miles got a healthy gap. Nick Terlecki's tried to allow his team owner plenty of time to lead him, but he's got to go, and he takes over the 4th spot as Holtz lines up now behind him. Levy's tracked onto the end of the group there, so it's 7 cars up front, but Christian Miles a little bit of a gap beginning to build. They're going to need to work to run him down right now as Josh Campbell tries to make some hay up at the front. The good news, long race here. They can hope for Miles to fall off, or at least maybe get a little better pace of their own on the opening couple laps. As everyone's going to have really cold tires and really low tire pressures to last all 26 laps of this main event.
Lucas Zabo got it sideways, off track, gathered it back up, didn't lose a position, but that was wild. I thought he was going to spin it, but he gathered it back up and really stayed in line. So good job there by Lucas Zabo.
Nice pass by Aiden Levy in that blue, yellow, and red Alonso Kart colors as they head onto the back straightaway again. Zabo's now unfortunately got Terlecki on him. Looking, got it. Nick Terlecki through to third there in turn number 9.
Aiden Levy goes purple on that last lap of 57.663. Aiden Levy up to 7th spot.
Ooh, problems for one of the Orsolon Racing Tony karts. That was the 917 of Geronimo Gomez Aza that is off the circuit. How about Josh Campbell putting a good lap together? Terlecki as well. Both of them quicker than Christian Miles that time by. Terlecki 3/10 better than Christian Miles that time by the stripe. So the Holtz TD Tony kart rolling. Here comes his teammate and team owner, Josh Holtz, to the inside through turn number 4.
Early mover, Elio Meza started in 20th up to 13th, so he's trying to crack the top 10. Nick Terlecki, 57.507, as Xander said, quicker than the leader. He just went purple. He's pushing Josh Campbell to the front. We could have a 3-kart battle here before long with Miles, Campbell, and Terlecki getting closer and closer every lap.
Christian Miles continues to show the way here. 4 cars back to Josh Campbell, maybe 3 closing in on him. Looking further back here, that's Adam Brickley on the inside, and a big gaggle of cars outside the top 10 all going at it. Terlecki, first, second, gets it done on Josh Campbell there in the final hairpin, so he'll get through for P2. And now he sets his sights on Christian Miles for the race lead. 4 down, 22 laps to go here in Orlando.
Nice move by Nick Terlecki. Over the curb, but kept it smooth, didn't hop, didn't run Campbell out of racetrack, kept his line. Campbell gave him racing room and made the clean pass, and now Campbell will draft with Terlecki as they continue to close in little by little on leader Christian Miles. Josh Holtz up to 4th. He's closing the gap as well, and Lucas Zabo rounds out your top 5. Through the top 10, it's Aiden Levy, Noah Rosser, Finnegan Bailiff, Adam Brickley, and Gratian Redzian. Your top 10 right now, Christian Miles with a slight lead of about a half a second over Nick Terlecki.
Yeah, he's got, again, like you said, about a half-second lead. They'll exit turn number 9, starting to close back up to him. Miles open over the curbing. Terlecki will do the same. Really good through turn number 12, I would say, for Nick Terlecki. That right, or turn 11 maybe, that right-hander for Nick Terlecki, he pulled about a car length away from Josh Campbell, and now Aiden Levy, another spot made. He'll go by on Josh Holtz. Aiden Levy starting to roll in the privateer Alonso kart. He closes up the gap to the leaders, makes it a little bit easier to go forward. He's got some clear racetrack ahead of him as he runs in 4th. Here's your update on where Brandon Lemke and Elio Meza are as they're further back down the order. Lemke's made up a handful of spots so far. He's cracked the top 10, so 6 spots gained for Brandon Lemke and then some, as this further back battle has Peyton Phillips also working his way forward. He's gotten around Braden Eves. That's for 13th and 14th, headed into the infield, turn 7 and 8th. Let's go side by side here for a moment and hear from our winner in the last one. What a run for Parker Ives. He's standing down by trackside.
I'm here with Parker Ives. Parker, you won every single heat race this weekend, started the race up at the front, and after 22 laps, found yourself back at the front to win your first ever national race. How did it happen?
I knew I had 20 laps, stayed patient, got passed by the 2 guys, so I'm like, okay, I gotta run them down. Then I pushed them a little bit. I got by one, and then I got by another, and I know I just had to stay focused and go.
All right, and obviously a really good effort for you all weekend long, taking all 3 heat victories. You had a really fast Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. Who do you like to thank for this?
My mom, my dad, RPM, that's it.
All right, Parker Ives, an outstanding effort. He wins his first ever national race here at Microswift. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Emery. Parker Ives getting some airtime in his first kart chaser interview, I believe, as well. What a run for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart driver. While we were away, Nick Terlecki's taken over the lead, and he's brought the cavalry with him. Josh Campbell has arrived. Aiden Levy's on the way. Noah Rosser went purple that time by. He's only back in 6th behind Lucas Zabo, so he might be able to get into the mix as Josh Holtz is starting to lose a little ground back in 7th. But Nick Terlecki leading here with 19 laps to go. Rosser gets around Lucas Zabo. He'll crack the top 5. So it's 3 drivers up front. Terlecki, Christian Miles, and Josh Campbell. Aiden Levy 4th. Noah Rosser's 5th. Zabo, Hose, Finnegan, Bailiff, Grayson, Redsin, and Brandon Lemke 5.5 seconds back, but don't count him out. If they fight enough for the lead, Brandon Lemke might just be able to make some magic happen. This is going to help him. Christian Miles not going to wait. He made that statement very clear in the heat races. He will not be the one to push anybody. He goes back by Nick Terlecki just a lap later.
What a battle we have now. The top 4 nose to tail. By the way, Noah Rosser up to 6th place. He went purple the last lap. Noah Rosser fastest on the racetrack at 57.064, and he's up to 5th. Noah Rosser on the charge, and he's actually closed into that lead group, so he's going to have something to say about this. Brandon Lemke trying to move up a little further, back in 10th. Peyton Phillips goes purple the last lap. He's up to 11th of 57.012. Christian Miles with a slight edge over Nicholas Terlecki. We are 8 laps in, and we are 18 laps to go. I had to do some quick math there, Xander. 18 laps to go for this 26-lap final in KA100 Sr, brought to you by Mike Doty Racing.
As they head down the back straightaway here now, 8 down, and again, like you said, 18 laps to go to make a 26-lap main. A lot of time left. The pack is getting bigger, and at the back of the screen, you can see more drivers at the edge of the top 10 closing in. Terlecki going to get his elbows out. He goes back by Christian Miles, 1 lap removed. So Nick Terlecki will lead now at the end of lap number 9. Miles looking to the outside. Terlecki just blocking a little bit to say, hey, I don't want you to keep passing back. I want to keep the lead through turn 3. What does it look like to turn number 4? Miles is going to stay right on his bumper, and Terlecki's going to block low. That's going to really stack him up. Campbell still has to go low. Levy goes low. Rosser opens up wide. He'll get a big run, but he's got nowhere to go with it as he's still on the outside going through turn 6. He tucks back in line on that black and red Gillard for Team GWR.
That was a big break for the 2 leaders as Miles slips back under Terlecki, and that move caused Campbell to catch up, and they had gapped there for a moment. Once they got side by side, it was a different story, and now to the outside. Whoa!
What a move by Noah Rosser. He almost gets it. He's going to get it. Noah Rosser is going to go from 5th to 1st with an amazing move around the outside.
Around the outside of the corner, just a wide sweep, kept the momentum up, kept his line, kept his grip. And I'll tell you, Xander, Rosser's been as fast as anybody on the racetrack these last few laps.
What a move by Noah Rosser, and Christian Miles is getting eaten alive by everybody. He's back to 4th. Everybody started blocking. Noah said, okay, you guys go low, I'll go high. He leads them through turn 4 as Miles retakes 3rd. And here comes Brandon Lemke from 16th on the grid. Finnegan Bailiff is into the mix as well. Peyton Phillips from even deeper in the grid as well. Back in 14th, fell further back on the start, and Lemke, little carburetor adjustment. He's in the mix now. Bailiff on the bumper of Josh Oates. Here he goes, turn 8, going by. Lemke going to follow. Little door banging as they exit the corner. Lemke trying to get by him. He's not going to have the momentum to stick it, but he's going to go, not this time into turn 9. He stays back there.
I will tell you that moving Noah Rosser, there was no concrete wall or soft wall, but Ross Chastain would have been proud of that move by Noah Rosser.
That was an awesome move, though, but he loses the lead now. Nick Terlecki back to it, but Noah Rosser, he's been very hard on himself in interviews throughout the start of this 2023 season about how he's just been having a car that could win and making some driver mistakes that has taken him out of the races. Now he's made a really great move, and he's got to try and capitalize on it. Unfortunately, he'll lose another spot there as Christian Miles goes by and starts to make his charge back forward to the lead. Miles taps his helmet, says to go forward. Always nice to say, yeah, you push me, I'm not going to push you, but we'll see what happens. Christian Miles closing back in. Good run up over the curbing, and here comes Josh Campbell trying to get by. That gets it tight there, and Rosser, oh no, I think he might have hit the wall.
Boy, that was tough. Ran out of racetrack there, and it definitely slowed him down. as they work their way through that tight corner. Rosser has lost handling completely.
And Brandon Lemke frustrated with that move by Noah. Noah was going low to block from Lemke, and he really hurt Finnegan Bailiff. Poor Finn Bailiff was just minding his business, and he sees a wild Noah Rosser coming down the inside. I don't think Noah meant to pass him, but that spread the pack back out again. So now Noah Rosser back outside the top 10. One good move, but then one mistake, and all of a sudden it goes to the wayside. How about Colin Lloyd? Up 10 spots on that T1D Racers Magic Kart. He's into the mix of this. He had to start dead last in his heat races, just like Elio Meza. Two drivers that came in underweight. They had pace to run at the front. They're getting there now late in the going as he gets around Josh Holtz there. Meza into the top 10, getting by Grayson Redzian. So now Elio Meza looking to charge as he closes up to Noah Rosser for 9th.
And how about Brandon Lemke, top 5? Although he's through the mix up there with Rosser, he's lost some ground, but he's trying to pick it back up. He's quick. Brandon Lemke, top 5. We got 14 laps to go. Anything's possible, Xander.
Brandon Lemke could really get there here as Nick Terlecki leads them out of the final corner. Christian Miles second. Josh Campbell, Aiden Levy, Lemke back outside the main group, but he's in fifth on the racetrack, so he's still got a shot at it. Peyton Phillips with a good shot. Bailiff here runs, then Rosser, then Meza. And I believe was that a warning flag? A warning flag given to one driver in that second group. I think that was probably going to Noah Rosser.
Yeah, Rosser got a little aggressive there a few laps ago, so they're trying to tell him, hey, we can't have that. But it hurt him more than anybody, really, because it shuffled him back quite a bit. But Brandon Lemke, just to get back to him for a second, he's up to 5th. If they start racing in front of him again and get too wide for a couple of corners, Lemke's going to pounce. He'll be there, and then all bets are off because if he can get there, we know he's fast enough to possibly pull out a victory.
It's never over till it's over. Brandon Lemke, Peyton Phillips started both well outside the top 10. They are 5th and 6th. Finnegan Bailiff as well, up from 11th to 7th and trying to gauge his way forward. The gap, let's take a look at where the times fall. This was the first clean lap everybody in the top 7's had in a minute. Terlecki the leader, 57.38. Brandon Lemke, 57.24. Peyton Phillips, how about a 57.0 for Peyton Phillips and that high-five performance Tony Kart, fastest inside the top 6, that time by the stripe.
Unbelievable racing going on right now, and we're just past the halfway mark in KA100 Sr. Nick Terlecki still leading the way. He's got Christian Miles right on his bumper. Josh Campbell in 3rd. They're nose to tail. In 4th, you've got Aiden Levy and Brandon Lemke trying to reel them in little by little, but not quite quick enough yet to close that gap. He needs to get him a little too wide up there for him to close in. But right now they've been racing smart. They've been staying in line, and Lemke hasn't been able to close the gap.
So as they head through turn number 9, coming on out here, Josh Campbell, Aiden Levy just riding at the end of this train here. Nothing too aggressive yet. Happy to follow the Franklin Motorsports suit and the Holtz driver development driver, Nick Terlecki, down the front straightaway. 11 laps to go, 15 complete here in this 26-lap final for Nick Terlecki and company. You go further back, Josh Campbell still looking for that breakthrough national win. Terlecki looking for a big one as well. I think it's been a long time since we've seen Nick Terlecki at the top step of the podium. I don't know for certain, but I don't think he's gotten a KA Senior main event win just yet.
Nick Terlecki getting closer every lap to standing on top of that podium. Christian Miles, though, I think is saving a little bit. To the inside goes Aiden Levy. He makes the pass, and Levy up to 3rd. Shuffling Josh Campbell back to 4th, and here comes Brandon Lemke, 5th place, but he's closing that gap a little bit more. He's almost up 2, and now is up to 4th place. Josh Campbell. Brandon Lemke's about to join the party.
And so is Peyton Phillips. So is Finnegan Bailiff. And Noah Rosser is not going to go easy away as well. He also was quicker than the leaders that time, all the way back to 8th. They're catching up. Everyone knows it. It's going to get frantic up front here in a moment. Miles even a little block of his own back to Levy for 2nd. This time now with 16 laps down, 10 to go. Who pulls out first? It's going to be Christian Miles to make it happen for the lead. Levy tries to follow, won't get there. Terlecki on the bumper of Miles, holds on to 2nd, and Brandon Lemke has picked and found his way through all the carnage of the mid-pack. When does he go on Josh Campbell? He's got a great opportunity right here, maybe turn number 8. Does he go? He can't. Campbell covers it off nicely, and that'll defensive move going a little narrow, and Lemke following allows Peyton Phillips to close the margin into turn number 9.
6-cart battle. We're 3 wide, and there goes, boy, it looks like Lemke.
Phillips getting by there. Peyton Phillips going by for fourth because it looked like Campbell blocked the inside. Lemke went to the outside, and Peyton Phillips, who Brandon Lemke probably thought was too far back to pass him, gets by both of them. And now Nick Terlecki on the bumper of Christian Miles trying to find a way around him. So here they come out of turns 2 and 3, down over the curbing, over to turn number 4. This pack spans 8 total cars with 9 laps to go, 17 complete. Miles already on the low side, blocking through turn number 5.
Unbelievable. And Terlecki has got his hands full for sure. Miles trying to hold off Aiden Levy right there. We've got, 17 laps in the books. There's 9 to go, 8 next time by. Pass for third. Looks like Levy up to second from third spot, and that allows Terlecki to just jump out a little bit further Miles on that lead group.
Peyton Phillips pulled out to pass, then moved lower. Lemke was trying to point to him, saying, hey, go back to the middle. I'm not going to put us 3 wide. I was trying to push you forward. So, indeed, as they work their way through the final corner, Lemke finally has to go by Peyton Phillips. He told him to go, but they lost some time with the decision-making. Now he goes into 4th. Phillips back to 5th. Josh Campbell 6th. Finn Bailiff has arrived. Noah Rosser is back in the mix in 7th and 8th at the end of the train. Then then Grayson Redson and Braden Eves has worked his way back around the midfield to 11th. And Peyton Phillips going back on Lemke. Lemke back on Phillips. Campbell trying to follow. It's going to be Lemke, then Phillips, then Campbell here for the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, Phillips back on him. What a move there in turn number 6. He gets back around Lemke, and it all allows the top leaders to get away as Josh Campbell, an ill-advised move there in turn 8, has him over the curbing and losing momentum.
Just what those top 3 needed. Christian Miles, Aiden Levy, and Nick Terlecki have been able to gap a little bit on 4th and 5th. That would be Phillips and Lemke. Those 2 need to stay in line now, and those first 3 need to race a little bit. But there's a little breathing room in those first 3 as Christian Miles now gaps about 2 kart lengths on Levy and Terlecki.
Well, Christian Miles showing a lot of patience there. He pushed Nick Terlecki for a long time and then made his move when he thought he had the opportunity to pull away. He's pulled a little gap over Aiden Levy. Levy into turn number 4, highest he's been all weekend here, into 2nd overall. Might have a shot as there goes Campbell on Bailiff. Grayson Redson is going to now join the fray. Braden Eves' group is still a little ways back. It's now been led by Lucas Zabo and James Overbeck, who have gone by Eves with 7 laps to go here this time. 6 at the line. Noah Rosser has a shot to maybe follow Lemke and Phillips forward if he can get there. Phillips trying to dig. Levy looking for help from Terlecki. He'll get it down the backstretch, and the lead for Christian Miles drops down to a car length as they still battle further back.
Great racing out there as we wind this one down. 7 laps to go. It'll be 6 to go next time by. 20th lap about to be complete. And Christian Miles showing some strength right now as he has all weekend. He has the lead by about 2 kart lengths over Aiden Levy, Nick Terlecki, Peyton Phillips, and Brandon Lemke, your top 5.
They'll head through turn number 3. Nick Terlecki, big run. I think he's probably got to go soon on Aiden Levy. He's given him a few chances to run down Christian Miles. They made up a little bit that time by about a 1/10 and a half. So if they can do that again this lap, it's fine to stay. If that gap does not close from 2 car lengths down to less than that by the end of the circuit, Terlecki's got to go for it on his own. So a lot of patience shown from Nick Terlecki right here. This is the last little bit, though. 5 to go at the start-finish line straightaway. Aiden Levy trying to close, trying to get there for Christian Miles, get national main event win number 2. Peyton Phillips and Lemke trying, and then there's Josh Campbell, who's finally settled the argument back behind the top 5 to take over 6th and charge them forward. It might just be too little too late, though. It's a 2-second margin.
I still think Phillips and Lemke have a shot, though. If the top 3 do start racing in the next couple of laps and get side by side in a couple of corners, those guys can pounce and they'll be right there. They need to stay in line. Lemke needs to just follow Phillips, and they can possibly close that gap a little bit. And here we go, side by side. Terlecki inside of Levy makes the pass, and now Terlecki will try to make a move and close in and maybe possibly have something for Christian Miles.
Like I said there, Nick Terlecki was very patient, gave Aiden Levy a couple laps to try and cut the gap down. Now the gap does open with the pass, not a ton. Add another, probably double it, go from a car and a half to 3 car lengths, but Nick Terlecki has led laps in this race. He's tracked down Christian Miles once before. That was almost 20 laps ago. Can he do it again here with 4 laps to go and the pressure mounting in a 55-plus driver entry list that went down to 46? Christian Miles leads. Nick Terlecki second. Aiden Levy third. And again, Peyton Phillips closing in Brandon Lemke losing a little bit of ground this time by. So Lemke, maybe a mistake or maybe just fading here with 4 to go. 22 laps completed.
22 laps in. It'll be 4 laps to go. And Christian Miles now a little bit of a gap over Nick Terlecki. Last lap, the two were within 5 1/1000ths of a second of each other. So they're basically equal. A bobble by Miles would allow Terlecki to catch up. He's not close enough to pounce just yet, but he's getting closer and should be able to make a move as we wind this one down. Terlecki now on the rear bumper of Christian Miles. Close enough, Xander, where we might see a move in the next lap or two.
There must have been something that happened last lap. The entire field in the top 10 all lost about probably half a second to a second on their lap times from what they were just the lap prior. So I don't know if dirt got drug on the racetrack or what, but it's tightened everybody back up again. Christian Miles starting to go low. He knows the race is coming to a close. They saw the 5 to go signal. He knows Terlecki's hunting him down as they head to turn number 1. Terlecki onto the bumper, like you said, of Christian Miles. Aiden Levy still right there. Maybe a third place or second place go-kart. I don't think he has race-winning pace right now, but he's close enough to, again, pounce if the opportunity arises or if they block enough. There's a bobble from Terlecki. They're all struggling for tire grip. Terlecki losing grip through turn 4, and Miles pulls away.
That's a big break for Christian Miles. Terlecki does seem to be having a little bit of a problem getting through the corners, losing grip. Levy got past Terlecki. Terlecki tried to make a wide swing and do an over and under on Miles a couple turns ago, and it just backfired on him. And this has allowed Miles, who hasn't missed a mark and apparently still has some grip, to check out about 5 kart lengths.
Nick Terlecki's going to lose another spot, nearly 2. Peyton Phillips goes by. Brandon Lemke cannot follow. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th here, but we're running out of time. Christian Miles pulled off a stunner in his debut weekend, moving up early at the end of last season. 2 laps to go here to hang on to it for Christian Miles. Aiden Levy, I don't know if he's got anything left in the tank. He's got a big gap, over a second, to hunt down the Midwestern driver. Christian Miles out of Paloma, Illinois, leads the way, and what a pass by Terlecki to get by Peyton Phillips. He retakes that final podium position. Brandon Lemke back in 4th. Phillips in the 5th spot. Lemke signals go forward, keep going, marching towards the lead through the turn 6 sweeper over to turn number 8. Nick Terlecki, Brandon Lemke, Peyton Phillips trying to charge, trying to make a run towards the lead. The white flag will wave this time by, though. They might get to Levy. I don't think they can get to Christian Miles.
Christian Miles has been dominant all weekend and just over 1 lap. In fact, they'll cross the stripe here momentarily, and Christian Miles will have that one final lap to basically cruise, hit his marks, not make a mistake, and he's going to be thinking every corner. Don't hit the curbing better than what you want to hit it. Don't hit it harder. Get off those corners clean. Don't be too conservative, but don't be too aggressive either, because if you run clean, if you run a smooth lap, nobody's going to catch you. It's Christian Miles' race to win right now, or in fact lose, battling right now for 3rd as Brandon Lemke slips inside of Terlecki and takes over the 3rd spot.
Good pass by Brandon Lemke here. We'll keep an eye on the fight for 3rd as much as we can on this final lap. Final podium spot. Great drive for Brandon Lemke from 16th on the grid. 13 spots gained. But for Illinois' own Christian Miles here as he leads, they're going to fan out behind him. Terlecki all the way in the dirty part of the racetrack. Peyton Phillips going to get a great crossover. Can he get them both? I don't think so. They'll battle to the end. But Christian Miles, last year in his rookie weekend, got his first career senior national win. He'll make it another one as there's contact further back. Christian Miles wins in Orlando. Aiden Levy 2nd, and Nick Terlecki was side by side for 3rd going into the final corner, and I think he jumped the grass and maybe knocked the chain off of it, and he goes from a top 5 finish all the way to the rear of the field. Brandon Lemke gets 3rd, Peyton Phillips gets 4th, Finnegan Bailiff rounds out the top 5, Noah Rosser 6th, Josh Campbell 7th. How about Christian Miles' teammate in James Overbeck in the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart? Overbeck, 15 spots gained to 8th. Lucas Zabo 9th, and 12 gained for Colin Lloyd, who again was underweight in qualifying, started last in his heat races, takes that T1D Racers Magic Kart up to the top 10. Solid performance by Colin Lloyd. Vinny Muskelis, Braden Eves 11th and 12th. Josh Oates, after such a good start, fades all the way back to 13th. Elio Meza 14th, Adam Brickley 15th, Connor Ferris, Mick Gabriel, Wes Dushak, Adam Rylance, and Cooper Shipman, your top 20 So Grayson Redson, I think the other driver involved in a late race incident, he fades back and rebounds to 23rd. Nick Terlecki will get credited with 43rd, man. That's just such a harsh points hit for him coming all the way to the end of that, Randy.
He was going for it. I mean, you got to give him credit for that. He ran a good race, a lot of shuffling back and forth. But how about Christian Miles? When the dust settled, he made the moves at the right time, kept it clean. They started racing behind him. Wasn't that much faster, but he had a clean racetrack. He hit his marks, and it all developed behind him. The race came to him, and he waited. He was patient. The race came to him, and he made the most of it and comes home with a convincing victory.
A very, very smart drive from a driver with not a lot of years on him. Christian Miles kicks off his first full rookie campaign with a win in the opening round of the season. And again, a very, very smart and controlled drive from Christian Miles. Aggressive when he needed to be, patient and pushing when he needed to be as well. And he gets a checkered flag on what will be a perfect point score, or, a full perfect point score. Maximum points, pole in qualifying, wins all 3 of his heat races. He wins the main event. Awesome, awesome job for the Paloma, Illinois driver for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing and Mike Doty Racing. We'll talk to him after the break, folks. In the meantime, get set and locked and loaded. The second half of the classes are coming your way. X30 Pro Jr. presented by Rollison Performance Group, KA Masters, Mini Swift, and, of course, capping off with X30 Pro Sr. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center, race number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series, the Southern Grand Prix. For a start in X30 Jr, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Front row, it's Ernesto Rivera and Teddy Masella. Row 2, Stephen Miller and Max Taylor. Row 3, Diego Ardiles and Enzo Vidmontien. Row 4, Ryan Maxwell and Emma Scarborough. And did not get a start, I don't believe. So we'll go through the rest of the lineup here. In row 5, Cameron Brinkman and Leonardo Escorpioni. Row 6, it's Lorenzo Castillo and Oliver Weldon. Row 7, Jackson Wolney and Christian Cameron. Row 8, Anthony Martella and Christian Meyer. Row 9, Diego Mendez-Torres and Major Maxivis. In row 10, it's Nathan Dupas and Mayor Diorne. In row 11, Wesley Gundler and Davin Roberts. In row 12, Diego Guet and Caleb Campbell. Row 13, David Ramirez and Ty Fisher. Row 14, Ian Noyes and John Antonio. And in row 15, Christopher Aiken and Luke Spencer. Bringing them down for a start. One more try. It'll be Ernesto Rivero and Teddy Masella. They better get it right this time. Yesterday we saw the stewards swap the front row to the second row, so we don't want that to happen for Rivera and Masella, but they got to bring them up at a steady pace and keep them clean. And the rest of that field also needs to catch up. They need to get a good formation so we can get a good, clean start on this X30 Junior start for their main event. X30 Junior sponsored by Rollison Performance Group, on track for their main event. And we've got a start. We don't have a no, we don't have a start. Are we green? Okay, we are green. All right, very good. We're green. Working our way through. Everybody's clean. Working their way through turn number 4. 2-card breakaway right now for that top spot. And the 733, that is Max Taylor leading the way. And Stephen Miller up to second in that 771. So Stephen with a good start. Up to second. In third is the 704 of Ernesto Rivero. They go through for lap 1. It's Max Taylor, Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivero, Enzo Vidmontien, and Teddy Masella. That's your top 5 running order. Masella gets shuffled back a little bit on that start. Enzo Vidmontien gets a couple of spots up. We got a pass for the lead now with Stephen Miller. Finds his way to the front. Stephen Miller, who started in third, now up to the point. So Stephen Miller, your new leader. And it's Max Taylor back to second. And the 704 of Ernesto Rivera running in third as those three have broken away just a little bit over fourth place, Enzo Vidmontien. Top 5, it's Teddy Masella through the top 10. Through the first lap, it's Diego Ardiles, Leonardo Escorpione, Ryan Maxwell, Cameron Brinkman, and Lorenzo Castillo. And we've got them 2 wide on through the back. That's for the battle for 10th spot. That's Brinkman, Castillo, and Oliver Weldon as they're trying to work their way up towards the front. But back to the point, Max Taylor has crossed over now. It looks like actually Stephen Miller, Max Taylor back to second. So those top 3 staying in line. We're on the second lap of this 26-lap event, and we do have a slight breakaway now for those top 3, Miller, Taylor, and Rivera, over 4th spot, Diego Ardiles. 2 wide back for 6, and it looks like Enzo Vidmontien slips inside of Teddy Masella and makes the pass. And what a battle we've got out there for that position. We're 3 wide through that right-hander. Everybody comes out clean. Back to the front, and Stephen Miller still with the lead. So it's Miller, Taylor, and Rivera, 1, 2, and 3 as they're work their way around for one more lap. And the 799, that is Cameron Brinkman, off track a little bit, kicking up the dust. He's trying to gather it back up, and looks like a battle for that 4th spot with Enzo Vidmontien trying to defend. So 2 laps in the books. It's Miller, Taylor, and Rivera still 1, 2, and 3. Diego Ardiles goes purple with a 56.452. And there's a pass for that 2nd spot. And Rivera makes the pass around Taylor and takes over that 2nd spot. And that allows Stephen Miller to gap just a little bit over that lead group. And look at this battle right here. They've got Ardiles and Rivera nose to tail out there for 4th and 5th. 2-card breakaway right now between Stephen Miller and Max Taylor, as those two have gapped about 5 kart lengths over 3rd place, Ernesto Rivera. Diego Ardiles back in 4th, closing the gap on Rivera just a little bit, as he was purple the last lap, so he's got the pace to possibly make the pass and take over that 3rd spot. And we got a peek to the inside to make by Ernesto Rivera to make the pass on Miller, but can't quite do it as they round turn 2 and head at that little kink in turn 3, and then the tight right-hander turn 4. Inside goes Rivera, makes the pass on Stephen Miller and takes over that top spot over the rumble strips, but Rivera hangs on, keeps it clean. Rivera, your leader, as Max Taylor now, or Stephen Miller, goes back to 2nd. So Miller trying to get that top spot back. That allows Teddy Masella to close the gap a little bit. So those top 3 now, bumper to bumper. That other tight right-hander, 2 really tight right-handers on this course that creates a lot of overtaking. But the top 3 now, a little bit of a breakaway as Rivera goes low to protect. Ernesto Rivera and Stephen Miller he's got a RPG sandwich basically as Rivera is in the lead and Masella runs third. Miller trying to gather it back up and make that pass around Rivera for second. Crossing the stripe one more time. Everything stays the way it was with Ernesto Rivera in the lead. Stephen Miller, Teddy Masella, Max Taylor, and Diego Ardias. That is your top 5. We are 5 laps complete, and we've got 21 laps to go. Your leader is Ernesto Rivera, Stephen Miller, Teddy Masella, Max Taylor, and Diego Ardias, your top 5. Fastest car on the track going purple on lap 4 was Leonardo Escorpioni with a 56.025. Down the long straight one more time for Ernesto Rivera. Everybody behaving themselves right now in line. Nobody making a move just yet. They work their way around turn 10 up to turn 11 over the humps. Everybody keeps it clean. Oh, a little peek to the inside by Stephen Miller. Can't quite do it. Now Miller gets a side-by-side battle with Teddy Masella. Masella to the outside, can't quite make the move. Miller predicts, and to the inside comes Max Taylor. He makes the move. Taylor up to second, bringing Masella with him, and Stephen Miller gets shuffled back to fourth, and now in fifth, it looks like Leonardo Escorpioni over Diego Ardias. He moves up. A lot of action going on that fourth, fifth, and sixth position, but Ernesto Rivera hangs on to that top spot. And let's go trackside and talk to the winner of our last race.
It's a pretty good race for you. Obviously, you ended up on top. Wasn't always so pretty, though. It was the first half of the race. You had to deal with a lot of blocking going on. Walk me through how you managed to get through that and eventually pull away for the win.
Well, I got a good start, and then I stayed in front for the first couple laps, and I got passed. And I just decided to push to try getting away from the field, but then Terlecki again started white lining, so I had to find a way to get around him, and once I did, it was kind of clean from there.
Yeah, and looking at this weekend as a whole, you won all 3 heats, won qualifying, was fastest in happy hour, you name it, you did it. Ended up winning the final. I mean, that kart was on rails. What do you think contributed the most to your success?
Well, Mike Doty and Brandon Jarskrak, they put a lot of time into it, so I'd really like to thank them. BBS Race Engines, and of course my family and all the people that support me.
All right, and one last thing, obviously it's your first full season senior. Got a bit of experience, obviously, at IME Grand Nationals, Super Nats, as well as USPKS Newcastle did really well in it. You're looking at to the full campaign. How does this set you up going forward?
Well, right now we have really good points. We maxed out on points, so we're sitting good there, so hopefully we can just have a clean run through the rest of the season.
All right, Christian Miles starts his season off perfectly. He wins round number 1 at KA Senior in Orlando. Back to you guys.
And what a strong statement by Christian Miles, dominating KA Senior here in Orlando, and certainly carrying a lot of momentum into race number 2. This will be at the Houston circuit in April. So Christian Miles with a strong run, and KA Senior back to on track. Ernesto Rivera gapping the field now by a half a second. Just went purple with a 55.558. Max Taylor runs second. It's Stephen Miller, Teddy Masella, and Leonardo Escorpioni, the top 5. Through the top 10, Diego Ardias, Ryan Maxwell, Cameron Brinkman, Oliver Weldon, and Anthony Martella. And let's go trackside for some more intel from the last race.
You go like...
And we're not quite ready trackside yet, so we'll go back to action on the track. And still looking at Ernesto Rivera slowly but surely pulling away. He's got a nice little gap over Max Taylor and Stephen Miller. And we've got the 724 off track, and the 724 just looking... Diego Montes Torres is now out of the race, and we are now ready to go back pit side and get some more intel.
Thanks, Randy. I'm here with Aiden Levy. Aiden, pretty solid result considering how the weekend went as a whole. You drove from 8th to 2nd in the final, did it with some clean passes, and ultimately came out just short of Christian. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, so I was really happy. I was just trying to be smart the whole race, don't do anything stupid, and have a good result, and that's what we did today. So, yeah, I'm really happy.
And talking about this track as a whole, I had a chance to talk to your dad yesterday, and he kind of mentioned how out of all the tracks on this USPKS calendar was the one that kind of didn't go with your driving style the most. Obviously, you have a lot of laps on GoPro, which is quite a bit different from a flow standpoint. How do you feel like that kind of contributed to adapting to this track and sort of how the weekend went?
Yeah, so it's definitely different than GoPro. So I was happy that I was able to adjust nicely coming from a track like GoPro, and yeah, it was really good.
All right, one last thing. Obviously, privateer entry and nature, you have been helping you obviously have Kart Republic, a lot of people behind it. Who would you like to thank?
First of all, I got to thank my parents. I have to thank BBS Race Engines, Team Tarp, Ben my mechanic, Martin Pierce, Kart Republic, Eric Jones, and Mark at South Park Barbers for the haircut.
Sounds good. Great haircut there. One last thing. You think Luke is going to win the mini Swift race?
Say what?
You think Luke is going to win the mini Swift race for you guys?
I think he's got a great shot. Hopefully he can put on a show for us.
All right, Aiden Levy put on a show himself in that KA Senior race. He finishes up in the second position. Back to you guys.
And a great run by Aiden Levy, and back on track. Ernesto Rivera now getting that gap a little bit tighter now with Max Taylor closing in, only 0.3 of a second separation. Stephen Miller runs third. Teddy Masella, who just went purple the last lap with a 55.354. 15 laps to go. 11 laps in the books. Leonardo Escorpione, that rounds out your top 5. But the battle right now is Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor, as they are nose to tail for first and second, with Rivera just a slight advantage, but right now it's only inches. So that gap that once was 0.8 of a second, it's 0.1 of a second now. Any one of these two could make a challenge right here. Max Taylor just a little bit back now as they come down the straight one more time and cross the line, about a 1 kart length gap over first to second. Teddy Masella back about 5 kart lengths, or about a second for third. Stephen Miller and Leonardo Escorpione. That's your top 5, with the separation from second to third almost a full second. So the 773 just making a pass. That's Stephen Miller as he makes his way around Masella. Miller realizes he's got to get going if he's going to go back to that front. He's got to get there quick, otherwise it's going to be too late. And let's go trackside one more time and get some more intel on the last event.
Thanks, Randy. I'm here with Brandon Lemke. Brandon, solid race for you. Obviously, this weekend did not go quite how you anticipated, but going from 16th to 3rd in the final, some good passes getting through the chaos. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I mean, it was, we got a good team behind me, like Daniel Wolcher and Tim Anderson, along with Tommy Anderson and my family. I mean, with all the support and everything, and the awesome mechanic and, power, and everything clicks and stays on the go-kart, things, tend to go pretty well. So, no, but definitely stiff competition. Christian Miles was on rails all weekend long, so nice job to him. Good to see him winning. Obviously, I'd like to be there too, but no, we can't all win them. So, no, it was good. Track's hot. It got really slippery towards the end there. I'm having to brake really early and everything, try to just keep it on the track. But it was really good battling. I thought clean. For our people around me were pretty clean. So, no, I'm looking forward to more races.
Yeah, I'm looking ahead. I mean, you had a solid start to the season and brand new go-kart for you coming into 2023. You got a weekend here to test a couple weeks ago on the X30 chassis. What sort of things have you learned from this experience?
There's some things we got to work on for sure. It's mainly just getting comfort with the kart. It's, I think the setup, like Tim Anderson, my mechanic, he's been around the OTK stuff for a long time. Obviously, we know the Merlins really well, so now it's just getting comfortable with it, figuring out what we like, what the kart likes, what temperature and everything, and pressure is and all that stuff. So this is a really good start to the weekend, start to the year, and hopefully you get on top soon.
One last thing. You have probably more national championships than I can count. A lot of experience doing a lot of point racing. How are you going to use this weekend to kind of build on to the rest of the season? Because you didn't get quite as many points for the heats as I feel like you might have wanted to, but still a third-place result, good points from qualifying, good points for 2 of the 3 heats. What does that kind of set you up for the championship?
I mean, every year, every time we've won these championships, I go into it with the mindset of I just want to win races. I don't really care about the points. My dad, looks more into the points. As long as I'm winning races, then, I'll probably have a good shot at the championship too. So that's definitely kind of on not my main concern, but just winning races, being up front, and having fun doing it.
All right, Brandon Lemke, a solid 3rd place considering all the adversity that came his way in Orlando. He'll take it. Back to you guys.
And Brandon Lemke with a solid run had the battery come off in one of the heats yesterday, and even though he had 2 good finishes, the third, I think it was the second heat, the battery came off. And so he ended up getting like a 24th place finish in one of the heats, which caused him to start about 16th. But he was steady, and slowly but surely the race came to him, and he was really battling for the win late in the race for KA Senior. Ended up in, I believe, third or fourth position, but really just showing that patience, determination will get you there. And obviously, he made a lot of sense when he said, if I win races, we get points. He'll work on that in Houston as they head up for the next round at the Houston Motorplex in April, the Speed Sports Plex in Houston. So that's round 2 of the US Pro Kart Series. Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor checking out on the rest of the field as we wind this one down. 0.2 of a second separation between the two. Stephen Miller has worked his way back up to third. Then it's Diego Ardiaz, Teddy Masella, Leonardo Escorpione in 6th. Oliver Weldon has moved up to 7th. Good run for Oliver. Enzo Vidmontien in 8th. 15 positions advanced by Caleb Campbell, who's up to 9th spot. He started in 24th. And in 10th, Jackson Wolney. That's your top 10 running order. It's still Ernesto Rivero and Max Taylor, your top 2. And these teammates have to stay clean at least till the end, but I have a feeling they're going to race when the dust settles towards the end. And they're clearly well enough ahead of the rest of the field. The race is really up to the 2 of them. But a good battle out there between Stephen Miller and Diego Ardiaz for 3rd and 4th spot. And Miller back to the inside on the curbing, makes the pass, gets back to 3rd. And making the most of that is the 795 of Enzo Vidmontien as he moves up the ladder a little bit. Stephen Miller up to 3rd. And it's Teddy Masella and Leonardo Escorpione, the top 5, working their way through the inner part of this circuit. We're 9 laps to go, 8 laps to go next time by. And what a battle we've got out there for 3rd spot as we watch it on the screen here. And Stephen Miller now chasing Teddy Masella and Leonardo Escorpione. Those drivers battling for 3rd. They are about 5 seconds back of the leaders. And Stephen Miller has made his way back, under braking to the inside and makes the pass, and he's back to 3rd. But that's not settled yet as they're side by side for 5th and 6th as they round that right-hander and now work their way towards start-finish. And, whoa, that was a tough one there for Leonardo Escorpione. He tried to make the move to take 3rd, got up on the curbing and lost 3 spots. So a tough break for Escorpione. That allows Stephen Miller to check out just a little bit for 3rd spot. Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor now almost 7 seconds ahead of the field. Rivera about a 0.3 of a second or 3 to 4 kart lengths advantage on track over Taylor. Stephen Miller now in 3rd, and he's got a little bit of a gap now back to 4th with Teddy Masella and Diego Ardiaz. We are 18 laps in, 8 laps to go, 7 to go next time by. Ernesto Rivera is your leader in the 7:04. Big movers, Caleb Campbell started in 24th. He's up to 9th, advanced 15 positions. So a great run out there by Caleb Campbell as he works his way up, hopefully for a podium position, but he's still got quite a ways to go. Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor are the 2 drivers to beat right now as the rest of the field tries to catch up. Stephen Miller and Teddy Masella in 3rd and 4th, trying to stay in line and reel those drivers in, but just too much of a gap and too little time to get there. Right now they've got to protect that 3rd and 4th position, but they'll battle it out for 3rd. But our leaders dominant now, those 2 teammates, Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor, 1st and 2nd. Huge gap, and right now Rivera's enjoying about a 10 car length advantage as that gap from 1st to 2nd has now gone to a 0.5 of a second. So we're watching right now the battle for 5th and 6th as Escorpione and Enzo Vidmontien. And Vidmontien to the inside makes the pass on Escorpione, and actually Masella, that was Masella making the pass on Steve Miller. He takes over the 3rd spot, shuffles Miller back to 4th. So Teddy Masella now making some noise as he works his way up to 3rd. Stephen Miller back to 4th. In 5th, Leonardo Escorpione. Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor now about, let's see what the gap is. It was 6 seconds. It is now 9 seconds. So joining me in the booth now, Emery Lida. Emery, a lot of great information down there with the drivers from that last race. Christian Miles just kind of checked out eventually, but he really earned it. And what impressed me the most was he was patient and didn't miss a lap. He fell back, but he knew what he had to do, and he just stayed clean and got the job done.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Miles did a really good job of kind of weathering the storm early on in the race. Nick Terlecki really kind of
came into the race knowing he was going to have to kind of mix things up to have a chance to beat Christian on pure pace. He did that. He brought in 6-8 carts at a time into the battle, as we're now seeing another battle with 6-8 carts. Oh, Stephen Miller turned Enzo Vidmontien, both of them out in turn number 9 as they came together. It looked at Miller kind of went a little bit loose under braking, and Vidmontien made contact with the left rear, and that sent his Chad Dupkin racing KR into a spin, as we now see Jackson Lona and Caleb Campbell working together. But man, I mean, that really turned on his head quickly. Enzo Vidmontien, slight contact. He lost probably 8 or 10 spots off of that. And in the meantime as well, Stephen Miller lost even more with his spin. But yeah, going back to that KA Senior race, I mean, Christian Miles, really, really unfortunate there for him, or fortunate for him to kind of get away from that. And Stephen Miller's hand really unfortunate in the sense that he was trying to kind of back up that group. We'd seen him sort of fade back a little bit, tried to kind of mix things up, but there got caught off guard by Enzo Vidmontien.
And speaking of unfortunate, how about Nick Terlecki in the KA race? I think he lost a chain on the curbing on that last lap when he was battling for second and third.
Yeah, so I got a chance to see the wreck itself happening, and it looked like Nick kind of didn't back out of it when he probably should have, getting into Peyton Phillips there. Obviously, a racing incident. Phillips cut him off at the end of the race. Obviously, no holds barred. I think they made contact, bumper to rear tire, and that sent Terlecki straight on and into the grass and eventually into the barrier. So it sucks for Nick. I mean, he had a really good race, made one mistake, kind of went wide coming out of, I believe, turn number 5, and that really kind of thwarted his chance at a win, but still big points lost for those driver development driver.
And we just had to glance at the leaders up there, Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor. That was a half a second gap. There is no gap now, and these two teammates are going to battle it out with 3 laps to go next time by. Ernesto Rivera's been leading for a while, but Max Taylor's been there, and it's up to them. The advantage now 11 seconds over the rest of the field. The battle for the win is going to be Ernesto Rivera and Max Taylor.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff. Obviously, Ernesto, we've seen him up at the front all weekend long. For Max Taylor, he's kind of been in that second group from about 3rd to 7th throughout the weekend, but here in the final, he's found the pace to be able to challenge his teammate Ernesto Rivera. This is a lot of what we saw last year out of the Rawlson Performance Group karts. They were able to go 1, 2, and 3 throughout the season. I mean, Caleb Gaffera was in that mix with Rivera as well as Taylor, and they continuously battled it out. And here you see now, I mean, all race long, Max Taylor has been able to keep that gap under a second. He's really matched Ernesto Rivera for pace. Rivera has done a really nice job just kind of keeping his line consistent. He's not made it easy for Taylor. But Max Taylor, you have to get up to him. He has found the pace in this final, and he's right there on Ernesto Rivera. We're coming down to 2 laps of racing to go, so it's do or die time for these guys. Ernesto, I'm not sure he's really raced Max a lot in a one-on-one setting this year, so it might be a little bit of a new experience for him in terms of at least looking at this season.
And looking at the karts, obviously these are teammates. What's the mentality when you're racing your teammate? There's 2 to go. You still want the win.
It's all in. I mean, at this point, there's 11 seconds to the rest of the field. They'll have looked back and not seen anyone back there. I mean, if you're Max Taylor, you're knowing, like, at the end of the day, Mike Rollison can be very hard on his drivers at times, but at the same time, he knows you're racers at the end of the day. The priority is to win, but at the same time, as a driver, you have to know that it is all hands on deck. So for Max Taylor and for Ernesto Rivera, they're not going to give up anything just because they're teammates. I expect full battle here as we're just seeing Rivera go defensive. Now, Taylor, a little bit of a bumper to him. He makes the move into the sweeper. Rivera almost makes contact. He does make contact, and Max Taylor to the race lead coming out of turn number 8. He now has a kart length advantage over Ernesto. Coming down into turn 9, Taylor tries to defend, does not go down far enough, though, and Ernesto Rivera finds himself back to the lead. Taylor going for the crossover, and as they exit turn 9, is a drag race between the 2 purple and blue karts. Ernesto Rivera able to hang on for the time being. He'll come out of the final corner to get the white flag, and it is RPG Cosmic versus RPG Cosmic. One-on-one battle here, and it's Ernesto Rivera taking the white flag.
1 lap to go for Ernesto Rivera. Can he hang on? Will Max Taylor make the move? Can Max Taylor pull it off? He's got plenty of time, a full lap ahead of him. Swings wide, tries to do the over and under, but Rivera keeps it tight. Oh, squeezes him a little bit. Rivera to the inside in turn 3. Keeps pace, keeps the spot, and now Taylor trying to close in side by side now in turn 4, and it looks like
Rivera's got him covered.
Rivera still has him covered on the curbing pretty hard there, over and under one more time, but not close enough to make the move, Emery. Starting to run out of opportunities. 2 to 3 more places they can pass. 2 wide now through turn 5.
Taylor's going to go around the outside. He's going to try it. They almost get through. Taylor touches the barrier, and that is going to be his race challenge over, at least for the win. He'll have to settle for a solid second place, but Ernesto Rivera got caught off guard in the last quarter, in the last lap, but with 1 lap to go, he's got it covered. Coming to the checkered, Ernesto Rivera, your X30 Pro Jr victory over Max Taylor. Coming to the line for a 3rd place finish. It's going to be the battle between more RPG karts as well. So we'll get a number on that. Jackson Wooney was able to finish it off. He was in 4th on the last lap, got himself to 3rd over Oliver Weldon. Diego Ordiaz finishes off in 5th. No, actually goes down the order. Emma Kate Scarborough rounds out the top 5. Leo Scorpioni in 6th. Enzo Vimontian finishes up 7. Ardiaz down to 8th on the last lap, so a rough end for him. Teddy Masella in the top 10 with the fast time. Obviously disappointing for him. Got caught up in some early trouble there. And rounding out your top 10, starting in 24th, a lot of raw pace from Caleb Campbell.
Yeah, exactly. 14 spots advanced by Caleb Campbell. Oliver Weldon up to 4th. He advanced 8 spots, started in 12th, so good run by Caleb Campbell. But what a great drive by Ernesto Rivero and Max Taylor. They checked out about mid-race and raced smart until the last couple laps. So a lot of discipline, a lot of patience there by those 2 drivers. We'll take a short break. When we come back here at the US Pro Kart Series, it's going to be KA Masters on track for their main event. This is Kart Chaser, and let's take a break. When we come back, KA Masters.
Racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Hi, I'm Sean Bailiff, owner of Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Motorsports Country Club has all kinds of amenities here. We have a 3/4 of a mile racetrack. We have a state-of-the-art clubhouse. Trinity Karting Group is based here as well. We specialize in driver development and new drivers all the way from 4 years old up to, we have drivers that are 70 to 72 years old. So we can cover them all as far as racing. And we have probably one of the nicest facilities in the country with the clubhouse here, locker rooms, and then we can basically do it all. It's a one-stop shop with our kart shop in-house. We also host the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship, which is a 7-race series throughout the summer months. And it helps groom drivers from the club level all the way up to the next step in the USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour. We also have rental karts here, and we're opening that more and more to the public, so check us out on our website at mcckarting.com.
Back on the racetrack here for the next final KA100 Masters, sponsored by Speed Concepts Racing here, getting set to go for their 26-lap main event. Martin Stone will start on the pole position alongside Alex Doncho, two guys that have had very solid runs through the heat races. Doncho, his first race in the KA100 Masters category. Row 2 will be Laurencio Mardan and Nicky Cello, two guys from the Midwest with a lot of experience. Mardan aboard the Techno Kart, Cello aboard the Franklin Motorsports Merlin Kart. Scott Kopp, another FMS Merlin, in the 5th position, or FMS OTK, alongside Mike Rollison, the on-track winner of all 3 heat races aboard the 427 Rollison Performance Group Cosmic Kart. Miguel Mir and Tommy Anderson make up row number 4 with Charlie Fonseca and Mario Barrios rounding out your top 10. Looking through the rest of the grid, Christian Vormier and Robert Mayer make up row number 6. It's the Hoch Driver Development 495 Carter Westige in 13th alongside Tim Meyer in the 14th position. Jake Fetter got caught up on a couple incidents yesterday. He'll start 15th alongside probably the fastest kart on the racetrack all weekend long in the number 1 of Daniel Ramallo. Christopher Adams and Diego Rodriguez in 17th and 18th, and Alex Dalbon and Scott Carapoletti round out your top 20. Looking through the rest of the grid, Jakob Niuri, Ryan Molina, Luis Quinos, and more get set to make up the 27 kart KA100 Masters category, a category that really has been dominated on track by Mike Rollison. Of course, had a battery issue in the first heat that caused him to come in underweight, got disqualified for that. But he's won on track in all 3 heats. He's looked really good doing so, even with some challenges by guys like Alex Doncho and Martin Stone, who will make up your front row. I'm joined in the booth here by Alexander Searle. And Alex, we're going to set up for an exciting race. You got Mike Rollison having to come through the field. You've got Danilo Ramallo coming through the field as well. What is it looking like coming into this one?
Looking to be exciting, actually. I mean, like you said, Mike Rollison pretty much dominated the heat races, right? But had, a few things not go his way post-race, and he's starting P6. But here we go. We're getting ready to go green here, and green flag is in the air. Good start there for Alex Doncho into P1. Oh, we got one cart way off.
Doncho got shoved off, and we got 2
Doncho.
more out in turn number 1. More carts off. It looks like that could be Mario Barrios there in the 410 machine. A rough start for Barrios. He was on the outside edge of the top 10. Looks like Miguel Mir getting pushed wide there, and indeed that might not have been Barrios. That was another one of the RPG carts, but certainly multiple big crashes.
Yeah, that was Robert Mayer and Westige. So that was row 6 of the grid. They're essentially out of this one now.
Yeah, a difficult start for them, but up at the front, Martin Stone takes command from the pole position up into second place. I believe that is Nicky Cello, maybe? No, Scott Kopp is into second. Laurencio Mardan and then Nicky Cello in the 4th. There you see some battling going back. Mike Rollison's found himself up into 5th ahead of Tommy Anderson in 6th, and Alex Doncho, who started on the front row, got the pole and go ahead initially, is down in the 7th position. So into lap number 1, it's Martin Stone leading, but a lot of chaos going on behind him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mike Rollison got a good start. Somehow avoided the chaos that happened, right? So from 6th to 5th he goes. You saw him exiting turn 9, messing with the carburation a little bit. Maybe, as we have one car, that is a 426. Let's see if we can get who that is, 426.
Not sure exactly who that is. We'll get a number.
Diego Rodriguez.
Diego Rodriguez.
He had a good start, too, up 3 spots. But that's, again, his race essentially over. But there is 25 to go, so obviously just put your head down and see if you can make up any spots. But just not what you want to see after having a good start.
Yeah, certainly not a good start for him, but a good start for Scott Kopp, who's found himself up in the 2nd spot here. Kopp aboard the Franklin Motorsports Merlin, trying his best. He's about 3 car lengths back against Scott Kopp's a guy who's won on the X30 Master platform at US PKS. He is a US PKS champion in that category. But this is a kind of new experience for everyone in the KA platform. So good start for Kopp. He's been kind of in the middle part of the top 10 all weekend. But at the start of this main event, looks to have a lot of pace. And he's joined by Laurencio Martin aboard the Technokart USA Technokart in the 3rd position. But right behind them, the guy who has been on a move all weekend long is Mike Rollison. As you see, Martin goes a little bit wide coming through the kink. And Rollison only about 2 car lengths back. So a good start from him from 6th. And in a long race, he'll certainly have enough time if he has the pace to get up there. As we see Martin making a move for P number 2.
Yeah, good move there by Mardan. Looking a little further down, though, Rollison goes purple last time by. But all this racing with Mardan and Kopp, and then Rollison in the joining the group here, it's letting Martin Stone get away a little bit. Obviously, it's pretty hard to pull away in KA racing, especially with 24 to go. I doubt that'll stay the same. But obviously, if Mardan and Kopp keep going at it and Rollison can't get around them soon enough, it might give Stone a chance to pull away as Rollison makes a move there at Scott Kopp. So Rollison up into P3 from P6.
Yeah, Mike Rollison on the move. He was purple last time through. This time makes up a place on Scott Cops. We see more battling. Tommy Anderson down the inside. Nicky Cello. He gets the job done. Cello going to try to cross him over. Can't make it happen, and now Cello's going to have to go on the defensive. Alex Doncho has arrived back on the scene. So Doncho, after a rough start, trying to make his way up from the 7th position. But the big storyline now is Mike Rollison on the move. One more. He gets one more. He gets by Laurencio Martin for the 2nd position as we continue to go onwards in this KA100 Master category. And now we'll see what Rollison can do. He sets his sights on Martin Stone, has about a second gap to pull off here in the next 23 laps. That is a ton of time, and if we've seen anything from these first few races, this is the tire fall-off is pretty dramatic over the course of the race.
Yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, there's 23 to go. It feels like we've already gone through 10 laps, but three in, 23 to go, and obviously tire fall-off has been huge, right? RPG known to put their tire pressure a little bit lower, especially Mike Rollison. But what's been so impressive to me when watching Mike all weekend long is I haven't seen his hands move, I don't think, all weekend. The only time I saw his hands move was when he, adjusted the carburation a few laps into the race. But, yeah, if you watch him through turn 1 here, Mike just doesn't turn the wheel at all. That kart is absolutely on rails. Goes purple last time I had a 57.980, the only guy to break the 57 mark so far in this race.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Rollison really putting things together here early on in the final. I mean, that last lap through went purple again. Rollison, again, like you mentioned, his smoothness with the hands is really impressive, and I think it goes to show both the driver is on rails and also the kart. I mean, they have dialed that thing in so well. You compare what his kart's doing to what a guy like Laurencio Martin is doing in the Techno, just completely different in terms of the driving and the amount of input that's required on the wheel. And, I mean, it's showing on the lap times. I mean, Martin Stone's running a pretty good pace at the front. Mike Rollison has been able to consistently show the way. He showed quite a bit more pace than a lot of his competitors. And, I mean, these are guys like it's been mentioned throughout the weekend that have a lot of experience, a lot of success at various different levels. So for Rollison to just look like he's on a whole different platform to some of these guys is so impressive. As we see coming down to complete lap number 5, we'll see how much he takes out of the gap this time through. It's another 0.2 of a second. So the gap's now down to 0.8 of a second as Rollison on the move. We see Alex Doncho has gotten himself by Nicky Cello for the 6th spot. So Doncho, after a rough start, trying to get himself back towards the podium positions.
Yeah, like you said, a rough start for him there, but he's clawed his way back up to P6 already. He's in the group. I mean, he's in that group from 3rd down to 6th. Another guy I want to mention, Tommy Anderson. He didn't have a great Heat 3, but he's back in the mix, up 3 spots into the top 5. And if those top 3 start to race, which I think they will because Mike Rollison inevitably probably will catch him at the pace he's going, that'll bring Laurenti right in the mix, and that'll also bring Kopp and Anderson right back into play as well.
Yeah, certainly, and I definitely think Laurencio Martin has had the pace all weekend long to at least be competitive, but certainly we're seeing in this final, Mike Rollison has a little bit more pace in hand than what the guys behind him have. But if he gets up to Martin Stone and Stone starts to make a bit of a fight for the lead, it's going to make it in a situation where he's going to be able to find himself kind of backing up Stone towards the rest of the pack. And so the win might not be in the cards for these guys that are on from 3rd on back, but it could be a situation where if Stone falters, they get up to 2nd. If anything happens between the front 2, they could be in position. So it's still very important for them to try to manage their own race, run as fast as they can, and in the case of guys like Tommy Anderson, just try to pick off as many positions as they can get. As you can see him trying to work on Scott Kopp for the 4th position.
Yeah, I think a key thing to mention for this race is Martin Stone putting down his best lap of the race, 57.9, only half a tenth off of what Mike Rollison did. Mike Rollison's still catching him, but I think Martin Stone may have a similar setup to Mike Rollison, really playing into the late race. So I think it'll be closer than we think. Obviously, we expect Mike Rollison to catch up to Martin, but he may not be able to pull away like he has been in the first few heats. As we see, Anderson makes a late move there into the final corner. Good move on Scott Kopp. Put Tommy Anderson up into P4. He's going to look after that. He's going to go after that podium positions here.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy Anderson has returned to go-kart. It's been about 6 years since we've seen the former guy that was up at the front in the Yamaha Pro category make his move. So Tommy Anderson aboard the OTK really showing off the speed here in the Master category for the first time. As you now see Scott Kopp going back at him, trying to cross him over, coming into turn number 5, cannot get the job done. That's brought Alex Doncho back into the fray. Then you've got Nicky Cello right there aboard the Franklin Motorsports Maryland as well. So those 4 all doing battle. But for Anderson, again, a little bit of a rough heat in heat number 3. He's had the pace all weekend to be towards the podium positions, but now he's got clear track ahead of him. He's got Laurencio Martin about a second up the road in that 3rd spot. We'll see what he can do Behind those top 7, though, it's important to note that Mario Barrios is in 8th, Charlie Francesca in 9th, as well as Miguel Mir in 10th. But one guy that has not made a lot of progress is Danilo Rameau. He is still all the way down in 13th position. And considering the pace he had the first half of the weekend, as well as in a couple of the heats, it's really kind of surprising to see him struggling to kind of make his way up through the field.
Yeah, but I think in Danilo's case, you know, if you look at the lap times, a lot of the guys are within a tenth or two, 3/10 at most. And you know, on a track like Orlando, I mean, there's a lot of passing spots here. But when the field gets so spread out, especially over a long race, even a guy like Danilo who's running faster laps than everybody but the 2 leaders, it makes it hard to make up ground as fast as you would like. And obviously Danilo struggling right now to make up, you know, some spaces, up 3 spots in the 13th. But like you said, start of the weekend, you know, P1, P2, P3 in practice, had some bad heats and put him back to P16 for the start for the final, and struggling to make ground so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things where this track can be easy to make up ground. I mean, we saw Brandon Lemke in the KA race go from 16th to 3rd. We've seen Norberg go through the field, like you mentioned. Alessandro Tullio as well. All 3 of those guys making up a lot of ground. But the flip side to it is you do lose a lot of time making passes here. Like, I mean, there's a lot of places that you make a pass and it compromises your run all the way down along straightaway. And so I do wonder if maybe that's something to do, or if you can't get those passes and good opportunities, it makes it to where when you make those passes, you lose a lot of time. So if you're Danilo Rameau and you're down in 13th, it's going to make it a challenging race to get to where I think he wants to be. As you look at the times, he's all the way down almost 8 seconds off of the lead and probably about 6 seconds off of the podium. So that's a big mountain to climb in only 17 laps. I know it's a really long race, but he probably would have wanted to get a good start to be able to get himself up closer to the front.
Yeah, but I mean, if the previous KA races are anything to go off of, right, once these guys inevitably start racing like this pack that we see, you know, from 3rd down to 7th and 8th, it's pretty easy to make up time, right? Because, like you said, there's a lot of passing spots here, but every pass you make, you tend to lose a few tenths, half a second, even a second if they really start racing. So for a guy like Danilo, keep your head down, right? There's still 17 laps to go. And like I said, the inevitable racing will start, you know, 10 laps to go into the race, and that's when he can really make some ground up and maybe go after a podium.
Yeah, certainly. And one guy that's really on the move is Alex Doncho. He's got himself back up into 5th spot. We saw him get by Scott Kopp just a moment ago. So for Doncho, I mean, again, he got a really bad start after the first corner, fell all the way down to 7th or 8th, got himself up to 5th, but now the work has to be done. I mean, he's got to get by Tommy Anderson, then he's got to go hunt down Mauricio Mardan. Mardan currently running a pace that is very solid, not quite what Mike Rawlison or Martin Stone has been able to run, but still only about 3/10 off of what they're doing every single lap. So for Mardan, you can see him in the shot there. He's not too far away from the front 2, and he's got a comfortable gap back to Anderson and Doncho in 4th and 5th. So it's going to be a lot of big mountain to climb for anyone trying to get on the podium, but a solid run for the Technokart USA Technocars. He sits in the 3rd spot, doing a little bit of adjustments on the carb here mid-race. I mean, tires still have a long way to go in this one. Still, the engine as well will have heated up about to the maximum that it will throughout the whole race. So this is where you see maybe the engine's a little bit too lean. You have to richen up a little bit, avoid going and overheating the engine. But certainly for Mardan, a solid run so far as we see Rawlison continuing to close up on Stone. He's down to about 2 kart lengths. He has slowly reeled in that gap, half a tenth, a tenth, maybe a tenth and a half on a good lap. But now he's within drafting range, and at the end of the back straightaway, if he can get everything right here, he should be right on the bumper of the number 441 REM machine.
Yeah, I mean, Rawlison last time by was 4/10 faster than Martin Stone. I mean, Rawlison's car's continuing to just get better and better. I wonder if Martin Stone made a bit of an error. I mean, the lap he did last lap wasn't anything, you know, different than what he's been doing all race long. You know, maybe a tenth or 2 off of what he was normally running consistently, but Rawlison getting faster and faster every lap. The question is Rawlison going to push him, or is he going to go for the lead? I think he goes for the lead here. I think he has enough pace to pull away if possible, as right here, Rawlison to the inside on the last corner, make that move stick. Martin Stone tries to cross him up here. They're going to go side by side along the straightaway here. Let's see how this turns out into turn 1. Rawlison holds the inside line. He's going to make this move stick. Good move for Mike Rawlison.
Yeah, might move Mike Rawlison up to the race lead for the first time all race long. This has been a very successful day, as now we see Martin Stone back to the race lead. Going for the crossover is Rawlison. As they come to turn 5, it is side by side between the 2 Masters drivers going for the lead. Rawlison's going to have to settle back into 2nd, and so after making a strong pass into turn number 1, he now has to concede the position back to Martin Stone and the REM machine continues his run at the front. He's officially led every lap of this race. As they come down towards turn 9, we'll see if Rawlson regroups and looks for the position again. Mike Rawlson able to find himself up in the battle for the lead. Maybe at the start of the race he had to get through a couple of passes there. Obviously the mistake yesterday with the battery led to him getting disqualified. Had to start further back than he would have liked to. But now as they come to complete lap number 13, the most exciting lap yet for the lead. We saw Rawlson go for it, could not make it happen. And now coming down to complete another lap, Martin Stone able to hold on to his lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you saw with Martin Stone there is what you're going to see him attempt to do for the next 14 laps. Because I think at this point he knows Mike Rawlson has the best car on the grid, or at least the best car as of right now in this race. And so Rawlson got around him. Martin Stone realized that if he doesn't make this move right here, it might be the last chance he has all race long. So he took his chance. He's actually extending his gap just a little bit to Mike Rawlson. I think Rawlson might be just conserving his tires. You know, like we said, there's still 13 to go. Remember, the heats yesterday were 12 laps. So there's still more than a heat left to go in these guys' eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I got to ask you, Alex, like when you're looking at your own races and you have a pre-final that's, say, 10 laps, and then you suddenly go to a 22-lap final, like you have to think that takes a lot out of a driver when you go, and it's a completely different mindset when you're going from basically a sprint race to suddenly having to manage the tires, manage everything, and just kind of stay patient with it. And it's certainly for these master drivers, you wonder a little bit about fitness and just kind of how they're looking forward to 26 laps, because all weekend long they haven't run anything more than 10 or 12 laps in a session. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly tough. Obviously, these master guys are as experienced as they get, but like you said, maybe the fitness, you know, comes into play a little bit. I've talked to a couple of them, and they weren't really looking forward to the 26 laps. You know, 12 laps is a pretty long enough heat race as it is, and like to add 14 to that as a final, it feels like an endurance race. I mean, I've done a few 25 lappers at Newcastle, and I'm sure those are 35-minute long races, and it takes quite a while. So, like you said, it's a lot to take into play, right? Because it's a sprint race turned enduro race. You're thinking, in Mike Rawlson's eyes, I got to get around Martin Stone, because I'm looking back and I see Laurent Martin is catching us slowly but surely. You know, he was 2 seconds back 4 laps ago. Now it's 1.3. So he needs to get around Martin Stone, but at the same time, he has to conserve his tires because there's still 12 laps to go. Yeah, and if you're Martin Stone, you're thinking about it like if Rawlson gets by, you don't want to risk losing him. So I think if you're Martin Stone, you're not worried about pushing him and trying to help. If Rawlson puts up a pressure, you go for it right away. And so I think that played into Stone's decision to go for it right away and try to get that position. He locks up a little bit coming into turn number 1. But Stone really driving that car hard right now. And you're seeing maybe Rawlson taking a step back a little bit. I mean, Mike Rawlson, or Rawlson Performance Group, known for their ability to set the kart at low tire pressures and continue to perform. And certainly, I mean, we've seen it all day long. We've seen karts like Ernesto Rivera come into their own later on in the day, or in the session. Obviously, that KA Jr field was an exciting one, and you do wonder, obviously the setup's going to be a bit different with about 60, 70 more pounds on the kart in the case of Rawlson. But you take some of those similarities, and you wonder, have they opted for a different setup, or has Rawlson maybe overcooked the tires, or are we in a situation where he's just simply holding back and waiting for his time as Stone continues to have about a kart length gap? Yeah, I think we're seeing, you know, an experienced guy like Mike. You know, he's been around the scene for a while. He's seen a lot of his drivers do the same thing. Obviously, RPG going for their 4th win of the day, so clearly they're doing something right. But I think you're seeing Mike just hold back a little bit, conserve his tires. There's still 10 to go, and this lap is actually seems to be a pretty good one for Mike. He's on the bumper of Martin Stone, and yeah, he goes a 10th faster than Martin Stone this time by. I think Martin Stone might, you said it last time by, you know, he slid in pretty hard, you know, locked the brakes up a little bit. His tires might be going away, whereas Mike still smoothest hands on the grid right now. That kart looks to just be hooked up. Yeah, and the one thing to consider is there's still 11 or 10 laps left in this race. That's almost a full distance heat race, so it's not like there's just a few laps left. I mean, this is still a very long amount of time, around about a 57-second lap. So, Mike Rawlson to the race lead, turn 8. Just as we were talking about, maybe him being patient, he throws one out of the hat and gets the race lead. Although Martin Stone going to come right back coming into turn 9. He gets the job back done. Rawlson's going to try for a crossover, does not have the momentum. He'll set back in line, but while all of this is happening, Rawlson keeps it in there. While all this is happening, it's allowed Martin to get there. Rawlson on the curb, goes side-by-side, pushes Stone wide. Martin. They're still side-by-side, and now Rencio Martin makes it a 3-kart battle for the lead as Martin Stone hangs on heading into turn 1. I am very surprised that Rawlson actually went for that move. I mean, it would have worked to be fair to his decisions, but he hit the curb on the inside there of, I believe, turn 8 as Rawlson's going to throw it into turn 4, late on the brakes. Martin Stone, crossover move. He's going to get the good exit there into 5. Around the outside, Rawlson's going to hold the inside. Here comes Martin trying to go for second. He can't make that work, and Rawlson up into the lead. Martin Stone down to second. Yeah, Mike Rawlson really throwing the elbows out. We thought the last corner move was a little bit audacious. That turn 4 move was also audacious, but he made it stick, eventually coming into turn number 5, and now Mike Rawlson sets sail. Laurencio Martin, we'll see if he's willing to work with Martin Stone or if he tries to make a pass coming into 9, stays right on the bumper of the REM machine as they come out of turn 9. Rawlson continues to hang on to the lead, and now for the first time all day, he remains unchallenged at the front, and as they come into the last corner, it looks like Mike Rawlson will come across to lead his first lap of this feature, and Martin Stone trying to hang on to second against Laurencio Martin.
Yeah, it looks to me, I've noticed the last few laps, I think Rawlson's his strong point right now in this race, if you watch middle to off the corner, he seems to be able to get the power a little bit sooner than these guys. The rear grip that he has right now to get to the power, it's incredible. If you watch exit this corner, he gets just a little bit of a gap. And what that does, obviously, with switchbacks like these corners, it makes it really hard for the guy behind you to get a good enough run. Obviously, if they're getting the power after you, your run's not going to be good enough, and they're not going to be able to make a move on him. Look at the gap he's extended already in half a lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was talking to Ryan Norberg yesterday about it, and when this track gets hot, it gets so greasy. Anything after about noon or 1 o'clock, you're really seeing the track start to heat up, start to get really greasy and slick. And even on a new set of tires like these guys are on now, it still makes a difference. I mean, you're seeing Mike Rawlson, RPG, really kind of putting a little bit more grip into the kart maybe, and not quite enough to bind it up, but still enough to get himself going. But as I say that, Martin Stone has kind of regrouped a little bit the last lap or so, got a little bit of better exits, and now as they come down the front straightaway again, he's only about a kart length back. They've started to drop Laurencio Martin again. So this is Martin Stone kind of having a second win maybe. He's only about a kart length back from Rawlson as they come through the kink, and I really do think if he can put on the pressure, now is the time. He fades to the inside, cannot make it stick though, and Mike Rawlson hangs on for now.
Wow, I'm actually very surprised. Martin Stone's go-kart seems to just remain under him with 7 to go here. I really thought halfway through we were watching his kart fade away, but maybe he went lower than Rawlson on tire pressures, and the kart's finally coming in for him because look at the way the go-kart's handling now. Kart's biting middle to off. He's getting really good exits now. He might be able to have a run at Rawlson here with 7 to go. As we enter turn 9 here in the hairpin, just kart's looking good for Martin Stone. You know, no more rear locking now. He's getting the rear grip back in the go-kart, right? Like you said, Emery, though, obviously the track, it's getting really, really hot outside. Obviously, I have a jacket on. I don't know why I have a jacket on, so it's a little bit hotter for me, but it's getting hot outside. Track's getting really greasy, so that's where the power off, like I was mentioning, makes it really hard for these guys to get to power, make moves. But we're watching here, turns 1 and 2. Martin Stone able to keep a lower line than Mike Rawlson. It just shows the grip that he has. He might go for a move here in turn 4. Oh, again, fades to the inside. Rawlson really late in the brakes, able to hold on.
Yeah, Rawlson there just barely able to hang on as I think Stone continues to look for that inside move because if he can get it on into 4, it really kind of compromises Rawlson on the exit and leaves him unchallenged for turn number 5 as now they come through the sweeper. Rawlson continuing to just run his line at the front of the field, but Martin Stone in second has done a really nice job of just staying tucked in that second spot. He's found a little bit more pace in that kart. They're starting to drop Martin again, although the last time through Martin kind of stabilized the gap. But coming down to 6 laps to go, we're getting to the point now where if the karts were going to fall off, it would be right about now. And right now, it looks like Martin Stone's kart has come back to life. Rawlson's kart continues to look good at the front, but maybe not quite as good as it was around 5-6 laps ago. As they hit the 5 laps to go mark, Mike Rawlson continues to lead. The front two now have a 0.6 of a second gap back to Laurencio Martin.
Yeah, I mean, Martin Stone about matched his best lap as he goes to the inside of Rawlson. He's going to make the move stick in turn 4 this time. That was a move coming for the last 3 laps as hand in the air for Martin Stone. Rawlson got to the bumper of him. He must not be happy. I wonder if Rawlson's going to have a pushback. I don't think he does. He puts his hand up, says he apologizes. Obviously, Martin Stone couldn't see that, but Martin Stone's not going to be very happy with what Rawlson just did there.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional by any
Not at
means.
all.
I think Stone just kind of slid up there, and Rawlson was already in the gas and decided it was better to just push him. I think it actually might have helped out Martin Stone a little bit.
Yeah, for
It kind
sure.
of protected that spot, but certainly not the greatest of moves for Stone. Certainly worked out for him, and he's now in the race lead. Now Mike Rawlson in second, and all of that fighting has brought Laurencio Martin back into the fight. He's in third, only about a kart length behind as they hit 4 laps to go coming around this time. Martin Stone, as we see one kart,
4:55.
one of the Sodi karts out of the race there, I believe.
Christoph Adams.
He's on a solid run inside the top 20. His day is done with only 4 laps to go in this final, and Martin Stone retook the lead this last time through into this corner. Rawlson too far back to make a challenge now, but we have a solid 3-kart race for the lead here.
Yeah, one guy I want to quickly mention here before to go, Danilo Romalo, up 9 spots in the P7. Remember when he was 8 seconds back? He's now only 4 seconds back from the leaders. I doubt they'll race that hard with 4 to go, but obviously he's made up a lot of ground. He's really shown the pace that we expected from him. Just unlucky they had to start so far back.
Yeah, I think it's a case of maybe Romallo, if he had gotten a better start, could have been up in contention for the lead, but it just took him so much time to get through the first 3 to 5 passes that by the time he got there, it was already way too late. But still, solid run from Romallo. He's had the pace all weekend long, and we're seeing now, so you can see that second group and Romallo just kind of edging up to the end of it here, as now the top 3 continue to work, and more so the top 2. Every time Stone and Rawlson work together and don't really pass each other, you're seeing them pull a gap down to Laurencio Martin in that 3rd spot. So the Technocart for Martin, we saw at the beginning of the race, had a lot of pace in it, but now maybe just fading away a little bit. He's still got a very big gap back to Tommy Anderson in 4th for that final podium spot, but Martin might have to hope for a little bit of a miracle here as Rawlson gets back to the bumper of Martin Stone coming out of the turn 5 hairpin.
Yeah, Stone and Rawlson have been consistently about a 10th or 2 faster than Martin most of the race. Martin's only really had hope for the lead. As we see a late lunge there from Rawlson. He's going to make that move stick into turn 8. He got a pretty good exit as well there. Martin Stone may not have an answer going into turn 9. We'll see under braking. Look to the inside. Martin Stone, he's going to go back to the leader on Mike Rawlson.
Yeah, there we saw Rawlson really use the curve as now Rawlson switches it back. Last time he wasn't quite able to pull this move off. This time it's going to be close. Stone keeps the lead. Rawlson, though, dives it back down, does not hit the curb, and is able to hold off Stone out of the corners. Martin goes side by side for 2nd, but Mike Rawlson, a gutsy move as we hit the 2 to go signal, and Mike Rawlson, a sensational move to get himself back into the lead.
Yeah, and defensive driving has started now. Rawlson goes mid-track there into turn 1. He got a decent enough exit here to I think it's going to, just not enough for Martin Stone. Martin Stone locks up on the brakes entering 4. That's going to leave him vulnerable here to Martin. Martin to the inside. Martin goes to P2 from P3 there, obviously, into turn 5. Martin gives him the signal. He says, please, let's go. We got to go catch Rawlson.
Yeah, Laurencio Martin used the opportunity to get by, but in the process, it slowed both of them down. Although Martin Stone lost a lot of time front arrow wash coming out of turn number 4. You do wonder, that's the tires. 25 laps in around a track like this in the hot sun. Tires have to be scorching at this point, and Martin Stone just pushed it a little bit too hard there, and it cost him dearly. And now, as they come down, only a lap and a bit to go. Mike Rawlson has about a 4 car length lead at the front ahead of Laurencio Martin. This could be smooth sailing for the headman of Rawlson Performance Group. As we hit the white flag, 1 to go. It's Mike Rawlson leading Martin, leading Stone, and others coming to line.
Yeah, let's see if Martin Stone can give Martin any bit of a push here. I mean, they crossed the line half a second behind Rawlson, so it's going to take an absolute miracle here for them to catch up to Rawlson. As late block there from Laurento Martin on Martin Stone. It's going to compromise his exit here. Let's see if Martin Stone, he's going to go defensive again. Martin Stone's going to try to crossover move here in turn 5. Not going to make that move stick. Martin's going to be able to hold the inside here entering turn 6.
Yeah, Martin continuing to hold the position in turn 6. He's got Martin Stone right there on his tail. Stone trying to find a way into 8, but again, Martin going defensive at every opportunity. This is allowing Tommy Anderson as well as Scott Kopp to pull back into range. I don't think they're going to get there in time to get onto the podium, but it's certainly a battle going on for 2nd. Martin continuing to defend from Martin Stone at the front, or in the 2nd and 3rd positions. It looks like Martin is going to be able to hang on for the 2nd position, but all of this battling has allowed Mike Rawlson and Rawlson Performance Group to ride into the sunset as he takes the checkered flag in KA Masters presented by Speed Concept and wins Rawlson Performance Group's 4th race of the day.
I mean, how impressive is that? 4 wins so far for RPG, and they still have a chance to win at least one more there in X30 Seniors, so it's been a pretty dominant day for that team so far.
Yeah, it's a sensational effort from Mike. Obviously started in 6th. He had to do a lot of work in the early going to get by and stay clean. But once he got up to about 2nd, was able to slowly reel in Martin Stone, made the first pass with about 12 laps to go. And from there on, it was a battle between those two. A key mistake from Martin Stone kind of gave Rawlson the opportunity to pull away. And what a battle from the RPG headman. He takes their 4th victory of the day in stylish fashion. Laurencio Martin, a solid run aboard the Technocart to get into 2nd, taking advantage of Stone's mistake. His best run of the weekend. Stone finishes off in 3rd. Tommy Anderson, his return to karts, will have to be happy with a 4th place finish, his debut master run. And Scott Kopp, the Franklin Motorsports Merlin man, finishes off the top 5. Danilo Romallo finishes off in 6th after getting 10 spots in the race and picking up fast time. Alex Doncho finishes up 7th after starting on the front row. Then it's Mario Barrios, Nicky Cello, and Charlie Francesco rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, what a race there in KA Masters, huh? I mean, Rawlson, we expected him maybe to win, obviously with the pace he showed in warm-ups, in heats, but in that fashion, I didn't know that Martin and Stone would be able to stay with him. But they did, and obviously Martin Stone there put up a good fight. I think if he would have played his cards a little bit better, he might have been able to come up with a win.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to just the kart setup, and certainly Stone did a good job throughout the race managing his tires, but once you got down to about 3 or 4 laps to go, he got in a situation where I think he just pushed it a little bit too hard for what the tires had left in them and made one key mistake, and that's all it takes a lot of times, because you get in the draft and you can easily match the pace of what someone else is running, but once you get out of that draft, it's so much harder to make it up. And obviously, credit to Lorenzo Martin getting the move for second, but once Martin made that pass and went on the defensive, it was more or less all she wrote for the race win. And I think it's good for Mike Rollison, obviously, but it's also a good run for both of the guys in second and third, because Martin and Stone at times this weekend did not have the pace, but in that final, they were right there up there with a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that mistake that Martin Stone made with 3 to go. He clipped the curb exiting turn 3, and it got him into the grass a little bit, and I think that's why he went wide. Obviously, 23-lap-old tires, late in the brakes already trying to defend from Martin, and obviously had a bit of dirt on the tires. So he went wide in 4, and that pretty much was race over with 2 to go.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because we really had a good battle on our hands. We saw Stone and Rollison kind of exchange the lead multiple times. We saw Rollison that last time into the final corner, a really audacious move, made it stick. But still, good battles all around. Shout out to Tommy Anderson getting himself up into 4th. Solid run for him on the return to karts. But really, this KA Masters field put on a show when it comes down to it. I mean, Mike Rollison had to deal with the adversity of losing a battery early in the weekend. Basically wrote off his entire first seat, guaranteed he'd start outside the top 5, and still won every possible session after that. And he had to work for it, but he got it done.
Yeah, work for it indeed. I mean, this is the first time all year that we've seen Mike Rollison have to really fight for it. Not only fight for it, we saw some aggression on Mike Rollison, but obviously clean racing all around, but just audacious moves from him, and he made him stick when it mattered.
Yeah, certainly. I think Rollison will have to be happy with that. It's been a solid day for the RPG group. 4 victories. Had Ernesto Rivera win both of his races. We saw Max Taylor run up at the front of the field in his race. I mean, really, it's just been consistency up at the front of the field for all of them in the KA categories. We've got a couple more of the RPG guys obviously coming up. Ryan Norberg ready to get going in the X30 Sr. We'll see if we can talk to him in a little bit. He'll start from the 10th position. Diego Contecha starting on the front row as well, so it could be 5 at the end of this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely, they're giving themselves a pretty good chance to win 5, right, with Contagion on the front row, Norberg in 10th. Norberg's, he's been my pick all weekend long, even with the DQ and qualifying. He's just been a 10th or 2 faster all weekend long in the X30 Pro class, and I still have him winning, obviously, in a very competitive class.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting battle. I'll get to my official pick in a little bit, but certainly nice run through the field for Ryan Norberg in both of the heat races, or in all 3 of the heat races, getting up to where he will start inside the top 10, right where he needs to be able to make a challenge. Diego Contecha has shown a lot of pace, and all things considered, it's going to be an exciting battle in X30. But first, we got the Mini Swifts on the grid getting set to go for their 22-lap final coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Wait, before you do, think 60 seconds about all the consequences before you act. That is what Think 60 is all about, teaching the next leaders of the world. For more information, go to think60.org.
And welcome back. We've got Mini Swift on track for their main event. Mini Swift brought to you by D&J International Services. That front row of Lucas Palacio and Max Christie will bring them around for a start. Let's see if we can get a start the first time. Heading up the grid towards the stripe, watching our flagman, and we are not going to have a start this time. We'll go through the rest of the starting lineup as quickly as we can. Row 2 is Ethan Tovo and Marco Samet. In row 3, it's Kai Mars and Fianchi. In row 4, it's Cameron Marcia and Rocco Simone. In row 5, Jackson Gibson and Felipe Jesus Benito. In row 6, Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy. In row 7, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Michael McGoy. In row 8, Ashton Woon and Royce Vega. In row 9, Jackson Tovo and Antonio Pizzonia Neto. In row 10, Julian Rivera and Carter Barkas. In row 11, Alexander Pacuna and Jacob Alejandro Vega Esquivel. In row 12, Edward Kennedy and Hudson Erlin. In row 13, Landon Buer and Benya Fernandez. In row 14, Martin Jaramillo and Mateo Calderon. In row 15, Cole Medeiros and William Kim. Row 16, Brandon Siraki and Nicholas Orbezo. In row 17, Jamie Garcia and Declan Danarine. In row 18, it is Tyler Paget and Luis Nunez. On through the field, Andrew Sapenko and Maddox Ruiz in row 20. Samuel Martinez, Logan Kowalski, Luke Kanyapatek, Jacob Medeski, Alexander Young, Alex Miller, and Sawyer Chambers. That is your grid, your starting lineup for Mini Swift, brought to you by D&J International Services.
A full capacity grid here for D&J Intermodal Services. Mini Swift, Lucas Palacio and Max Christia a little bit too late to get things kind of formed up last time around, so they're going to bring them slowly around the final corner this time, and we'll see if attempt number 2 will be good enough to get us the green flag. Some good racing all the way through this afternoon so far. Lots of smart driving in the Micro Swift division. Let's jump up one age bracket, add a few more go-karts on the racetrack, and see how the next step up goes. 8 to 12 years old, all set, ready in green as we race down to turn number 1. Palacio will get the lead, Ethan Tovo to second, and there is a little bit of carnage there through the first corner. A couple drivers getting kind of hooked up and going wide, but everybody's going to make it over until they get to turn number 3, and Marco Samet's gone around in the BJR MDR Lando Norris kart.
Tough break for Marco Samet with a good starting position, and now he's shuffled back several positions. It's going to be awfully tough for Marco Samet to recover from that one.
Yeah, it'll be tough here. We'll keep an eye on how well the Brandon Jarskak Racing, Mike Doty Racing driver goes. How about Ethan Tovo and that Speed Concepts Racing entry? He takes over the lead with a bit of a move that was a little too much, and now Lucas Palacio is going to answer. And look at Max Christia with a crossover. He'll get alongside Palacio, but he's got no help out there on the outside lane. Kai Mars is right there in fourth as they all jump over the curbing into the final corner. Out of turn number 12 to 13, Palacio holds. Tovo second, Christia third, Kai Mars in fourth. 4-driver breakaway up front. Little gap further back to find the driver in fifth. Cameron Marcia with a great start there in the 114 for Ryan Perry Motorsports and Nitro Kart. And a big gap out back from Marcia, about 2.5 seconds to find the Super Tune USA Tony Kart from Japan, Fion Shi. As there we go for the lead already. Ethan Tovo back to it. This time it's successful. Palacio will follow suit. Max Christia back to third.
really surprised at the gap already. It kind of tells you what was happening about 8th, 10th, 12th positions and on back, as we've got almost a 2-second gap from the leaders back to 6th place. So those top 5 or 6 have checked out nearly 2 seconds on the field, and that's going to be awfully hard to close in unless this lead group starts racing. But right now they're behaving themselves, staying in line. Lucas Palacio leading the way, Ethan Tovo, Max Christie, Kai Mars, and Cameron Marcia. That's your top 5, and they're all gapping. We've got a nice pass there. Even Tovo inside makes the pass on Lucas Palacio to take over the top spot.
Yeah, he makes the move nicely done. So Lucas Palacio, Ethan Tovo have traded the lead a couple times already. Max Christie is still right there in 3rd. And again, Cameron Marcia just going to school, one of the many micro drivers moving up to Mini here this weekend, alongside Kai Mars, who makes a move for 3rd as Tovo goes by on Mars' teammate for the lead. And Palacio, his teammate, goes back to the lead again. So we're going to trade them up quite a bit. And boys, you've got a big gap back to Tristan Murphy. That gap will evaporate, though, if you keep shuffling like this. Murphy was quickest on the racetrack that time by. He'll make up some more ground now as another pass is made. Max Christia goes by on Kai Mars. And you can see that the second pack with a big group of cars is closing back up here to the top 5.
And in that second pack is our biggest mover, Jackson Tovo, who started 17th in 2 laps, has moved up 8 spots, now in the top 10. And part of that second group drafting up to the leaders, Jackson Tovo, a 17th starting position, will be battling for the lead in just 3 laps.
Yeah, Jackson Tovo got a great run out of the final corner as now Christia goes on, tries to get by his brother Ethan Tovo, can't quite do it. So Ethan Tovo second, Jackson Tovo in that second pack. Ethan is going to get freight trained there. Christia goes by, Kai Mars goes through. Marcia can't fully complete the pass. He stays back in 5th, and Ethan Tovo slots in line to 4th. All the while, Lucas Palacio's lead grows a little bigger. Now Cameron Marcia inside, looking clear there through turn 6 and 7. Move Cameron Marcia and the Marcia Motorsports, Ryan Perry Motorsports Nitro card up to 4th.
Julian Rivera, the 134 on the chart, just went purple with a 101.202 for Julian Rivera.
Ooh, little love tap there as they're all shuffling in and out. Max Christia loses 3rd. Marcia moves up into the P3, but I think Cameron Marcia might have knocked the pushback bumper in on the 114 machine, so unfortunate for Cameron Marcia. And as the pack continues to grow in size, he'll lose 4 spots there, and that penalty for potentially 6 seconds could get to be a whole lot bigger. As they head down to turn number 1, Ethan Tovo looking inside on Christia. He gets by, and Fion Shi right there with Marcia, side by side to turn 4. Marcia guts him a break, and look at the 2 kids out in front. Teammates on the Team TARP Kart Republic Trinity Karting Group operation, Lucas Palacio and Kai Mars, with a healthy gap of their own each back to this major group led by Ethan Tovo and Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, this is playing right into their hands. Lucas Palacio now with almost a full second on the field. Kai Mars running in second, nearly a second behind Palacio, has another second on the rest of the field. So those top 2 right now gapping with the field by a wide margin, although that third group is closing in, led by Max Christie, and they could very well catch up to Kai Mars in the next lap or 2.
Yeah, they could definitely get to him. They're only about 2 car lengths away, and look how big that pack is there, Randy. I mean, we're talking all the way back, probably down to right around Felipe Jesus Benito in 16th at the end of this big lead train hunting down Kai Mars. When it's that big, it's almost like a storm is brewing. At some point, 2 drivers will collide in a storm and it'll explode. And I don't know when or where that'll happen. All you can do as a driver at that point is carve your way to the front as safely and as quickly as you can. As we see Marcia making a move there on Christia. He'll get back to the top 5. Christia back to 6th. Up the road again, Ethan Tovo, Tristan Murphy 3rd, Kai Mars still 2nd. Everybody chasing Lucas Palacio, who added a 1/10 of a second to his lead last time. That may or may not be the case this time, as I think Tristan Murphy is setting Kai Mars up for a nice move in turn 9. And Mars knows it, and look at how low he's going down the back straightaway.
Talking about that long freight train, Xander, from 2nd to 15th, the gap is 3 seconds, which sounds like a lot, but understand, it takes 3 seconds for 13 drivers to cross the line. So that difference is really bumper to bumper, 3rd through 15th, and a pass for 3rd.
Pass for 2nd as well there. So Kai Mars loses out to Tristan Murphy. Murphy now becomes the driver on the charge towards Lucas Palacio. And Mars has Ethan Tovo looking, and he'll get by there for P3. Marcia trying to go, can't quite get it done for P4. Headed into turn number 4, Mars is going to block. Marcia stays on the bumper, and Ethan Tovo, just as they start to make some headway, goes by Tristan Murphy, and that's going to give an even bigger gap here to Lucas Palacio up front. It's up to 1.6 seconds now. Back to the rest of the group here with 16 laps to go.
Still a long ways to go, but Lucas Palacio, a 1.6 second advantage, 1.5 second advantage over Tristan Murphy, currently running second. And Tristan Murphy started in 12th, so he has been on the charge something big time here. Tristan Murphy in the 111 moves up 10 spots and is running in second, but the question is, can he get some help to chase down Lucas Palacio? Last lap, he was equal to but not faster than Palacio.
Down the front straightaway here this time, Ethan Tovo hits his personal best, a 101.190, 4/10 better than Lucas Palacio. Chops the gap down to about 1.3 seconds, so that's what you need. This is not what you need. Tristan Murphy goes back by on Ethan Tovo. Right as they start to make some ground up on the race leader, they trade the second spot once again.
And again, that just plays in the hands of Lucas Palacio. And let's go trackside now for some information on the last race.
Here with Hayden Jones. Hayden had a pretty good weekend so far, pretty good run through the heats, culminating in a 6th place starting spot on the grid. Walk me through how the weekend's been go so far and what you expect for the final.
Yeah, we've been working on the kart all weekend, getting faster each heat. We finished 5th in that last heat, so a pretty good starting spot, 6th. Looking to make my way forward at the start, just, hold on for dear life while the tires come in and see how it plays out.
All right, so long race. So Hayden Jones starting in 6th, looking to attack forward going into the final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, good news there from Hayden Jones about where he rolls off, and it's been a consistent weekend. Solid debut with the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic squad. Again, his chassis teammate leading the way and benefiting from a lot of battling out back as they come out of turn number 5 here. The gap is still about even. Even with the pass, Tristan Murphy didn't give up any time to Lucas Palacio. Only gained about 1/10 of a second, though. Ethan Tovo has just gone back by him, and Cameron Marshall continues to follow these two drivers here and is trying to just build as big of a gap out back as he can, because Marshall is trying to outrun that potential pushback bumper penalty.
Cameron Marcia, a 1:00.975, going purple on that last lap. And these kids are working their way through this main event. We got 8 laps in, 14 to go. Fast approaching the halfway mark, a few laps away from that. So Tristan Murphy has got to keep it dialed in here. He's got Ethan Tovo now on his rear bumper, but we're too wide down the straight. Not going to be able to make the pass. That was Cameron Marcia, who's been quick, going low, trying to go underneath and make the undercut, but couldn't quite do it. They'll stay in line. And that gap now is 1.113 seconds. Every lap it gets a little closer. There is time. If they can keep nipping away at a 1/10 to 2/10 of a lap, they could very well catch Lucas Palacio. Is Lucas Palacio your leader? Battling for second, Ethan Tovo, Tristan Murphy, Cameron Marcia, and Max Christie.
So as they go through the turn 8 complex here, let's take a wide look at what the gap is once again. You can see now, I would say Ethan Tovo is within drafting distance, just barely, of Lucas Palacio. The 3-car pack is holding even to the gap back to Max Christia, and it's still loosely tied together back to the mid-teens all the way through, and it'll get really crazy when they do catch the race leader. So Ethan Tovo, great final sector that time. He'll pull a little bit further away from Tristan Murphy and a little bit closer to Lucas Palacio. 10 down, 12 to go. The gap, 9/10 of a second here in D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift.
Less than a second gap between first and second. Ethan Tovo has continued to reel in Lucas Palacio. Will he be able to catch him? Well, it looks like he very well may, but he's got company. Tristan Murphy, Cameron Marcia, Max Christie, Kai Mars. They're all in a freight train, and they're all reeling in Lucas Palacio, who's out there all by himself with no drafting help, and that doesn't work right now for Lucas as they get closer every single lap. Through the top 10, Antonio Pizzogno, Fian Shi, Tyrone Kemper, and Ashton Woon. That is your top 10. Big mover, Antonio Pizzogno, 11 spots, started in 18th, currently running in 7th, and Tristan Murphy started in 12th, currently running in 3rd, but they're all chasing Lucas Palacio, your leader, right now a 9/10 of a second advantage over the field, but that was almost 2 seconds a few laps ago. Every lap They get a little bit closer, and now another tenth. It's 0.8 of a second difference. Palacio trying to hang on, but that gap gets smaller every single lap.
And all these drivers need to be aware, again, as you see a little slide from Ethan Tovo, that even in the micros and minis, running the full 22 laps with the full force of the Florida sun beating down on this racetrack here at Orlando Kart Center. This is around that time of day when everybody said it was really the greasiest all the way through, the slickest racetrack time at the moment. So are they going to slide a little bit? Are they going to overcook their tires or at least overheat them, trying to track down the leader? Let's go side by side, and here's some more intel from down on the grid with Emery and Alexander.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Brandon Carr. Brandon, you're rolling out P3 and X30 Pro. You've had a good, solid weekend all weekend long, really, right? Had that one penalty in Heat 3. Talk to me. I mean, 26 laps is the longest we've seen in quite some time on the national scene, right? Especially, it's 14 laps more than you've done all weekend long. How much of an adjustment is this as a driver, especially on the new tires?
Yeah, it's going to be harder, but we just got to keep chilled at the start, save the tire, and then push hard at the end. Like, you're going to see a lot of people falling off at the beginning because it's too low, but then at the end, I don't really know, to be fair. It's just going to be one of them races. Keep pushing until the end.
Yeah, and obviously it's pretty hot out right now. This temperature is roughly the same as it was in Heat 2. I mean, were there any takeaways that you got from yesterday in terms of track evolution that you could take into today's final?
Yeah, when the track gets cooler, we seem to have more grip. So we just got to not overheat the tire at the start and just save the tire till the end and then push hard at the end.
All right, thanks, Brandon.
All right, Brandon Carr again, ready to go, and a good input from him. Like he said, you know, the main focus right now will be tire conservation. We just saw some more shuffling while we were side by side. Cameron Marcia now commands the pack, and Randy, it looks like all that headway they were just making on Lucas Palacio has kind of stalled out for the moment.
Yeah, they're still actually now they're a little further back, 0.9 of a second. So they've hit a mark, and they can't seem to get any closer. Last lap, Palacio was actually a little faster by himself than the draft.
There they go side by side back behind. Antonio Pizzonia Nito takes over a spot inside the top 5 as he gets around. Lucas Palacio remains the leader here with 9 laps to go. Cameron Marcia, Tristan Murphy trying to track him down about a second away and looking for more. The rookie leading this big pack here as we go side by side. Let's go back down to pit lane to Emery Lida. Emery?
I'm here with Ryan Raffa. Ryan, it's been a pretty good weekend for you so far, solidly in the top 15. You start 13th for the final. Walk me through how your weekend's been so far.
It's been pretty good. We've just been working on pace. I don't have a lot of laps around this track, but we're chipping away at it. The Speed Concepts guys are helping me extremely well, and I think we got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, it's a 26-lap final, a lot of laps going on. Obviously, all weekend you've been running kind of 12-lap stints and whatnot. How has that changed your kind of complexion going into the race, and kind of what do you expect from the tire fall?
I think the tire fall is going to be pretty significant, but I think attrition is going to be super important. I mean, if you can get yourself up into the top 5, then it's anybody's race.
All right, Ryan Raffa starting in 13th. He's shown solid pace this weekend. We'll see what he can do in the final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, Ryan Raffa, like you said, good point about attrition. Really, his pace throughout the heat races was probably not at 13th place level, but he stayed out of trouble in all 3 heats, Randy, and got himself a safe starting spot. That's the same that could be said for some of the drivers here at the front of this mini-swift class as well, as there were quite a few with 1, if not 2, bad heat races throughout the day Saturday. 7 laps to go this time by. Where's our update here on lap time so far, Randy?
Well, we've got 0.9 of a second gap still. It's Lucas Palacio, your leader. Julian Rivera a couple laps ago went purple with a 1:08:05. Cameron Marcia, Tristan Murphy, Antonio Pizzonia, and Ethan Tovo, your top 5. We're 14 laps in the books, 8 laps to go.
Yeah, counting on down the laps. That time by Cameron Marcia, 6.5 of a second back from Lucas Palacio. So he's chipped off 0.2, but then he did get passed by Tristan Murphy in turn number 1. So will Murphy be close enough there? Now he goes back on him over in turn number 4. Over to turn number 5, Antonio Pizzonia gets by, and he crosses him over coming out of 5. So, right, again, it's just they're getting so close, Randy, and it's like they all get excited. Okay, now we're there. Now I should go, and now here we go again. And Lucas Palacio just keeps that lead.
This is a welcome sight for Lucas Palacio for sure. We'll see how big the gap is as they cross the line here in a couple more corners. But the last lap is the closest they've been just about since the beginning of the race. So Palacio, he's been steady. He's had solid laps every single time. But he's got about, let's see, 15. He's got 7 laps to hang on. And, again, they continue to race in front of him as Tristan Murphy moves back to second.
Yeah, the more battling they do behind, the easier it becomes for Lucas Palacio to basically run out the clock. Just log more laps in. Now we're down 16 in. 6 laps to go. And Pizzogno leads the way down at turn number 4. He'll leave the door open. For now, they won't pass him. They'll pass further back as Ethan Tovo goes by into the 4th position. And they ran, I believe, Cameron Marshall a little bit wide, but he survived and slides outside the top 5. Let's go side by side again here towards the end of this one for some more intel down on pit lane. Alexander?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, here with Jorge Ortiz. Jorge, it's been a solid weekend for you, pace-wise. Haven't really had the luck, a bunch of bumper penalties throughout the heat races. Puts you 22nd for this final. I mean, besides the unlucky part of getting bumper penalties, what are the takeaways so far from this weekend? I mean, are you chasing understeer, oversteer, or do you think you have a good kart underneath you right now to fight up top?
I for sure have a good kart to fight in the front right there. Just have to have a pretty good start, at least getting 5-6 positions on that start. It's a long race, 26 laps. Anything can happen, so I just have to start pushing and get up there.
All right, thanks, Jorge.
Jorge Ortiz just needs to get going here. 5 laps to go, and Randy, you're motioning. You're right. The gap has opened up here from 1st to 2nd.
Heck of a battle for 2nd, but it's allowed Lucas Palacio to gap them now almost 2 seconds. So Lucas Palacio now a 1.8 second advantage, and with less than 5 laps to go, there'll be 4 laps to go the next time they cross the stripe. It's Lucas Palacio's race right now, unless he runs a bad lap, and he hasn't run any yet. He's been solid every lap. Lucas Palacio will be the one to contend with, the one to chase down, and probably the one to stand at the top of the podium. 4 laps to go next time by. It's Palacio, your leader. Pizzogno ahead of Murphy, Tovo, and Christie. That is your top 5 running order. It'll be 18 laps in next time by as they cross the line. 4 laps to go.
Lucas Palacio last year was kind of playing second fiddle and was a little bit overshadowed by the superstar run in 2022 for Keelan Harvick. But he had a year and a half younger. He was a year and a half younger than Keelan was that season. He now enters this year, still yet to turn 9 years old, as Kai Mars makes a move on Max Christie. He's got drivers older than him still running in the Micro Swift class. They moved him up super early after a solid performance in Micro Swift at the age of 7. I don't know. I know he turns 9 at some point this season. He's still very much on the younger end of the spectrum when it comes to the Mini Swift division, and he was on the verge of a breakout year last year. At this point, he's already got himself a couple of major national level wins in the Mini Swift class. He's staring down another one to kick off the longest regular season championship of the year at 5 total rounds for the US Pro Kart Series. And you can see the margin continuing to build back to Antonio Pizzogno and Tristan Murphy. When they've worked together, they were able to run him down. At this point, the tires are going to grease over. They're driving hard, and he's been able to kind of just maintain a consistent pace. That time by, Nito was actually a little better. 101.080, 1.1 seconds away. We're going to go side by side one more time, and the rest of our X30 Pro interviews will come right before the race. 2.5 laps to go. Let's send it down here to Emery Light on pit lane.
Thanks, Sandra. I'm here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden, 2 wins in the DNF in the heat races. You've got a really long final ahead of you, 26 laps. How do you expect the tires to go, and what are your thoughts starting from 9th on the grid?
Yeah, I mean, after DNF, 9th is a pretty good spot, I guess. It's going to be a hard race, because I need to catch up to leaders and also manage my tires in the beginning. So it's going to be a weird race. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people really fast in the beginning and really slow at the end, and really slow in the beginning and really fast at the end. So it's going to be a hard race. I know I have good heats. I'm a good pace, because of the heat races. So I'm just going to be consistent, manage my tires, and try to get in the front.
All right, Aiden Ingrata, starting from 9th, he's won 2 heats. We'll see what he can do in the final. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, a lot more interviews coming your way. As you can see behind Emery, the grid continues to fill in X30 Pro. However, with 2 laps to go in DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift, Antonio Pizzogno, Tristan Murphy trying to make one last heave, one last charge to the front. They've pulled away from Ethan Tovo, who's battling with Cameron Marcia for 4th. This very well could be. It looked out of reach for a long time, Randy, but they picked off 4/10 that time by. They just might get there by the very end.
They'll see the white flag next time by. They've got to have a heck of a lap here, but they can see him now. They can almost reach out and grab him. It is close. They might have a chance. They'll see the white flag. A lap and a half to go. 0.7 of a second gap the last time by. But, Xander, we can look on the racetrack now, and literally it's about 6 kart lengths. I think they're close enough. They can make a charge on that final lap.
They need to stick together. Antonio Pizzogno has to trust Tristan Murphy that Tristan will push him, and Tristan needs to wait till the final 3 corners to try and play spoiler from third. Right now, as they go through turns 1 and 2, the gap, half a second. So they've picked off another 2.5 tenths that time by. Unfortunately, Nito, little fade into 4, not close enough yet, and he goes normal into 5. I think Murphy's committed to him. And that by opening up for that corner, I think maybe, hopefully, Antonio realized Tristan's willing to push him and give him one shot at knocking off Lucas Palacio, but he's going to have to be perfect. Right here, this is a big key corner, turn number 8. How good are their run going to be down the back straightaway? He'll close the gap a little bit, but Lucas Palacio's still safe for now. The question is if he's got enough for a dive bomb in the final turn. Palacio checks back. The gap is 3 car lengths. That should be enough. Up and over the curbing for the final time. And there goes Murphy, finally trying to get up on Nito. They bang tires. He gets through, but Lucas Palacio wins round 1 in Orlando in Mini Swift.
Solid run by Lucas Palacio. It's Tristan Murphy finishing second, Antonio Pizzogno Neto third, Julian Rivera fourth, Kai Mars fifth. Through the top 10, Tyrone Kemper, Max Christie, Cameron Marshall, Michael McGoy, and Ashton Woon. That's your top 10 finishers. Our main event in Mini Swift by D&J Intermodal Services. And a good run by Lucas Palacio. Heard the footsteps. It didn't faze him. He hung on, hit his marks, and comes out on top in Mini Swift.
So now we switch our focus here to the X30 Pro Seniors. Again, a great run all the way through for the top 10. Palacio, Murphy, Pizzogno, Nito, Julian Rivera, Kai Mars, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Max Christie, Cameron Marcia, again, Michael McGoy, Woon. You look through the grid, their big run for William Kim up 11 spots. A few other movers and shakers there. Marco Salmon, we saw him get turned around on the opening lap. He drives all the way forward into 25th by the end, so good run for him. Now, let's go back down trackside for some more pre-race coverage here for your X30 Pro Senior Main Event. And a reminder to all drivers in the paddock, return your rental transponders. Again, all drivers, please return your rental transponders here in the paddock. But let's...
As well, one last thing, along with making sure you stop by the apparel trailer, catch your USPKS swag, and this is also the last call to pick up your fuel. Last call to pick up fuel, and please return your rental transponder.
Let's focus on our final class, one of the headline divisions here this weekend. Down on the grid with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Xander. Got here with Caleb Gaffar. Caleb, it's been a solid weekend for you in your first weekend in X30 Pro, at least. And just tell me, obviously, we talked about the interview. You said you think you have a good kart, especially when it gets really greasy and the track gets pretty sticky. Talk to me. What do you think? How do you think new tires are going to affect that?
Yeah, so the track's going to be a lot more grippy than it has been, and then it'll get greasy as the session goes on. But I think we have a good kart setup for the long run, but we'll see.
Awesome, yeah. And this being your first X30 Pro race, I mean, what do you think? The top 10 will be pretty good?
Yeah, I'd like to see a top 10.
All right, thanks, Caleb. Good luck.
All right, we go from Caleb Gaffara here now to give you an update on where everybody stands for the polls. As we can see, Diego Contagia will make his way on over as well. Let's go ahead and take a look over to him. He's getting some shade thanks to the help of his helmet. Emery Lida, take it away.
Yeah, here with Diego Contagia. Diego, it's been a solid weekend for you so far. Qualified on pole, top 3 in all 3 of your heats, starting on the front row. Different race for the final of 26 laps. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm really nervous right now, but yeah, I'm happy, you know.
Got you. And obviously Ryan Norberg, your teammate, starting back in 10th. He's been fast all weekend. You guys going to work together if he gets up through the field?
Yeah, just not just Ryan. We have like all the team in the top 5, in the top 10. So we're happy. Just be calm and a clean race for everyone.
All right, Diego Contecha and the rest of the RPG group looking really strong here heading into the final here coming up in a few minutes for X30 Pro. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Diego, and thank you, Emery, for the time. We've got a few more that we'll chat with, I'm sure, before we get this one underway. Fans, a lot of you have been tuning in and giving your thoughts on who you think could potentially win this one? Well, we've got picks as well on the live stream. We've got our own picks of who we think is going to get the job done here today. Again, the poll right now still coming in with more votes. Paulie Massimino, your poll man, has 42% on the poll of everyone thinking that Paulie Massimino from the front row can get things done. Diego Contagia, 3%. Ryan Norberg rolls off 10th. And Randy, he still has 39% of the crowd viewership thinking he can get the job done.
If he can get a good start and move up maybe 5th, 6th, it's a 26-lap race. He can do it.
He definitely could get going. Mateus Morgado, 15%. And, hey, there could be a lot more drivers that really get into the mix when it comes to this X30 Pro field. We've got the lineup pulled up here, Randy. You've got it on your screen. You've seen all the heat races here alongside me all weekend. Who do you have taking it here today?
Paulie Massimino.
Really?
He's been strong, and I think he's consistent. He's due, and I think he's going to be there at the end, and I think he's going to be able to do it.
I think Paulie Massimino's a very safe bet. He's obviously, like you said, he's been due. Out of all the experience and all the podiums he's gotten over his career, one that's eluded him so far is a true main event win in the Pro National category, the X30 Pro division, as he enters his 5th season of competition. You go back on through the grid, though, I think his teammate Aiden Ingrata might be able to get something done. In my opinion, some of the most outright pace we've seen through all of the 3 heat races, through all the different track conditions, and he was especially good in heat number 2 right around this time yesterday. We'll send it back down to pit lane here to see if we have anything more right before we get underway and get a good look at what we have coming our way here before we get started. So let's send it over to Emery Lida for a quick final Pure Race report.
Yeah, final thing here is just it is a long race, 26 laps of distance. I spoke to a lot of drivers who kind of mentioned the tire wear being a massive factor and kind of setting their car up to kind of come and go. A lot of guys that will be faster at the end of the race, a lot of guys that will go at the beginning of the race. So the first 5-10 laps and who goes up through the field might not give a good indication of who will be fast at the very end. With that being said, I think one guy that's going to be interesting to watch is Hayden Jones starting from 6th. We've seen him consistently get faster over the course of the weekend aboard the Trinity Karting Group kart. They did not go on new tires for warm-up, did not think it was relevant in terms of predicting the final. We'll see what he can do here. In terms of my prediction, I'm going to have to go with Hayden because I think that at the end of the day, his consistent move through the field is going to allow him to eventually be patient and get through the field to win in the final. I'll see what Alex has for prediction, but for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery, here. So we'll give them a moment to switch on out, and let's go ahead and send it on down here to Alexander Searle to see what we've got here for Alex on that one as the Orlando Kart Center racetrack preps itself for one more session of action. 26 laps on the boards for Orlando Kart Center here in X30 Pro. Alexander Searle, what you got for us?
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, just a quick update. Obviously, Emery, I'm just going to reiterate what Emery pretty much said, but obviously I expect a pretty chaotic race. Like Emery said, there's going to be a bunch of guys who are really quick early on, a bunch of guys who are quick later on, 26 laps of 26-lap race. One of the longest races I've ever seen on a national circuit for sure, and probably these guys will agree with me. As for my predictions go, I had Ryan Norberg winning going to the weekend. Obviously, qualifying didn't really go his way with the DQ, but worked his way up through the heats, starting P10 of the final. He's been consistently about a 10th or 2 faster than the field for most of the weekend, so I have him winning this race. Back to you guys.
Well, we'll see if Mr. 7-Time can get it done. They will clear the grid and fire the engines here for X30 Pro Senior. And we've talked about a lot of drivers rolling off. There's a look at the national number 1. Ryan Norberg tries to defend his US Pro Kart Series title from 2022. He's got a long way to go forward. The first guy right in front of him, rolling off in 8th there, Zachary Clayman DeMello. And that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart has been Mr. Excitement for a lot of this week for maybe not all the right reasons, but a few. Hayden Jones rolls off in front of him. Again, Emery Lida's picked to see if he can get things done. You look over to the inside lane, there's Brandon Carr, who has had to start on the outside for all 3 heats, and Laurent Legault, who has been kind of silently there and very consistent all weekend. And how about the return of Arias Dukmedjan on that DAP kart for Chad Dawkin Racing? The number 302 had 1 spin at the end of the day in Heat 3, and so you're always kind of only as good as your last race. Everyone forgets about how quick he's been. He could be a big-time factor on home turf for him, and not home turf for Ellie Goldstein, but the driver that aboard the TV kart, the lone one in the field, has been very competitive on the short run. And Diego Contagia, same thing. Good short run pace, good early opening laps, but everyone's got to find a way to last all 26, Randy.
We talked earlier, and Alexander touched on it, about Ryan Norberg and the fact that he's been really the class of the field. He just had horrible luck in the heat races, or actually qualifying. He was underweight. But he is one of, if not the quickest. But he's starting in 10th. how does he work his way to the front aggressively without burning up the tires for 26 laps? I think that's one of the big questions. Can he get into a challenging position without using up his tires?
We're going to find out here again. Let's take you through the full lineup as we've got it pulled up for X30 Pro Senior. Once again, Paulie Massimino. Great drive through the heats, smart driving all the way through. Wins heat number 1, finishes in the top 3 in heats 2 and 3. He'll lead your field to the green alongside Diego Contagia. Brandon Cars, Ryan Perry Motorsports, Tony Kart Machine having its best combination so far in only their 3rd weekend together in 2023. Rolls off the inside of row 2 alongside Ellie Goldstein. We mentioned Laurent Legault and Hayden Jones. They'll line up again on row number 3 in 5th and 6th. You go further back behind them, of course, to start on the inside of row number 4 and 7th. Arias Duke Medgens, Dap Kart, Zachary Clayman, Mello's Lenzo Kart. Aiden Ingrata, my pick, who I think could maybe get it done on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, rolls off 9th to the inside of the 7-time Pro National Champion Ryan Norberg in the number 1 for Rollison Performance Group. How about Luis Calamodio, the breakout rookie or sophomore star, the number 346 T1D Racers Tony Kart. Wasn't even able to afford new stickers. They put every dollar in the smartest way possible towards tires, horsepower, and seat time, and he's got himself lined up in 11th for this main event. Donovan Mania's Rollison Performance Group Cosmic rolls off to the outside of row number 6 in 12th, and then you find Ryan Raffa's SCR Red Speed and Mateus Morgado in that PSL Karting Factory Barrelard in 14th. Tyler McIntyre and the Team Motorsport Paralyn's been up and down to the heats with a wreck in the final one. Still rolls off P15 and had a good second heat race where he cracked the top 10. To his outside, Caleb Gaffera, the rookie, has been methodically cutting his way forward so far this week in the TKG Kart Republic. And to round off your top 20, Aiden Fox, Elio Meza, Evan Hagberg, and Jorge Ortiz. It's a 40-driver grid that is whittled down to 38 by the end of the weekend. And now it's time to let them loose. The headline class has everybody lined up and ready. They're in the tram lines. The final few drivers make it. They're on the power a little bit too early for start number 1.
Last few rows were still getting collected. When they finally hit the formation, it was almost time for a flagman to make a decision. Probably made the right call. They weren't quite ready, but they got to bunch up a little better than that this time to get a good formation and a good start. But I think he was holding off because he wanted to give everybody at least a decent shot at the start, being in the tram lines when it was time to drop the flag.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we've seen that in a couple classes. Christian Miles, I talked to him right before his post-race interview in KA Senior. Randy said, I don't know what was wrong with that start. I didn't want to go too slow for the clutch. I said, no, it's a big grid of 40 cars. You got to back them up a little bit sooner in the end of the pace lap to be able to have everybody get formed up. Otherwise, the back 10, back 5 will be taking too long to get into the positions. And again, race director Blake Hunt, head flagman Porter Wiesensenzel, they want to get everyone grouped up at the same speed. They don't want the back of the field coming full throttle into a heavy braking zone, 2 abreast and 3 abreast in turn number 1.
And they're trying to warm these tires up and mostly single file till the very last minute. That doesn't help either when the back half is trying to catch up and get in formation.
Well, they've done their warm-ups once again, the little ritual of how much you warm the tires up. Where do you go on the racetrack? Diego Contagia will pull alongside Paulie Massimino. Boys and girls here, it's time to try it for round number 1 of the US Pro Kart Series. X30 Pro Senior, formed and ready. All kinds of storylines, all kinds of different angles to take a look at it, but it's 26 laps. And it's a nice and slow start from Paulie Massimino. He's got them at a crawl. He's on the power. We're green down to turn number 1, and they're all going to flurry to the inside lane as they go to the first corner. Massimino gets the jump. Brandon Carr side by side, beating tires there with Diego Contagia, and Contagia hangs on to second. Carr to third. Laurent Legault to fourth. Great start for Arias Duke Medgen. He's up to 5th, and Ellie Goldstein slots to 6th as they're still flurrying side by side out of turn number 4.
Good clean start by Paulie Massimino, but I was impressed by Contagia from the outside. Hung on, found his spot, and still was able to keep in that second spot, not lose any ground, but a little bit of a gap, about 3 kart lengths for Massimino as they enter this first lap and try to get things sorted out. But it looks like a clean start, Xander. I don't see anybody off track. So we've got everybody able to run run their speed.
Oh, Ellie Goldstein and everybody there getting tangled up, and Ingrata got the worst of it there as they all get back going. That started with Laurent Legault trying to slam the door on Arias Duke-Medjin, and it bottlenecked in front of the entire field. Goldstein, the big loser, but Laurent Legault, he had a big mistake in turn number 8 and then tried to make up for it, and now Duke-Medjin and everybody else have lost a ton of time to the top 3. Here they go to turn number 4. Finally, Duke-Medjin gets by, and he's going to make sure that he holds him to the outside and he doesn't go back on him over to turn number 5. I'm sure he was probably a little frustrated, being like, man, you closing the door on me cost us 2 seconds. But in Laurent's case, he's like, well, you shouldn't have tried to pass.
Exactly, but you do have a big gap now with those top 3. Just as I was saying, things were clean. We have that mess in the back. But look at that, a half a straightaway right now. 1 lap in, and already Paulie Massimino, Diego Cantecha, and Brandon Carr have gapped quite a bit over 4th place, but still got 25 laps to go. A lot can happen between now and then. Through the top 10, Paulie Massimino, Diego Cantecha, Brandon Carr, Ellie Goldstein, and Lauren Legault. Hayden Jones, Arias Duke-Medjin, Zachary DeMello, Aiden Ingrata, and Ryan Norberg. That's your top 10. Norberg still in 10th.
And it's changed a whole lot there while you were going through. The entire 5th through 10th were shuffling. Norberg got by Hayden Jones, and Jones is getting shuffled way back. And now Laurent Legault is falling behind ZCD. Norberg on the charge with Donovan Bonilla following, and so is Aiden Ingrata as he gets by Tyler McIntyre. Mateus Morgato's also up a handful of spots on that PSL Karting Bureau Art, and Ellie Goldstein getting the elbows up to Hayden Jones. He gets back clear in front of Jorge Ortiz, and Luis Colamodio runs up the road. This is, again, 4th on back right now, led by Arias Duke-Medjin. They're already 3 seconds away from the top 3, who are way up the road with just 2 laps in. But it's a long one, a long haul, and we're going to find out how quick everybody really is as they round the final corner.
So if you're back in 7th, you're Ryan Norberg. You want to get to the front, but at the same time, you know the best way to do is to stay in line. If he starts racing everybody, I think you're going to just see that gap get bigger and bigger. Right now, it's nearly whatever it's about 2 seconds from second to from 3rd on back to 4th.
Yeah, at the moment, let's take a look where the laps lie. This group right here is quicker than the leaders. Norberg, that time 54.169 as he gets around Laurent Legault. Another spot made up for the number 1 with a lot of laps still to go as he, again, was underweight by just half a pound in qualifying, had to come from last in all 3 heats. The top 3 are just kind of taking their time up front. They've got the luxury of being able to take it easy on their tires, whereas this group back here, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th and onwards, they've got to track them down. And as long as these guys don't battle, I mean, there's really nothing that anyone else can do at this point. That one mistake by Laurent Legault and Arias Duke-Medjin coming together, and I hate to be mean, but I think a little bit more on Legault because he kind of closed the door in the braking zone, and that's where it got awkward, just not wanting to go backwards and trying to defend his position. It's given a 3-second gap, and so many drivers in this X30 Pro class can all match each other stride for lap times, as we see DeMello go to 4th, and now Norberg go through to 5th. Norberg, one of the only ones right now really quick. Ingrata not looking as good. Mateus Morgado looks a little bit better at the moment as they go through the infield and over through 7 and 8.
2 laps ago, Ryan Norberg did go purple with a 54.169. He's quick. He's got the speed and probably will continue to move. And it wouldn't surprise me if he did try to make the pass because that gap between 3rd to 4th is now 3.5 seconds.
Here comes Donovan Bonilla. He follows Laurent Legault forward. Arias Duke-Medjin going to stuff Bonilla back on the inside. Gets by on the 380 machine. So Duke-Medjin trying to play catch up after losing a couple spots. Legault gets himself back up to 6th. And big contact in the back. Jacob Kolar getting collected with one other driver, one of the PK Sports Sodis. And the other one was the 326 of Grace Hemmard. So Grace Hemmard out over in turn 8. More battling here. Duke-Medjin versus Ingrata versus Morgado. Morgado, nice move there in turn number 5 as he climbs the curbing. And Mateus Morgado was purple last time by in that PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. He's got himself up to 9th as Norberg's gone around. Zachary claiming DeMello for 4th. DeMello's going to go back on him here as they go down the back straightaway.
And that just slows them down. Again, you know, they both want to get up there and chase down those leaders, but I think the more they race, the slower it's going to get. A little frustration there by Ryan Norberg.
He was not happy about that. He said, Zach, why are you racing me this hard? The leaders are 3 seconds up the road. Zachary Clayman DeMello has been probably the most vocal of any driver of his frustration with Ryan Norberg and the Rawlson Performance Group team dominating. So he may just, again, want to keep them behind him no matter what the cost, even if they would be an opportunity to go and mess up the top 3 drivers. For now, though, as they head through turn 4, Norberg, big front-end slide there here with 20 laps to go, 19 laps next time. And Laurent Legault going by him for 5th.
Got a 4-second gap right now between Brandon Carr and Clayman DeMello, and that gap hasn't gotten any smaller. So I think Norberg and DeMello, again, regardless of who leads the other, if they don't stay in line, they're not going to catch that front 3. And right now, Paulie Massimino, pretty comfy right there in first. And I think Contecha and Carr both are saying, we'll get to race each other at the end. Let's just stay in line and gap the rest of them. Let's keep it between ourselves.
Well, Contecha's gone around Massimino here this lap, so the 337 will lead his first laps of the main event as they cross the line. 7 down, 19 laps to go. Massimino second still, Brandon Carr third. And then we go back here to ZCD, Laurent Legault in the 5th spot, Ryan Norberg in 6th, Arias Duke-Medjin starting to roll there in 7th. And again, Mateus Morgado right there looking inside on Duke-Medjin. He'll get through for P7. And a weekend that started off pretty rough with a 20th place effort in qualifying for Mateus Morgado is starting to look a whole lot better as he closes the gap to Ryan Norberg now, the next one in his sights.
Diego Contecha leads the way. It is.
Oh, man, Mateus Morgado. Hello in turn number 8. What a dive there on Ryan Norberg. He caught him by surprise and myself as well. P6 for Mateus Morgado.
7 laps in the books, 19 laps to go for the leader, Diego Contecha, over Paulie Massimino and Brandon Carr. Time winding down. That gap still just now under 4 seconds back to 4th, and Zachary Clayman DeMello. But I think the time is going to run out for these guys if they don't make a move here pretty soon. Looks like a Norberg all the way back to 7th now, so he's losing ground. Matthias Morgado advancing 8 spots up to 6, started 14th. And Alessandro DiTullio started 22nd. He's up to 14th. He's advanced 8 spots.
Whoa, back behind the camera right there. Ellie Goldstein was really roughing up Arias Duke-Medjin in turn number 6. Turn number 5, jumped over the curbing, and Duke-Medjin somehow held on strong. That looked like that was about to go hit the wall there, Randy. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries, but it's really time's running out on this second group. Nice little crossover move there. But time's running out in this second group to catch that lead group. Now it's over 4 seconds again, and we're looking at about 18 laps to go.
Slick move there by ZCD on Laurent Legault. Legault got by him. He fought him back for it and got the position back for P4. Now he's got Ryan Norberg back bearing down on him again. Mateus Morgado as well. The bad news is they're still 4.5 seconds away from the lead. Norberg's going to go by him in turn number 4 and get through. Now Morgado going to look to do the same. And DeMello all over Norberg. Moves him a little bit up the racetrack through turn number 5, but Norberg holds it well. And Mateus Morgado getting right up to ZCD on the International Motorsport Lenzo kart. Let's see if he stuffs him in 8. He does not. Norberg goes narrow as well. He'll pull away from DeMello this time. And down the backstretch, Morgado checks the gap behind. Says, all right, go forward, then passes. Or I think that was actually probably signaling to Arias Duke-Medjin to let him know that he was going to go for it. Now Duke-Medjin looking to get around, and there's Aiden Ingrata, but all the while, 17, make it now 17 laps to go, 9 down now, 16 laps to go. Diego Contecha, Brandon Carr, Paulie Massimino continue to lead up front with not much changes as Duke-Medjin runs DeMello a little bit wide as he goes by, and Aiden Ingrata picks up both of them.
And that gap gets bigger and bigger now, over 5 seconds from that top 3 group to the rest of the field. Not looking too good as we get the 10 laps complete, 16 laps to go. Contecha, Carr, and Massimino, it looks like, will probably be the ones to contend for the win unless we get a really big development here. 5 laps is a big gap to overcome.
Well, let's see here. Diego Contecha starting to pull that gap as Massimino's gone back around Brandon Carr. 3 different operations represented up at the front of the field. You have Rawlson Performance Group with Diego Contecha looking for Diego's first win in about 2 seasons. Paulie Massimino looking for his first X30 Pro win ever. The closest he's came was winning the Miami Grand's X30 All-Star Shootout back in 2021. And Brandon Carr, his rookie season, running up with two veterans of the division, having a solid performance so far. And there's the top three. Here comes the next group. Norberg, Morgado, right together. And I think they're probably just going to ride at this point. All they can really hope for is either a crazy battle for the three up front or a big tire fall off. But there's still a lot of time left. These drivers, they do keep an eye on the laps count on their Micron, and they're also obviously watching the flags. They get a halfway signal with a cross flag signal. So if they see that halfway signal, then they'll know they're already past, 12 to 20 in. And Massimino, big mistake. He let Brandon Carr go by, so he must have a bobble in turn 8. And Norberg even a little bit wide. Morgado looking to go around him, and now he's, I think, going to go in a moment. I think he's tired of waiting. He just signaled to Ingrata that he's going to go by him in a second. But they haven't seen the halfway signal, so they know there's still a lot of time left at this point. And Diego Contecha taking advantage of the time that he has. He's built up a 1.2-second lead. Let's see, turn 4. Is Morgado going to go this time? He's close. He's looking. He will. Ingrata. Ooh, hip checking on the 7-time champ. And now Duke Medjin is going to stuff Norberg. Ingrata goes. DeMello goes. And here comes Ellie Goldstein. And just like that, Ryan Norberg falls back to 10th.
They did gain a little bit on the last lap, but I think they lost that and even more by passing back and forth. They're really battling right now for 4th spot because, we're looking at it was just under 5 seconds the last lap, but now it's going to probably climb again.
Oh, Ellie Goldstein, that was a little bit dirty there. Going problems for Luis Calamodio. The 346 is out, and Norberg kind of gave it back to Goldstein, and now Tyler McIntyre has got himself back into the mix. Nice positioning there by the Motez Sport Paralyn, and it's allowed Mateus Morgado and Arias Duke Medjin to get away. So Norberg now with Donovan Bonilla behind him and Zachary Clayman DeMello leading this pack. How about Alessandro D'Attulio? Had to start 22nd, I believe, here in this main event. He's picked his way up into the top 15, so he's kind of in this pack now as well. With 13 down, 13 to go, Mateus Morgado, fastest driver on the racetrack, was stride for stride even to Diego Contecha. Brandon Carr and Paulie Massimino were quicker. So if we take a look up towards the leaders in a moment, for now we'll keep an eye on this midfield fight. Norberg going by on T-Mac. But they've caught him. They've already ran down Diego Contecha. Brandon Carr, great drive here in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony car. That'd be a huge win for that camp. The last time they got an X30 Pro win was with Jeremy Fletcher around a year ago with back of the SCUSA Pro Tour at New Orleans in NOLA Motorsports Park. For Massimino with Speed Concepts Racing, of course, they were the last winners we had in the States with a win at the SCUSA Winter Series. And Brandon Carr is going to take that RPM Tony kart to the front. He goes by on Contecha. Contecha is going to answer quickly. Massimino not sure where to go. They're nearly 3 wide for the lead. He'll kind of tuck back in line and ride, and Brandon Carr trying to go at it. These two drivers here really giving it to each other. And look at all the marbles off the racetrack as well, Randy. I mean, they are basically just a half car width off the line, and you're going to be sliding for the next half lap to a lap.
Well, and when you get the hip checks in the corners, I think that was really what causes that outside line to slow down so much because the driver's got a handful just to keep it on the track. But I can't believe they've caught Contecha. It was just a few laps ago. They were about a second gap between the three of them, and now they're nose to tail again and really making a race out of it, even though that second group is still almost 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's been the story for Diego Contecha throughout his career. He's had great runs on the great short run pace, but he struggled to be able to go the full distance of these main events for whatever reason. And you can see, again, Massimino and Carr pulling away. But more importantly, with all that battling that just went down, Mateus Morgado has cut the gap to less than 3 seconds to the leaders as they battle further back. Massimino's teammate, Aiden Ingrata, trying to get around and does get around Zachary Clayman DeMello. But the whole field was kind of waiting on the top three to finally shuffle around. They have. And now Brandon Carr from the United Kingdom in his rookie season, only his 3rd X30 Pro Division start, leads the way coming to 10 to go. And DeMello has been put out into the wall. Zachary Clayman DeMello in that International Motorsport Factory Lenzo kart has been knocked off the racetrack, and he's done. And I would not be surprised if because the next driver to get to him after Ingrata was Ryan Norberg, that maybe the two of them came together a little bit.
You never know. That's possible. We got a pass for the lead, it looks like.
Paulie Massimino going by on Brandon Carr in that black and white and red Speed Concepts Racing red speed. Now with 10 to go, Paulie Massimino, again, both drivers up front looking for their first career X30 Pro Division win. Massimino doing a solid job all weekend. He's had a super consistent run. He leads them coming out of turn number 8.
And Diego Contecha has really fallen off now, about 5 kart lengths from the group. In fact, that second group, led by Arias Dukmedjian, is catching up to Contecha. They're only about maybe 2.5 seconds back.
He just blew that corner in turn number 9. Man, but he is catching. He is catching. But now this is the point in the race when the tires are going to heat up and grease over with how many laps they've been putting on and degrade a little bit. We're already seeing lap times falling off for Contecha. He's over 7/10 off his best. Massimino and Carr, they were passing. But even for Mateus Morgado and Dukmedjian, that little bobble hurt them. Aiden Ingrata, 54.8. His best is a 54.2. So, I mean, we're seeing a half-second fall off. We saw in the shifters nearly a second and some change fall off from lap 1 to lap 26.
Paulie Massimino right now is 0.8 of a second off his best lap, from a 54.328 to a 55.118. So you're exactly right. In fact, Brandon Carr is a second off of his fast lap. So the track is definitely getting slower.
Well, as they head down to turn number 9, Brandon Carr's gone back by Paulie Massimino. Maybe he thought Massimino was going to get away. It's allowed Diego Contecha to get back into the mix, and the more they fight, the more it just gives a slight chance, a slimmer of hope for Arias Dukmedjian and Mateus Morgado to get there. The 3-driver breakaway continues down to turn 1. Brandon Carr sees now 18 down, 8 laps to go in the Franklin Motorsports X30 Pro Division.
Brandon Carr, Paulie Massimino, and Diego Contecha, 1, 2, and 3. It'll be 8 laps to go next time by in this 20. It's actually 7 laps to go next time by in this 26-lapper. Side by side, Massimino makes the pass, or does he? No, he can't quite do it.
Yeah, he does.
He does make the pass. You got to be careful on that outside lane. Over and under now, and looks like Carr back around Massimino, and Massimino bounces back.
Yeah, lots of crossovers from the leaders, but now Diego Contecha is trying to get into the mix. He'll push Brandon Carr back, and this is the golden opportunity Paulie Massimino needed. The only reason Diego Contecha's caught them is because they battled. It looks like Contecha might be the slowest of the 3. The fact that he's in the middle, it'll give an opportunity for Massimino to pull away and make Brandon Carr have to go to work to get back around Contecha. But it could have just been a couple bad laps for Diego. He might be able to put it back together and still be just as fast as these guys as they head to turn number 4. No change yet. Brandon Carr stays behind him. And again, Arias Dukmedjian, Mateus Morgado chomping away at the bit, hoping the battling continues. Aiden Ingrata's on the way. Ryan Norberg should have been out of it probably 5 times over, and he just keeps coming. 7th and digging, only 4 seconds back now. 1.5 back to Dukmedjian and Morgado as Massimino leads here, trying to just count it down. Diego Contecha 3 car lengths back as they head out of turn number 9.
That gap closing ever so slightly from first to second between Massimino and Contecha. And as you said, Xander, closest they've been since the beginning of the race. Arias Dukmedjian and Matthias Morgado are now only about 5 kart lengths back of that third place. Brandon Carr, a little more racing up front, and if that second group stays in line, they could very well make a move and be in the hunt before this thing is over. We've got looks like 20 laps in, 6 laps to go, and your leader, Paulie Massimino, just by inches over Diego Contecha.
And now Brandon Carr going by Diego Contecha there in turn 5. So that's that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony car to Brandon Carr. Massimino's not far gone yet, but more than anything, they've got to worry about Arias Dukmedjian and that red and yellow DAP kart closing in 4th, and Mateus Morgado. Somehow they have not burnt their stuff up yet. Closing in on the leaders. Aiden Ingrata is there. And again, Norberg at the back is also as fast. Ingrata was the fastest that time by up to half a second to the leaders. Aiden Ingrata is charging towards the lead while his teammate Paulie Massimino sees 5 laps to go to try and get a first career Pro National win. Ingrata in 6th is almost to the end of the train as they head through turn 3 and 4.
Unbelievable. And it's an old saying, about the race will come to you. Well, with 26 laps, if you're patient, the race very well may come to you, and that's the case for Arias Dukmedjian and Matthias Morgado. They waited patiently. They were 3 seconds, 4 seconds back at times, but they kept plugging. They tried not to make a mistake. They made a few, but not a lot. And now it looks like Morgado slips inside of Dukmedjian.
Dukmedjian on Contecha.
Contecha, I'm sorry. Oh, and Contecha, so now Dukmedjian up to 3rd, and he's going to close in now possibly on Brandon Carr.
So now Mateus Morgado's been watching Arias Dukmedjian, having him toe the line along there in 4th and 5th. Dukmedjian up to 3rd. Arias, problems for Diego Contecha. He's blown a chain. Diego Contecha was in contention for a podium and for what appears to be the third main event in a row, a DNF for the 337 RPG Cosmic. And that makes life a little bit easier for Mateus Morgado. He just kind of goes out of the way, so no pass needed. And him and Arias Duke-Medjin now have 2 left. It is second place Brandon Carr and race leader Paulie Massimino. 5,000 big ones up for grabs here in X30 Pro for the main event win. 2,500 to second. Brandon Carr trying to dig. He closes up through turn 7 and 8, but then loses on the exit. And Massimino coming to see 3 to go. Can he hang on? It's going to be a big-time battle. And again, Aiden Ingrata almost making it 5. Norberg trying to make it 6. This is going to be a wild, wild finish here to it, Randy.
If they start racing up front, if Massimino and Carr get side by side and do a couple over and unders, it'll be a 6-kart battle for the lead.
So there they go through turn number 1. Massimino looking really planted through the first 2 corners. Brandon Carr having the back end step out just a little bit on him, and he's also got to worry again about Arias Duke-Medjin closing in. That DAP kart looks hooked up. So does Mateus Morgado's PSL Karting Factory Bureau Art. Again, they've got to get around Brandon Carr and have the time to go forward. And look at Brandon Carr's front bumper. I think Brandon Carr might have a pushback penalty. I don't know for sure, but the 315 goes low and dive bombs the leader. And Massimino's back to 3rd, back to 4th. Carr was close enough the last few laps, and he takes over the lead. Brandon Carr to the point. Arias Duke-Medjin to 2nd. Mateus Morgado to 3rd. This race has come completely unglued. Here coming to see 2 to go. Here comes Duke-Medjin. Contact. He's through. And here comes Morgado as well for 2nd.
Who would have thought 10 laps ago that Arias Duke-Medjin would have even had a shot at this? Right now he's got about a 2-kart length advantage over Massimino.
Arias Duke-Medjin, what a solid race he's put together. Brandon Carr is falling apart now. He is trying to block here, and Mateus Morgado is, oh my gosh, man, Brandon Carr nearly just clipped the rear end of Arias Duke-Medjin, but what a slingshot crossover he just did on Mateus Morgado to get back to the lead. So it's Duke-Medjin still, now by 4 car lengths. Morgado behind him. Massimino's trying to dig to get around Brandon Carr, who's making that car as wide as he can to hang on for P3. He knows Massimino's coming. Ingrata's right there. Brandon Carr's given up on trying to race for the win. He's just trying to hold on to 3rd and hang on for dear life at this point. It's going to make it a 2-horse race. Here comes Ryan Norberg into the mix. Massimino up and over the curbing. Carr blocks. Ingrata's going to stuff him. Here comes Norberg getting into it. Norberg closes him off. Massimino hangs on for Norberg. White flag in the air, and Brandon Carr continues to low-line it if he can hang on. He's just trying to hang on for dear life to get himself a podium, blocking like crazy. Meanwhile, Mateus Morgado has already got a couple big wins this year. He's got himself up to 2nd as Massimino's trying to hold off Norberg. Ingrata gets by Brandon Carr for 3rd. That's the fight for the podium as they go towards the sweeper.
Unbelievable finish coming up with Arias Duke-Medjin. Looks like, Xander, hard to believe, but it looks like he's going to have this one locked up with Mateus Morgado about a half a second back, but not close enough to make a move.
Side by side down to turn 9 here for 3rd. Final time through. Ingrata blocking on Carr. Norberg might sneak a podium. We'll see it. But up front, Arias Duke-Medjin, 2 years out of the seat, will round the final corner, and the DAP kart will win the main event here in X30 in Orlando. And Norberg steals the podium. Norberg gets it done on Ingrata and Brandon Carr. And can you believe it? Ryan Norberg, just when you count him out, he finds a way, somehow, some way, and big contact. We've got 2 together. Gabriel Barrios has collided with the Speed Concepts Racing, Full Tilt Racing, Tony Kart of Ryan Raffa. Seems like he chopped the nose maybe in turn number 9, but that could have been expected there. Brandon Carr versus Aiden Ingrata. They were blocking. Norberg crosses them up, gets himself onto the box, and in the money here inside the top 3. But Arias Duke-Medjin, in his return, no rust shown. Arias Duke-Medjin in that Chad Dawkin Racing DAP kart is $5,000 richer. He is your main event winner here in X30 Pro. And like you said, Randy, this race looked like it was going to be totally different just about 5 laps ago.
No way. I can't believe it. Those guys were 5 seconds out with about 12 laps to go. And just, the race came to them. A 26-lapper. things change. Things can happen that you wouldn't even imagine, and it happened awfully quick. Through the top 10, of course, Arias Dukmogin in a heck of a run towards the end of the race. Your winner, Matthias Morgado, finishes second. Ryan Norberg with a stellar run. And by the way, Morgado started in 14th all the way up to second. He was a mover. Norberg started in 10th. He finishes third. Aiden Ingrata fourth. Brandon Carr fifth through the top 10. Tyler McIntyre, Hayden Jones, Eli Goldstein, Donovan Bonilla, and Paulie Massimino all the way back to 10th.
So now, as we look back through again, like you said, Massimino, he lost 5 positions, actually 6 positions in the final couple corners, all the way down to the top 10 after leading a good chunk of this race. Diego Contecha led a chunk there. He's off in the infield with the DNF. So your early leaders, Brandon Carr, the best of them with a top 5 run, but I think all 3 of them had really nothing left at the end. They just were still a little bit too good too early, and Matthias Morgado, Arias Dukmogin, 2 veterans, 2 professionals right there. What a great run. There's the congratulations from Naka Zanella to Dukmogin's mechanic Daniel Tate. And as they wait for the scale line to go on through, Randy, we get a second to catch our breath and recap a little bit on the day, but especially on what we just saw. A lot of never say die driving out of the veterans here in this class. It's a very high average age podium compared to some of the rookies here. Brandon Carr, I thought, drove great. Aiden Ingrata especially solid. Unfortunate for both of them to go a little wide, but that's just, again, that experience. Norberg knew exactly where he needed to position himself to over under 2 karts in that final corner.
And Dukmogin believed it. He believed even though there was a big gap, if he just stuck to it and he got drafting help, he could get it done, and he did. He caught up to him and then made some tremendous moves in those last couple of laps to get to the point and end up winning by half a second.
Yeah, I mean, what an awesome run. So let's go to a commercial break here. Post-race scaling and tech inspection will get underway, and we'll get to chat with a number of our top contenders in X30 Pro Senior. Stick with us, folks. You'll hear more from post-race ceremonies after this.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
scenes here from Orlando Kart Center. Arias Duke-Medjin stoked about the result here, and as he should be. What a phenomenal drive. And his mechanic, Daniel Tate, will push his way over into post-race tech inspection. And we'll see if we can get a word there with the winner from today's main event here. Home turf for Arias Duke-Medjin, a return race. It does not go any better than that. So what a performance for Arias. We got a lot of penalties that came in after that one. Unfortunately for Ryan Norberg fans, a 3-position penalty was handed down to the national number 1. It will promote Aiden Ingrata back up onto the box in the 305 Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. So how about that for Aiden Ingrata? And again, the podiums go all the way through the top 5. We'll hear from Norberg here in a moment. Ingrata as well. We'll try and get the whole top 6. It promotes Tyler McIntyre to his first career US Pro Kart Series podium in 5th, and Brandon Carr to 4th. And again, the money all the way down. 5,000 big ones, though, for Arias Duke-Medjin. Lots of hugs all around for Mateus Morgado for that phenomenal drive on that PSL Karting Factory Viral Art. Great run for Mateus. And again, a good, solid points recovery after the way that his weekend went so far. There's a look at a few more rolling on through. Brandon Carr will get a word with the English kid, the second highest finishing rookie who led quite a bit of this main event here in X30 Pro Senior. A really solid performance for him, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Camp, they got to be happy with that. At the end of the day, still a solid run nonetheless, and a good points day. Again, good points weekend for Brandon Carr. And then on the flip side, then you have a few more drivers with a little less than desirable results coming all the way through the scale lines now. How about Tyler McIntyre in the Team Motaz Sport Paralyn P5, his best career X30 Pro Division result to date. And again, he'll get to stand on the box and get some hardware from this weekend as well. All right, it looks like we got Arias Duke-Medjin down here by the camera station, so we'll see if we can send it on down. I know Alexander Searle and Emery Lida are down there. So again, Emery Lida, Alexander Searle making their way over for all the drivers as a few more continue to roll through the scale line. I know our winner, Arias Duke-Medjin's made it all the way through, so we'll chat with him and the rest of your top finishers as well. And then on the flip side, again, a few guys that had not so great days. But overall, solid result for a number of drivers in comparison to where they were through the weekend. You look at Diego Ramos, 13 spots gained. He ends up in 11th. Good result. Aiden Fox, 5 gained to 12th there. He picks up a ton. Elio Meza, 5 gained to 13th. Caleb Gaffera picks up 2. Colin Daly picked up 10. We see him on screen there in that DR North America factory entry. From outside the top 25 to 16th. William Botillier picks up 12. And then, of course, a long list of DNFs. Grace Hemmerd and Jacob Kolar getting together early on. Timothy Pernod out. Luis Colomodio out. Lucas Nanji, Noah Jackson, Zachary Clayman DeMello, Austin Perrin, Laurent Legault went out with a couple laps prior. And Diego Contacia out as well. And, of course, on the final lap, Gabriel Barrios and Ryan Raffa colliding midway through the grid. Let's go down trackside here. A very, very happy Arias Duke-Medjin, as happy as you'll see him. 2 years out of the seat, and he's on top of the boards, and he's with Emery.
Arias Duke-Medjin, it's been a while, but you came back, and you came back victorious. What a race. 5 seconds back about halfway through after some contact in the opening lap, made it all the way up, passed all the way up to the lead, and drove away for your first victory back. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, going into this race, we've had a really tough weekend. I mean, out of Heat 3, we had by far the worst tires. I did horrible in the tire management. The compound changed from last time I'd driven, and I wasn't used to it at all. After speaking with some of my team members, Eric and Tate, I knew I had to tire manage really well coming into this race and make a huge change in how I approached a lot of the racing. And in the beginning, I was fine with trading places. I got a pretty lucky start. I was in a good few spots, and we were stuck behind the RPG going into the hairpin off the back straightaway. I got a little touch from behind. There was a scuffle, and the top three got away, and I was like, you know, there's no chance of catching them. Just tire manage and see what I can salvage from it. But, you know, I was fine with trading some places, and I realized I was actually really good pace. A lot of people were losing grip really rapidly. And like quarter way through the race, I just really started to like be really careful on the tires. And the tires loved it. My time kept crawling down, and you know, we were catching them, and it didn't not help that they were fighting a bit. So yeah, once I caught them, it was just kind of smooth, just dicing back and forth, and then I got pretty lucky. Morgado was there as well. He was really, really smart about how he drove with me. So yeah, props to him as well for a really good race, and thank you to all my competitors, and of course Kart Republic.
Yeah, and walking through that race, obviously had to close on a big gap. But once you got there, it seemed like you were patient but also aggressive and kind of picking your opportunities. You got by Brandon, you got by Diego, and then finally ended up getting by Paulie as well. Walk me through kind of what the mindset was as you kind of had to strike the balance between being aggressive but also not wanting to throw away the opportunity given the pace that you had.
Yeah, I mean, with the pace that I had after tire management, I think I was kind of rolling up on a lot of people, those top three, pretty easily. So I was just kind of looking for a spot that Morgado could kind of follow me through in, and we could preserve the pace. I know Mateus was willing to work, and he had the same pace as me. So just kind of picking spots where he could follow with me, and we could work our way to the top. But, you know, Brandon sent it in this corner here, and I saw my opportunity. I knew I had to follow. I was planning on passing Brandon there, but yeah, overall, just, you know, kind of tire management was really, really the big winner for me here. So, yeah.
Yeah, one last thing. Obviously, 2023 has been a good year so far for the Kart Republic brand with the DAP branding as well. Obviously, Joe Turney doing really well in the Winter Series. I had a chance to see Tate as he was walking back, very excited after that race. Just talk me through what it means for you guys' operation, kind of improving over the course of the weekend, and then finally really hitting gold in the main event.
Yeah, coming to fruition in the end just means everything for the team. I mean, we were here last weekend and early this week just constantly preparing, and we had looked good, a little bit unlucky in the qualifying, but yeah, for the whole brand, I mean, it's amazing to keep up these really good performances. I'm happy for the team and everyone contributing, Eric Jones, Kart Republic, Tate, of course, my mechanic, and IME, and BN Engines, of course.
All right, Arias Dukmejian, a sensational drive through the field. He wins your X30 Pro main event. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery here. Arias Dukmejian, the first of many post-race interviews we're going to chat with here as he begins to walk off and can begin post-day celebrations. His mechanic, Daniel Tate, still got to bring him and tear that X30 power plant down. But another driver that was right with him, and you heard it in his interview, Mateus Morgado comes from way back, all the way up to the top three and ends in second. He's down here with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Like you said, I mean, he came from way back, started 14th, finished second. You know, you went for a move there on Arias at the end. You told me you just didn't really have the grip in the kart, but overall, it's been mainly a down weekend for you, right? Started 20th in all the heats. Didn't really have the pace that you wanted. You really didn't know what was going on. You said possibly a bad set of tires. Obviously, you got a good set of tires here with the new tires. Kart came in at the end. You were 5 seconds back at one point. You ended up finishing P2. Walk me through it.
Yeah, for sure. I think after this final, I could prove that I really had a bad set of tires, being P1 in the warm-up today, just changing the tires, nothing in the go-kart. So material working perfect. Now in final again, changed the tires, got a good set, really good speed, fastest lap of the race. But I tried a risky move on Arias in the last lap. Was not enough. I was a bit too far. But I think I'm happy for the result, happy to take this one for the team. They all deserve for the hard work during all week. And yeah, really, really happy.
Awesome, man. I mean, obviously an experienced driver like yourself. What's the mindset going into a race? I mean, starting P14, obviously knowing you didn't really have the pace that you would have expected to. You found out this morning, new set of tires, you're a P1 in warm-up. Talk to me. How do you get into the zone here just to know you got the car underneath you, you just got to work towards it?
I was really confident today after the warm-up because I understood that things were good. So once I went to the final, I saw 26 laps. I knew we had a chance, and I was willing to give my best. And I think is what I did. I gave my best, and that's all I had for today.
Awesome. Thank you, Mateus.
Thank you to Mateus Morgado for the note there. And again, like he said, new tires, and the kart was back to life where he thought it would be. He felt really good with the material, and drivers are always going to be hard on themselves about maneuvers they make to try and get themselves into a position to win. And he just comes up a little bit shy, but a good run. Another driver, again, a slower start probably to that one with one little bobble on the opening lap. Not so much of his doing, but it sent him backwards, was Aiden Ingrata. He rebounds to get himself up to third, and he's down with Emery.
Here with Aiden Ingrata. Aiden did not start how you wanted to. Pretty rough opening lap there. Looked like he got pushed a little bit wide on the exit of turn 9. He fell back to about 15th or so, but after that, sensational pace up through the race. Ended up in 4th, and then after penalties, promoted onto the podium. Walk me through your race.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning, got into very bad spots, but when the car came in and I was just going through people, it was really good. The car was amazing. Adam did a really good job with the tire pressure. It was a little bit loose at the end, but that was for everyone. So long race. I'm really tired, to be honest. But I want to thank Mike, Alex, Mario for the awesome power, my parents, and Maxwell Evans and Austin Garrison for the coach.
Yeah, and you mentioned to me before the race that it'd kind of be a situation where some guys would be fast at the beginning, some guys would be fast at the end. You very much were fast at the end. I mean, when Brendan and Paulie were up front, you were pulling 4 to 5 tenths on the leaders. When Arias and Mateus were up front, you were still pulling a couple tenths at a time. Just talk me through kind of what allowed you to stay alive and continue to build your pace over the course of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I tried saving my tires in the beginning, but I really couldn't because it was a shit show. But I don't know. I mean, tires are definitely better than some people, and I was just doing consistent laps, and car was amazing at that.
Last thing, obviously the final didn't go quite as well as I think you might have hoped, but still pretty solid weekend from a point standpoint. 2 wins, 2 wins in the heats, good qualifying points as well, and then ended up on the podium. What can you take from this when it comes to the championship position going forward?
Yeah, I mean, definitely my racecraft. I mean, I could do definitely still a lot better in the senior field with my racecraft. But, I mean, it was a very positive weekend, and looking forward to Rock next weekend here at Orlando.
All right, Aiden Ingrata. Some ups and downs this weekend, but ultimately ends up on a positive. He finishes up on the podium. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Emery. There, Aiden Ingrata again. just like you said, it was a bit messy there at the start. Really, until we got past the halfway marker, things finally cleared up. It seemed, and he could start to put his head down and put some good, solid laps together. So for Aiden Ingrata, maybe up or down, and maybe things he could have done a little better. But for this driver, Tyler McIntyre, a best career X30 Pro result on the national scene with a top 5, and he's got to be pretty stoked about it. Let's hear from him. Alex?
Thanks, Andrew. Yeah, Tyler. It's been a solid weekend for you all, for the last 3 days. Consistently top 10 pace. Didn't really have the luck in the heats that you would have liked. Started 15th this final. Worked your way up to 6th. Walk me through it.
Yeah, the start was pretty good. It was a long race, so we just had to be in it mentally and stay consistent and catch the leaders. They were all battling, so that also brought us closer. But, yeah, it was just being consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the mentality portion of it. What's it like going, yesterday you're doing 12-lap heat races. Granted, it was 3 heats in one day, but going from 12 to 26 laps, first time on new tires since qualifying. Going into the morning, what's your mentality going into the race?
You got to stay calm the whole race, and it's a long race, so anything can happen.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler. Good job.
Thank you from Alexander Searle. And, again, Tyler McIntyre. Long race, anything can happen. And how about that? He's going to be on the box here today. Podiums for all classes are the top 5. A couple reminders for the drivers in the paddock to make sure to return your rental transponders if you haven't already. And, again, top 5 plus the top qualifier. Top 5 results here for Diego Contecha at the end of it all. Or at least a really good result nonetheless here. Diego Contecha led laps today. He ends up crossing the line, well, not fully. He ends up with a DNF down in 28th. But it was an unfortunate end to his day. He's down here trackside.
Diego Contecha and Diego, it was looking so promising for you in the final. Led a bunch of laps. Even when the kart looked like it fell off, you were able to kind of find a second win and get back up to Brandon and Paulie. And then just when things were about to heat up, something happened to the kart. Walk me through what happened and then kind of how your race went.
Okay, so yeah, what you said. I was thinking to manage the tires, you know. I was not thinking to win from the first to the last lap. I don't care if I was third or fifth in the, I don't know, 10th lap. So I was thinking to manage all the tires because 26 laps is a really, really long race. So yeah, then I was, I don't know, third, and right before the last corner, when I take the second curve, I don't know, I put gas and I thought it was the chain. Now when I arrived here, I was looking into the car, the engine, the chain is fine, you know. So we're looking the team, what happened. I don't know if it's another engine. So yeah, I'm disappointed, but we show where I have to be. All the weekend I was top 5, top 3, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and talking about your weekend as a whole, I mean, obviously winning the pole, you were top 3 on track in every single heat that you ran. You led laps in the final. Like, in one hand, you have to kind of compare this to Homestead, where you had a lot of bad luck in the Winter Series. But at the same time, what does it mean for you to be able to show the pace that you've had really all season long?
I'm happy, you know, like always the first race is a little bit difficult with a new team, new people, you know, new car, because I was racing with KR, so getting to OTK is a little bit difficult to change, but I'm really happy to show the pace. It was really hard, working with the team, with Ryan, with Donovan, everyone, Pacho, so yeah, I'm happy to show the pace.
All right, Diego Contecha, very promising weekend, won the pole, led laps in the final, just came up short of the DNF with only a few laps remaining. He'll be looking for more next time. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Again, Diego Contecha, an unfortunate end to the day here. Here's a look again at the racetrack from Orlando Kart Center. It's been a beautiful day here in sunny Orlando, Florida. Highs at just shy of 80 degrees and some awesome, awesome racing all the way through it. Teardown begins now. Podium ceremonies to come for the top 5 and the top qualifiers. And again, congratulations to all of the top finishers and our headline division winners. Danny Formal in the first ever Pro Shifter main event, $2,500 and 5,000 big ones to Arias Duke Medjin. That wraps up our live stream. For Randy Kugler, the US Pro Kart Series officials, and for myself, Xander Clements, and our entire Kart Chaser team, and everyone here on site in Orlando. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next Friday with the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.